There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. My master was severely injured that year. After the battle with Beiluo Tajia, he possessed my body, and I've been entangled with him ever since. Qinglin slowly said to Wang Lin, although I'm not completely exhausted at this moment, I still need to go into seclusion to heal my wounds. I learned from your senior brother Wang Yan about the current situation in the Kungsu Star Domain. It's truly chaotic. From now on, this immortal realm will be my territory. The seal on the immortal realm's great gate has been broken, and from now on, no one can enter this place anymore. If you have relatives, you can bring them here to cultivate in the immortal realm. When my master has fully recovered his cultivation, we can rebuild the dignity of the immortal realm together. Qinglin said calmly, his gaze fixed on Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered for a long time before softly saying, Master, do you know the ancient god? Qinglin's eyes flashed, and he nodded. I wonder if Master can stop the 8-star ancient god of the royal family at this moment. Wang Lin looked at Qinglin, his voice still low. Upon hearing the words royal family, Qinglin pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Are you referring to the ancient god Tut on the vermilion bird star? Wang Lin wasn't surprised. Qinglin was, after all, an immortal emperor. Tut existed before the immortal realm, so it was normal for Qinglin to know about this. In my prime, I didn't even bother to pay attention to him. It's just that due to some special reasons, I've never fought him. Now I only have the strength to unleash one strike. But even he would be defeated by one strike from me, the strength to unleash one strike. Wang Lin smiled bitterly, but he understood Qinglin's meaning. Because Qinglin was too severely injured, he could only unleash his divine power once at this moment, but he absolutely couldn't use it. Otherwise, even though we repelled the enemy, we would immediately face danger from all sides. I've been entangled with the ancient demon tower for many years, and the passage to the outside world is about to open. I must quickly restore my peak cultivation, otherwise the Wind Realm will surely fall into annihilation. But if you wish, the power to unleash this attack can be used for you, Qinglin said slowly, after a moment of contemplation. Wang Lin shook his head, looking at Qinglin and saying, Master, what kind of catastrophe happened in the immortal realm back then? This question had been on Wang Lin's mind for over 1,000 years. He had never found the reason. Qinglin's eyes flashed with cold light, mixed with a hint of suffering. It was all because of the heavenly gate. Qinglin didn't want to continue, raising his head, his expression even more complex. In Master's cave dwelling, I met the ancestor of the Talisman clan, Wang Lin said slowly, bowing his head. Do you believe her? Qinglin pondered for a moment, then spoke softly. Wang Lin said nothing. The war between the Outer Realm and the Wind Realm has been going on for a long time. You will understand everything later. Qinglin sighed, saying nothing more. Bring your friends and relatives here. In this immortal realm, I can protect them and keep them safe. Qinglin's gaze towards Wang Lin showed kindness. Wang Lin nodded, hesitated for a moment, then raised his right hand and grasped the void. Immediately, a spatial rift appeared in front of him, from which a glowing coffin slowly floated out. Master, do you know this coffin? Wang Lin was extremely nervous, staring intently at Qinglin. In fact, besides removing the poison from Sijunan, Qinglin had another purpose in saving Wang Lin, information related to this coffin. Qinglin's eyes widened in surprise. He obviously noticed Wang Lin's urgency, glanced at the coffin, pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this object is called the heaven-avoiding coffin." Wang Lin's mind trembled, and his breathing became rapid. This heaven-avoiding coffin isn't from the four great immortal realms, but from the ancient immortal domain. It's rumored that this coffin can bring the dead back to life, but that's just a rumor. However, if you know the incantation to activate this heaven-avoiding coffin, you can even revive a remnant soul. But I don't know the incantation either. Qinglin's words gave Wang Lin hope, but also disappointed him. It felt like a sledgehammer had struck him in the chest. Wang Lin's face turned pale, and a look of anguish appeared on his face. If even Qinglin didn't know the incantation, who else could? However, Qinglin looked at Wang Lin, causing Wang Lin to take a deep breath, his eyes filled with astonishment and hope. "I heard that the heaven-avoiding gate originally belonged to the immortal Emperor Ziha. Ziha's cultivation level was lower than mine back then, but still higher than by fans. When the immortal realm collapsed, she might have escaped or hidden. If you find her, you might find the secret incantation for the heaven-avoiding gate. Even if you don't find it, once I recover, I will definitely help you." Wang Lin stood up and bowed respectfully to Qinglin. He felt satisfied with this answer. "Go bring those you deem important here. I will ensure their safety for you." Qinglin's expression showed weariness. As he spoke, he raised his right hand. Immediately, a symbol flashed and fell into Wang Lin's palm, merging into his body. "When you return, open this symbol." Wang Lin nodded, glanced at Qinglin, retracted the heaven-avoiding crown, and turned to leave. In the starry sky of the Star Alliance, the figures of cultivators used to fly by frequently. Now, that scene was gone. Almost all powerful cultivators had simultaneously headed towards the Vermilion Bird Star. One day, a rainbow flashed across the starry sky. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he swiftly sped away. Qinglin's awakening and the appearance of the new martial realm, while not eliminating his immediate danger, had at least eased his feeling of homelessness. Bringing all his relatives to the martial realm with Qinglin's promise gave Wang Lin peace of mind. He also didn't want Qinglin to confront Thaksen for his sake. While doing so might temporarily eliminate the threat from Thaksen, according to Qinglin, it would only defeat him, not kill him, and the effect wouldn't be significant. "Everything depends on myself," Wang Lin understood. Although he saved Qinglin, no one could help him when he faced danger. There are things in this world that one must resolve oneself. He no longer had any official relatives, or if there were, it would only be one. Wang Lin clearly remembered that year in the demon spirit land. His consciousness, using the power of the heaven-defying technique, spread throughout the entire star domain. And he saw Chu Ryu in the Kungsu realm. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, ripples appeared beneath his feet, and in a short time they completely disappeared. When they reappeared, they had traversed the endless starry sky, appearing in an ordinary, desolate area. Looking around, there was nothing unusual, but Wang Lin knew this was the teleportation array to the Kungsu realm. Whether it was to deliver the old Saint Emperor's jade slip or to pick up Chu Ryu, Wang Lin had to go to the Kungsu realm even if he didn't want to face Mu Bingmi. Looking at the distant planet, Wang Lin sighed inwardly, but his body didn't stop. He directly leapt into the planet's atmosphere, breaking through all obstacles and setting foot on the planet. Following the mental method he had seen years ago, Wang Lin transformed into a rainbow and headed towards the formation. But as soon as his consciousness detected the formation, and he instantly approached, for powerful auras surged out, surrounding Wang Lin from all sides, preventing him from advancing. At the same time, a cold voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. "This is a forbidden area. If you take even half a step further, no matter where you come from, you will be utterly annihilated." Wang Lin frowned, stopped, and clasped his hands together, saying, Wang, am not here to wage war, but to deliver a jade slip to the Kungsu realm on behalf of the Vermilion Bird Old Saint Emperor." The divine consciousness surrounding him softened slightly. The cold voice reappeared. "Leave the jade slip and disappear." A cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He clearly recognized that all four of these auras belonged to the Nirvana realm. The fact that they were guarding the gate with Nirvana realm cultivators showed that the Kungsu realm was no less profound and unfathomable than any other force in the Star Alliance. However, these four cultivators were too reckless. Even after discovering Wang Lin's cultivation level was pure Nirvana, they still spoke so arrogantly. But thinking back, over the countless years, unless it was a shattered Nirvana realm cultivator, none of these four guardians had shown him any respect. He didn't have much affection for the Kungsu realm to begin with, but his purpose in coming here was to take Zhou Aryu away. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin suppressed his anger and calmly clasped his hands together, saying, "Besides the jade slip, I also want to see Mu Bingmi once." As soon as these words were spoken, loud laughter erupted from all sides. Then that icy voice rang out again. "Entering the Kungsu realm requires a demon scroll. Do you have one?" Wang Lin frowned, calmly saying, "I don't have a demon scroll. I apologize for the inconvenience." Before Wang Lin could finish speaking, the icy voice interrupted him impatiently. "Without a demon scroll, you cannot enter." The cold glint in Wang Lin's eyes intensified, but he suppressed it once more, clasping his hands and saying, "I apologize for bothering you to convey my message. I don't have time. This is my last word to you. Get out of here immediately." Wang Lin was interrupted a second time. The icy voice echoed again. Wang Lin's killing intent surged, his eyes flashing, but he suppressed it quickly, calmly saying, "I apologize for bothering you to convey my message." As soon as Wang Lin finished speaking, the voice rang out again. "If you dare, come here yourself." The voice was filled with impatience. It was only because Wang Lin possessed the pure essence cultivation level that he spoke so much. Otherwise, he would have long since attacked and driven them away. Wang Lin laughed angrily. He truly hadn't expected the four cultivators in charge of the teleportation array in the Kungsu realm to be so arrogant. All right. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He took half a step forward, and his right hand swung up. Immediately, a sea of fire appeared in the heavens, engulfing the entire sky, burning the entire area into a fiery red, like a torrential downpour. His body flicked, and he appeared 100 feet away. He pressed his right hand forward. The sea of fire roared towards him. Where Wang Lin pointed, the void twisted, and a white-robed old man with a gloomy expression quickly appeared. At the same time, the surrounding void twisted, and 3 other figures simultaneously materialized. "Anyone who dares trespass into Forbidden's territory, kill them." The white-robed old man shouted softly, quickly retreating to surround Wang Lin along with the other 3 old men. At the same time, he patted his storage bag with his right hand. Immediately, a jade slip appeared, which he intended to crush. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and he took another half step forward. In a short time, ripples appeared, and in an instant, he was behind the old man. His right index finger, like lightning, pointed at the old man's forehead. Killing a Nirvana cultivator was as easy as pie for Wang Lin. The old man's pupils contracted, revealing extreme fear, and he wanted to retreat. But in front of Wang Lin, he had no right to retreat. A finger, as fast as lightning, pointed directly at the old man's forehead. The old man spat out fresh blood. A banging sound echoed within his body, and in an instant, he shattered. His primordial spirit, attempting to escape, was also seized by Wang Lin's wave of his hand. The jade slip, before it could be crushed, fell into Wang Lin's hand. All of this happened in a split second, so fast that it caused the 3 old men's bodies to tremble violently. But these 3 were also experienced in combat, and after a moment of stunned silence, they immediately dispersed. One of the old men shouted, "Form a battle array." As soon as these words were spoken, all 3 made hand seals. Immediately, a vast amount of heaven and earth elemental power swirled around their bodies, transforming into a large axe, which slammed down towards Wang Lin. At the same time, the 3 men patted their storage bags, and 2 of them produced jade beads and whisks. The pitch-black whisk, after appearing, was struck with hand seals, and its threads instantly extended, like tiny swords, striking Wang Lin in a short time, like a rain of swords raining down on him. Another old man produced 7 fist-sized pearls that floated before him. These pearls were translucent and sparkling, radiating light in all directions. After they appeared, he waved his hand, and immediately, earth-shattering cries like those of children resounded. 7 mournful faces of 7 children suddenly appeared on the 7 pearls, and with a series of thunderous explosions, they burst. The exploding pearls transformed into 7 seemingly newborn souls, carrying black mist and shrill cries, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. The last old man didn't use any magical artifacts, but instead took out a jade slip. While his companions were attacking, he prepared to crush the slip in his hand, transmitting the information into the Kungsu realm. The three had clearly coordinated seamlessly for many years. Without any hesitation, they instantly unleashed their divine abilities, striking at Wang Lin. If it were an ordinary pure Nirvana cultivator, facing the combined attack of 3 great perfection Nirvana cultivators, they wouldn't be too afraid. But preventing one of them from crushing the jade slip would be quite difficult. After all, these 3 coordinated too skillfully, giving the opponent no chance at all. But today, they were facing Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even glance at the attack from the Black Whisk. With a flick of his sleeve, a sea of fire surged from the sky, forming a whirlwind that instantly swept away the attack from the Black Whisk. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed his right hand forward and softly said, "Freeze." As soon as this word was uttered, the rules of heaven and earth descended in a short time, halting all divine abilities. Even the 3 old men's expressions changed. They couldn't move a muscle, watching helplessly as Wang Lin approached. He took the jade slip from the 3rd old man's hand, casually waved his right hand, and the old man's body immediately gushed blood, turning into a bloody mist with a loud bang. His soul was also seized by Wang Lin's outstretched hand. "I originally didn't want to intervene, but you pushed me too far." Wang Lin then pointed his right finger at one of the remaining 2 old men. The old man's body exploded, and he couldn't escape the fate of having his primordial spirit captured. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the last old man, a murderous aura emanating from him. Using a spirit to forge a magic weapon, this is unforgivable. This remaining old man was the one who had unleashed the 7 pearls. His eyes showed fear. Wang Lin's power far surpassed his understanding of Nirvana cultivators. If they had known this beforehand, they absolutely wouldn't have been so arrogant, unwittingly provoking such a terrifying cultivator. But what made him breathe a sigh of relief was that although the opponent had shattered his companion's body, he hadn't harmed his primordial spirit. He must have been wary of the Kungsu realm. However, Wang Lin's next words made his heart tremble. He watched helplessly as Wang Lin approached, his right hand placed on his forehead, shattering all his pupils. Then, an intense pain surged through his entire body. A white flame emanated from Wang Lin's fingertips, swirling around the old man's body. There were no screams of agony. In an instant, the old man's body turned into a cloud of dust, not even his soul escaping. 4 peak Nirvana realm cultivators were captured in a short time, 3 captured, 1 dead. And in the end, they didn't even have the chance to crush the communication jade slip. Without their control, the illusory axe, which hadn't even had a chance to exert any effect, instantly dissolved into a cloud of heaven and earth elemental energy and dissipated. The whisk, engulfed in flames, was burned to ashes. The 7 mournful spirits now appeared dazed. Looking at these spirits, a memory resurfaced in Wang Lin's heart. He waved his sleeve, and immediately a stream of energy appeared before them, drawing them in. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he walked to the teleportation array on the ground, glanced at it briefly, then stepped inside and sat down, flicking the array a few times. Immediately, the array's light flashed, and streams of heaven and earth elemental power began to surge from all directions. A rumbling sound echoed as the array was fully activated, transforming into a beam of light enveloping Wang Lin's body. A moment later, the light dissipated, and the array was empty. The Kungsu realm was trapped within a spatial rift. This place was a world full of fragrant flowers and singing birds, seemingly indistinguishable from the immortal realm. The only difference was that there was no immortal energy or overwhelming heaven and earth elemental power here. On the ground, mountains rose majestically, long rivers meandered, and occasionally a few small beasts frolicked and played. A celestial crane flew across the sky, its graceful form exuding an air of profound serenity. In the northern plains of the Kungsu realm stood a colossal formation. This was the teleportation array for entering and exiting the Kungsu realm. At this moment, a young boy sat cross-legged outside the array. He appeared youthful, yet his demeanor suggested he had experienced countless years. Evidently, this was due to his cultivation techniques. He sat cross-legged, then suddenly opened his eyes, muttered a few words, and looked towards the formation. The formation rumbled, its light gradually becoming dazzling. In an instant, space twisted and warped, enveloping the formation. Soon after, the light within the formation dissipated, and the sounds faded. A figure emerged from within. The young man's body, which had been somewhat listless, instantly stiffened. He abruptly stepped back a few paces, staring intently at the person emerging from the formation. "You smell of blood." The young man's eyes narrowed, and he said in a low voice, regarding the Kungsu realm, Wang Lin's mental power once encompassed the entire area. He stepped out of the formation, glanced at the young man, calmly clasped his hands and said, "Please convey my message. I am Wang Lin, bringing the jade slip of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect." The young man frowned, then his eyes turned icy cold as he softly said, "You are truly audacious. It has been a long time since anyone dared to trespass into the Kungsu realm." Hearing the young man's words, Wang Lin sighed inwardly, simply ignoring him. His divine consciousness suddenly spread out, directly sweeping across the Kungsu realm, transmitting a divine thought. Junior Wang Lin, on behalf of the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor, has come to deliver the jade slip. The pupil of his eye flashed, but he didn't attack yet, instead continuously assessing Wang Lin from the side. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, and immediately several streams of divine consciousness filled the air in the Kungsu realm. Among them were clearly quite a few shattered nirvana cultivators, enough to kill Wang Lin. Wang Lin wasn't worried about coming to the Kungsu realm. The old holy emperor would absolutely not harm him without reason. If he was sent to deliver the jade slip, its contents would obviously not put him in danger. Wang Lin didn't open the jade slip to read it. He knew that some things were better left unknown than known. Besides the old holy emperor, Qinglin also gave him a symbol, so Wang Lin had no worries about the Kungsu realm. As long as he had a thought, he could immediately pass through the symbol in his body back to the new martial realm. In the Kungsu realm, on the peak of a mountain, Zhou Aryu was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Little White lay beside her, languidly gazing at the white clouds in the sky, lost in thought. Just then, Wang Lin's divine sense surged forth. In an instant, Churu's body trembled, her eyes wide open. "Uncle." Even Little White trembled, leaping up to look into the distance. Churu's small face flushed, clearly extremely excited. She had been searching for Wang Lin for a very long time. Hearing his voice suddenly now, how could she not be excited? Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately transformed into a rainbow and flew straight towards the source of the divine sense. Little White followed Chu Aryu closely, its large head bobbing, showing vigilance. It still felt terrified of the cultivator who had frightened it all those years ago. After Chu Aryu left, a woman of unparalleled beauty appeared on the mountain where she had been sitting. She silently gazed ahead, her expression filled with complexity and sorrow, and took half a step forward. Wang Lin transmitted his thoughts and then stood there waiting. Soon, streaks of rainbow light tore through the wind and descended before Wang Lin, transforming into a group of cultivators. These cultivators varied in cultivation levels, but the weakest were at least at the early stage of the pure nirvana realm. They coldly stared at Wang Lin, seemingly not taking him seriously. The old man who had accompanied Mu Bingmei to the demon spirit land years ago did not appear. Instead, a middle-aged man in a purple gold robe emerged from the void before Wang Lin. This middle-aged man exuded an air of majesty. Upon his appearance, the surrounding cultivators showed reverence. "The arrival of the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor in the Kungsu realm is truly an honor," the man said slowly, his gaze sweeping over Wang Lin. Wang Lin glanced at the man in the purple gold robe, only able to discern that his cultivation level was at the shattered nirvana stage. Without saying much, he directly threw out the jade slip. The man's expression remained calm as he caught the jade slip. After a quick scan with his divine consciousness, he let out a soft gasp, his face showing a serious expression. His cultivation level was surprisingly insufficient to read the contents of the jade slip. However, he recognized that the material of the jade slip was extraordinary, containing a trace of intense heat. Combined with Wang Lin's status, this jade slip was extremely unusual. "What is this?" The man looked up at Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly said. The man nodded, knowing that this matter was not simple, his expression becoming even more serious. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you." Wang Lin waved his right hand, and immediately 3 primordial spirits were thrown out, falling to the side. These three primordial spirits all had their eyes closed, obviously imprisoned. Just now, I didn't have the jade slip with me. In my haste to obtain the important information recorded in the jade slip, I acted rashly and entered the teleportation array, Wang Lin said, grabbing at the void. Another jade slip appeared in his hand, which he threw to the man. This jade slip contained a video recording of the past and future of Wang Lin and the four guards outside the teleportation array. After receiving and reading it, the man calmly and slowly said, I've troubled the Holy Emperor to teach you a lesson. A lesson is fine, but killing someone from my Kungsu realm is a bit excessive. It was just an accident, Wang Lin said calmly. The man stared at Wang Lin, smiling. This is a matter of great importance. I invite the Holy Emperor to stay in the Kungsu realm for a few days while I deliver this jade slip. Before the man could finish speaking, a cold, icy female voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Let him go. As soon as this voice appeared, the surrounding cultivators immediately showed respect. Even the man trembled slightly, then respectfully nodded. In front of everyone, Mu Bingmi, with a complex expression, stepped out from the void and looked towards Wang Lin. At the same time, a rainbow shot from the distant horizon, descending before Wang Lin and transforming into Chu Ryu and Zibai. Upon seeing Wang Lin, Chu Ru's small face became extremely excited. Chu Ru's eyes reddened, brimming with tears. Seeing Chu Ryu, Wang Lin smiled, nodded, and said, Uncle has come to take you. Chu Ryu, now grown up, clearly understood that the scene before her was anything but ordinary. Knowing this wasn't the time for idle chatter, she immediately went to Wang Lin's side. Looking at Wang Lin's white hair, her heart ached. I want to take Chu Ryu with me, Wang Lin said slowly, looking at Mu Bingmi. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Mu Bingmi bit her lower lip and softly said, You all withdraw. The surrounding cultivators immediately retreated, disappearing in an instant. The man in the purple gold robe looked at Wang Lin meaningfully and also turned to leave. Soon, besides Wang Lin, Chu Ryu, and Mu Bingmi, there were no other cultivators around. Chu Ryu, after you leave, don't be lazy. Every day you must sit down and practice meditation. Don't forget, understand? Mu Bingmi avoided Wang Lin's gaze, looking at Chu Ryu and speaking softly. Chu Ryu glanced at Wang Lin, then at Mu Bingmi. In recent years, she could feel that her master had been very good to her. Especially back then, if it weren't for her master saving her, she might never have seen her uncle again. Thinking of their impending separation, Chu Ru's mood darkened slightly. She nodded and softly said, Master, Ryu remembers and will absolutely not be lazy. Besides, Ryu can still come back to visit you later. A sorrowful expression appeared on Mu Bingmi's face. Chu Ryu didn't know that this departure meant she would never have the chance to return. Because Wang Lin would not agree. You and I have a master-disciple relationship. Now that we must part, I will give you a gift, Mu Bingmi said, raising her arm and pulling out a jade hairpin from her hair, flicking it towards Chu Ryu. Master, this, Chu Ryu was stunned and subconsciously accepted it. She vaguely remembered her master saying that this hairpin was her most powerful magical artifact, seemingly passed down from her grandmother. Come here, let me put it on for you. Mu Bingmi's eyes showed affection. She had slowly developed feelings for this disciple over the years. Chu Ryu obediently went to Mu Bingmi's side. Wang Lin wanted to stop her but hesitated, not speaking. After styling Chu Ru's hair and placing the hairpin in her hair, Mu Bingmi gently stroked Chu Ru's head. Her expression no longer icy cold as before, but tender as she said, Remember, you will always be my disciple, my only disciple. Missing section? I'm sorry, truly. I'm sorry, Mu Bingmi's body trembled. Tears welled up in her eyes as she whispered. In recent years, she had suffered greatly, almost to the point of collapse. Every night, she would awaken from her meditation, her heart filled with complex and bewildering emotions. Liumi is dead. You are not her. There's no need to apologize, Wang Lin said in a low voice without turning around. At this moment, his heart ached, the memory of his first meeting with Wang Ping flashing repeatedly. That vengeful spirit, that desolate and venomous gaze directed at his father, it would be a lifelong nightmare Wang Lin could never forget. Liumi wanted to imprint her image in Wang Lin's heart. She had succeeded, and she still had. I'm sorry. Mu Bingmi's face turned pale, tears streaming down her beautiful face. falling to the ground, seemingly containing the sound of shattering her past life. Wang Lin silently opened the teleportation array. Amidst the resounding rumble, the array emitted a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, as he prepared to leave, he seemed to make a decision, halting the operation of the formation and softly saying, "Do you really want to see it?" Wang Lin left, taking Chu Ryu with him, carrying the complicated entanglements with Liu Mi and carrying the memories buried deep in his heart that he would never want to touch again. Whether Mu Bingmi would ultimately visit Wang Ping or not, she had her own decision, and Wang Lin didn't want to speculate. He turned and left, as if a curtain of heaven and earth had separated their worlds. The formation opened, seemingly making these two worlds increasingly distant, so distant that even in dreams they couldn't reach each other. If that were the case, then the greatest distance in this world wouldn't be life and death, but oblivion. Thus, at this moment, Wang Lin and Mu Bingmi were at a distance even greater than that greatest distance. It was the inability to forget, wanting to forget but unable to, wanting to find again, but not knowing how. Only the long, drawn-out years remained, the silent, flowing days passing in the blink of an eye. Mu Bingmi stood silently, watching the formation unfold, its dazzling light illuminating the figures as they gradually faded away, tears streaming down her face. She longed to see Wang Ping again, to touch the child's body, to hold him close. But she couldn't and she didn't dare. Her Tao heart had originally sought to uncover the flaws in Liu Mi's teachings, to sever all ties and completely eliminate these flaws within her heart. If she did, her Tao heart, though not perfect, would be flawless. But upon seeing Wang Ping, Mu Bingmi didn't know what would become of her Tao heart, whether it would be completely perfect or crumble. She truly didn't know. If her life belonged to herself, she would have gone without hesitation, regardless of right or wrong. But as the saintess of Kangsu, she was often unable to act according to her own will. Everything just has to end like this. Mu Bingmi bit her lip, slowly turning and walking away. Her figure seemed even more solitary than Wang Lin's. The sky was blue, and Mu Bingmi's heart also seemed blue, a deep yet distant color. The starry sky was pitch black, the distant stars seemingly unable to bring light to this place, to fill the aching heart of Wang Lin. He could only stand in this starry sky, letting the suffering overwhelm his entire being. Such pain eventually made one lose all sense of what pain was. After bringing Chu Ryu to the new martial realm, seeing Chu Ru's reluctance to part, Wang Lin stroked her head, a gentle smile appearing on his face, as if returning to those years when he brought this little girl along, slowly raising her, gradually feeling like a father. Seeing Chu Ryu, Wang Lin thought of Wang Ping and also of Li Muon. "You've cultivated diligently here, and you have grown up." Wang Lin looked at this beautiful, jade-like girl, his eyes filled with even more tenderness. "Uncle." Chu Ru's eyes were like water, but she held back her tears. Like when she was a child, she clutched the corner of Wang Lin's robe, as if afraid that if she let go, Wang Lin would never return. "Uncle doesn't know if bringing you here was right or wrong. But if you stay with Mu Bingmi, Uncle won't be at ease. Uncle will worry." Letting the pain in his heart gradually subside, Wang Lin looked at Chu Ryu gently. This child had been his companion for many years. "If Uncle doesn't return this time, then little Ruer, you can go find your master." Wang Lin closed his eyes, then opened them, turned around, pulled the corner of his robe from Chu Ru's hand, and vanished into the wind, disappearing from Chu Ru's sight. "Uncle." Chu Ru's tears soaked his clothes. Hu Qian stood behind Chu Ryu, holding her hand and saying, "Your uncle will return soon." In the eastern part of the Star Alliance, within the territory of the four sacred sects, with the return of the Azure Dragon's sacred emperor, the four sacred sects immediately began to consolidate, becoming one sect. From now on, there will no longer be four sacred emperors, but only one, the Sacred Venerable. Regarding the consolidation by the Azure Dragon Sacred Venerable, there were many differing opinions within the four sacred sects. But due to the Azure Dragon Sacred Venerable's formidable cultivation, all opinions vanished. The ancient sacred artifacts of the Zhuanwu Sacred Sect and the White Tiger Sacred Sect were no longer in the hands of these two sects but had fallen into the hands of the Azure Dragon Sacred Venerable. The cultivation techniques related to the sacred artifacts also became irrelevant with the changes in the four sacred sects. Wang Lin's appearance in the eastern part of the Star Alliance was also shortly after the four sacred sects completely consolidated. He was almost immediately discovered by the clansmen of the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect. Wang Lin calmly observed the patrolling cultivators of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect. His gaze swept over them, and the cultivators immediately bowed their heads. Wang Lin said nothing, slowly flying forward, passing by them and gradually moving away. Only after he had left did the patrolling cultivators of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect exchange glances. Immediately, one of them took out a jade slip and quickly informed the elder. He's no longer a holy emperor. Why be so polite to him? A disgruntled monk in the group whispered. After arriving in the eastern part of the Star Alliance, Wang Lin felt a strange atmosphere. Along the way, every cultivator from the 4 sacred sects who saw him showed a peculiar expression, but no one stopped him. Before long, a dark red star field appeared before him, the location of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. Just as he was about to enter, his body suddenly froze, and he turned to look at the starry sky. He saw several streaks of rainbow light rushing towards him, transforming into 7 figures. Among the 7 were 2 vermilion birds, 1 white tiger, and 4 azure dragons, all elders with considerable cultivation. Wang Lin's gaze was calm. He was quite familiar with these 7, all of whom had participated in the rescue of the Azure Dragon's Sacred Emperor. Upon seeing Wang Lin, the 2 elders of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sects seemed slightly embarrassed, avoiding his gaze. Wang Lin, the Azure Dragon Sacred Venerable invites you. The speaker was an elder of the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect. His gaze towards Wang Lin carried an apologetic expression. He didn't understand why the Sacred Emperor had acted this way after his return, but he had no right to stop him, only to accept it. Are the rest of our Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect safe? Wang Lin asked slowly. He had already made a judgment after hearing the elder's words. The fact that the Azure Dragon's Sacred Emperor didn't address him as Sacred Emperor meant something else. But strangely, there was also the term Sacred Venerable. Combined with the bizarre things he had encountered along the way, Wang Lin's eyes showed caution. They are all safe, replied another elder of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. Wang Lin looked at this elder, remembering that this was the person who had acted the first time he awakened his vermilion bird. Nodding, he said nothing more and turned to enter the Burning Star domain. Several elders of the Azure Dragon sect raised their eyebrows and in a flash stepped forward into the Burning Star domain, saying, Wang Lin, the Azure Dragon Holy Venerable is summoning you. The words of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect elders were somewhat serious as they chased after him into the Burning Star domain. Wang Lin ignored him and, after entering this star domain, immediately spread out his divine consciousness, frantically sweeping across the area following the flames. He also took a step forward, using the technique of shrinking the distance to cover an inch. In an instant, he spread out his divine consciousness at different locations, observing the entire star domain once. But he found no trace of the big-headed group. Wang Lin's expression immediately turned gloomy. He turned around, his eyes flashing with cold light, and looked at the 7 old men who were chasing him. Where are they? Wang Lin stared at the 7 men, quickly regaining his composure. He knew that anger wouldn't solve the problem at this moment. He needed to be calm. Wang Lin, you are a member of our 4 sacred sects. Does the sacred sect need me to tell you a 3rd time if we want to see you? The old man from the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect had a gloomy expression. If it weren't for his apprehension about Wang Lin's past status and his remembrance of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor's years of kindness, he would have already taken action. If it weren't for me, the Azure Dragon Sacred Venerable you speak of would still be sealed in the immortal realm, Wang Lin said slowly. You, the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect elder, stared at Wang Lin, his expression even more somber. If it weren't for the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor, even your Azure Dragon Sacred Sect would have long since vanished into thin air. If the Azure Dragon Sacred Emperor wants to see me, tell him to come here. Wang Lin absolutely would not leave this Burning Star domain. The flames raged here. If he unleashed his cultivation, it would greatly increase his power. The Azure Dragon Elder laughed angrily, but those beside him remained silent. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor died for the 4 sacred sects. This is something I greatly admire. Just then, a mournful voice echoed from the heavens. This voice seemed to possess divine power. As soon as it fell, it caused the flames of this star domain to momentarily cease. The expressions of the 7 elders changed, and they all retreated, bowing respectfully and saying, Greetings, Holy Venerable. A stream of green light suddenly appeared, flying rapidly and then converging. The flames all around seemed to be stirred by a large hand, scattering in all directions, revealing a void. In the middle of this void, the green light condensed, revealing the figure of the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor. Compared to his struggling appearance in the immortal realm, the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor now seemed like a completely different person. His azure robe shimmered, and an overwhelming aura of power emanated from him, enveloping everything around him. You've come here this time, surely to return the ancient sacred artifact. Hand it over. The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor calmly extended his hand, looking at Wang Lin, his eyes devoid of any emotion, cold as ice. Where are my friends? Wang Lin retreated a few steps, looking at the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor. Under his pressure, Wang Lin felt as if his entire body was about to collapse, but he endured it with all his might. The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor smiled, but this smile was extremely cold. I won't make things difficult for them. Outside the four holy sects, there is a block of crystal rock. All outsiders have been sent there. I can forego this vermilion bird Holy Emperor identity. I can return the ancient sacred artifact to you. I can leave here forever and never return. But I want to take something with me. Wang Lin had no intention of seizing the ancient sacred artifact. He reached out his right hand into the void, and immediately a stone carrying a white flame flew out. Inside it was the blood of the sacred artifact. I want to take the remains of the old Holy Emperor, Wang Lin said calmly. The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor pondered for a moment, his icy demeanor seemingly softening slightly, but quickly returning to normal. I think he hoped to be buried within the four holy sects. The old Holy Emperor dedicated his entire life to the four holy sects. After his death, he will be freed. I want to take him. A stubborn look appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He waved his right hand, and the stone flew away. After receiving the stone, the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor carefully examined it, sighed softly, and without saying anything more, turned and flew into the distance. Following him were the 7 elders. Among them were 2 elders from the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. One of them turned to look at Wang Lin, about to say something. Just then, the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor turned back to look at him. The old man sighed and said nothing more. Carrying the stone statue of the old Holy Emperor, Wang Lin left the four holy sects. Seeing the group of big-headed figures waiting outside, it seemed they would no longer have any connection with him. However, the elder's hesitant expression before leaving lingered in Wang Lin's mind. He vaguely sensed many hidden secrets he didn't know. Because, back then, when the old Holy Emperor gifted him, besides the ancient holy artifact, he also received the cloaks of each Holy Emperor, symbolizing the identity of the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor, and a Vermilion Bird Holy Spirit transformed into a token. The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor never mentioned these 2 items. Wang Lin couldn't believe he had simply forgotten. There were also matters concerning the 4 holy sects that only the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor knew, secrets that caused the war between the Cultivation Alliance and the Kunsu realm that year, which even the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor didn't inquire about. Not until Wang Lin led everyone away. In the main hall of the Azure Dragon Sacred Sect, the Azure Dragon Sacred Emperor sat listlessly on his chair. 4 ancient sacred artifacts floated before him. However, his gaze wasn't fixed on these 4 artifacts, but rather on the area outside the main hall. After a long while, he sighed softly, withdrew his gaze, and muttered to himself. No one but himself could hear his words. Having brought the group of big-headed people to the new martial realm, no longer worried about finding a place to live, Wang Lin calmly soared through the starry sky. A vast aura emanated from his body, enveloping him in a swirling battle intent. Thaksun, after more than 1,000 years, finally, you and I must fight. Wang Lin's momentum was like a raging flood. Taking half a step through the starry sky, he used his spatial shrinking ability to quickly return to the familiar Vermilion Bird Star. However, there weren't many cultivators left outside the starry sky of Vermilion Bird Star. Most had already jumped inside, entering the land of the ancient gods. Since their entry, all communication had been cut off, and no one knew whether those who had entered were safe or not. The land of the ancient gods was essentially a spatial rift. Everything that happened inside would not be detected outside. Outside the starry sky of Vermilion Bird Star, the space slightly warped, and Wang Lin's figure emerged from it. Looking at the cultivators sitting cross-legged in the distant starry sky, Wang Lin pondered for a moment before taking another half step. When he reappeared, he was outside Vermilion Bird Star, the moon star of that year. There were obviously cultivators here. But with Wang Lin's cultivation level, no one detected his figure. Finding a mysterious mountain, Wang Lin entered, opened a spatial rift, and used his right hand as a sword to construct a complex formation on the western ground. This formation was something he had learned when he merged with the immortal Emperor Qinglin, the Qinglin Immortal Formation, capable of concealing his aura from outsiders. After completing the formation, Wang Lin placed immortal jade around it and sat cross-legged inside. He touched his forehead with both hands, and immediately a portion of his primordial spirit separated and flew out from his forehead. Condensed the spirit into form. Wang Lin formed hand seals and immediately performed several hand gestures. Instantly, the primordial spirit that had just flown out from his forehead transformed into a cloud of green smoke, swirling around his body. After flying forward, it condensed into a human form. Condensed the form into a body. Wang Lin bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The not so much immortal power in his body separated and merged into the blood, directly falling into his primordial spirit. This primordial spirit flashed with red light, and the rubble on the ground all around suddenly trembled, as if attracted, then flew up and merged with the primordial spirit. Gradually, a vortex seemed to form inside the primordial spirit, attracting countless rebels, continuously merging with it. Time slowly passed, and the primordial spirit solidified into a physical form. After half an incense stick's time, a person identical to Wang Lin appeared before him. This technique of condensing the spirit into a physical body, used by the immortal Emperor Qinglin, is indeed very realistic. Wang Lin closed his eyes. With his cultivation level, he couldn't tell whether the body formed by his primordial spirit before him was real or fake. If it were only nearly identical, it wouldn't be a true immortal technique of Qinglin. This technique, besides being difficult to distinguish between real and fake, also concealed extremely powerful divine abilities. The cultivation level of this clone formed by his primordial spirit was almost the same as his original body, only its duration was limited. With Wang Lin's primordial spirit cultivation, it could only last for 10 days. Once 10 days passed, this clone would collapse. Even if he fought to the death, he could only inflict minor injuries on his original body, causing no significant harm. At the same time, during these 10 days, his original body would be immobile, falling into a deep sleep, which is why he had to use the formation to conceal his aura. Wang Lin crossed his legs, swung his right hand, and a storage space appeared in front of him. A silver light flashed, and the silver-robed female corpse emerged. Without saying a word, she sat down cross-legged beside Wang Lin within the formation. With the formation concealing him and the female corpse guarding him, Wang Lin pondered for a moment before adding several more powerful restrictions. Only then did he feel at ease, closing his eyes as if entering seclusion, ceasing his breathing. Even his heartbeat gradually disappeared, like that of a dead person. Simultaneously with the disappearance of Wang Lin's breath and heartbeat, the clone formed from his primordial spirit in front of him slowly opened its eyes. That body came to life. Wang Lin glanced at himself and the silver-robed female corpse within the formation. His body flashed, and he teleported out of the mountain. Using the technique of shrinking the distance to enter the heavens and earth, passing through all the cultivators outside the Vermilion Bird Star. His figure then reappeared inside the Vermilion Bird Star. As Wang Lin merged into the heavens and earth, rushing past the cultivators outside the Vermilion Bird Star. For people sitting with their eyes open seemed to have noticed something but did not intervene. After all, in recent days, many old monsters from all directions had been flocking to this place. No cultivator entering the ancient godland was as familiar with Vermilion Bird Star as Wang Lin. After his figure appeared, he didn't stop at all but flew directly towards the cultivation demon sea. During his movement, he didn't use teleportation to quickly reach the ancient godland, but slowly adapted his body, waiting until he was completely familiar with it before increasing his speed. Passing by an ancient sect, Wang Lin paused for a moment upon seeing an entire mountain range carved into the Azure Dragon formation. He seemed to see a woman meticulously recording formations on each scale of the Azure Dragon, all for the purpose of crafting defensive jade slips. Wang Lin silently gazed at the Azure Dragon, which had existed for thousands of years. Although half of it was now damaged, only a remnant of its dragon form remained. The sect was gone, replaced by a desolate wasteland. Withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin vanished. Crossing more than half of the cultivation demon sea, he entered the territory of the ancient godland. He found the place completely silent, devoid of any cultivators. They had clearly entered the ancient god land. Without hesitation, Wang Lin directly stepped through the shining gate of the ancient god land, quickly appearing in a dark void. Upon entering, a strong, pungent smell of blood assailed him. In the surrounding void, countless fragments of rock floated silently, each stained crimson, as if dyed red with fresh blood. Floating in the void were corpses, those of cultivators, those of ferocious beasts. There were 100-foot-long blue spiders, 1,000-foot-long serpents, and many other unnamed creatures, some resembling dragons, others with long wings, and still others as large as an arm. Remnants of primal energy lingered in the air. Clearly, a cataclysmic battle had taken place here. Most of the beasts' bodies were charred by fire, some frozen solid, and others oozing pus, obviously poisoned. The further they flew, the more corpses they encountered, the stronger the stench of blood in the air, and the greater the variety of deaths. Among them was the head of a giant serpent, clearly pierced by countless swords and dead, falling onto a rock, but its eyes still wide open, retaining a ferocious expression. When Wang Lin flew to the end, he no longer saw a complete corpse, but only severed limbs. Although accustomed to life and death, Wang Lin's pupils still contracted at the sight. However, he did not stop but continued onward, flying towards the door in his memory. While flying, a sudden wave of icy cold energy enveloped his body. Wang Lin froze, slowly turning to look to his right. He saw, 1,000 feet away, a massive, pillar-like rock. On it lay numerous incomplete corpses, including those of cultivators and ferocious beasts. The rock was shrouded in a dark aura. Without close inspection, this light was barely discernible in the pitch-black void. Within the aura stood a burly man. However, this man was covered in black fur, giving him the appearance of a wild man. But upon seeing his head, no cultivator could possibly mistake him for human. More than 10 branches extended from his neck, each bearing a head. At this moment, these heads were bent down, devouring the ground below. Gulp, gulp in the silent void. The sound was faint and easily overlooked. But when Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the grotesque figure on the rock, it resonated clearly in his ears. Gradually, Wang Lin could see clearly that the sound was coming from the heads of the burly men, who were fighting over and gnawing at the corpse of a ferocious beast, seemingly devouring even the bones. The moment Wang Lin saw these burly men, they recognized him. More than 10 heads slowly raised, all looking towards Wang Lin, their mouths overflowing with fresh blood, and some still chewing and swallowing. In that instant, a chill ran through Wang Lin's entire body. This chill was bone-chilling, yet it concealed a powerful danger. Years of life and death experiences had given Wang Lin extraordinary steadfastness and composure. At this moment, he didn't instinctively retreat or flee, but stood silently, motionless, as if rooted to the spot. His pupils contracted, becoming a black dot, staring intently at the beast, which resembled a giant staring back at him. Zhe Kong! Wang Lin searched through the memories of the ancient god diagram in his mind, and in that moment, he stopped at a deep point in his memory, recognizing the beast before him. The moment he recognized this beast, cold sweat broke out on Wang Lin's forehead. The deeper his cultivation, the more he understood the rules of heaven and earth, and the more he had interacted with the universe. Wang Lin naturally understood that cultivators were not the strongest race in this universe. Besides cultivators, there were also unimaginable beasts. Some beasts were so powerful that even an 8-star ancient god wouldn't dare provoke them. For example, the pack of one beast from back then, or another scene from Wang Lin's memory at this moment. It was a scene of a pitch-black starry sky. Even the brilliant nebulae were indistinct, and it seemed that in this illuminated starry sky, far away, there was a purple planet. A 10-jang-tall figure slowly emerged from the purple planet. Although the figure itself wasn't large, 36 branches extended from its head, transforming into 36 enormous skulls. Upon closer inspection, each branch appeared to be over 1,000 jang long. Therefore, the body of this bizarre beast was almost insignificant. It flew out from within the purple planet, tilting its head back and letting out a roar. The 36 heads roared in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. Even the starry sky itself seemed to collapse on a large scale amidst the roar, splitting into countless pieces, creating an unimaginably magnificent spectacle. The target of this beast's roar wasn't the starry sky, but a colossal ancient god not far ahead. There are not many beasts in this vast starry sky that dare to roar before an ancient god, and those with the audacity to actively attack are extremely rare. 36 heads of the Jikong charge forward simultaneously, roaring as they storm towards the ancient god. The scene then abruptly vanished. Wang Lin looked at the Jikong, which was staring back at him, and suddenly took a step back. One of the Jikong's heads hesitated, looking at Wang Lin, then at the remaining carcass on the rock, seemingly contemplating. Wang Lin slowly retreated a step, his eyes showing vigilance. From the ancient god Tut's memories, he couldn't discern the immense power of this Jikong. Wang Lin realized that with his current cultivation, it would be very difficult to kill or subdue this beast. He could only drive it away. But retreating required caution, a slow pace. If he moved too quickly, the beast would immediately pursue him. This beast could become a pet for my ancient god, and of course, it would greatly increase my fighting power. But unfortunately, it's very difficult. As Wang Lin slowly retreated, the 18 heads of Jikong slowly lowered, continuing to gnaw on the corpse in front of him, making a creaking sound. This sound echoed in the silent void, extremely jarring. But there was one head that never lowered to gnaw on the corpse, instead coldly staring at Wang Lin. As Wang Lin's body retreated, it slowly swayed, like a snake's head rising, licking its lips. This head resembled a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Wang Lin while savoring the flesh in his mouth. By the time Wang Lin retreated about 10 steps, all 17 heads of Jikong had bowed their heads. But the head resembling a middle-aged man suddenly had black light flashing in its eyes and spat out a large chunk of rotting flesh. Without hesitation, Wang Lin quickly stepped back, his entire body transforming into a rainbow and flying away. As soon as he retreated, the head resembling a middle-aged man immediately let out a piercing scream. This scream possessed a power that could pierce through metal and stone, instantly causing several floating rocks in the surrounding area to shatter with a loud crash. At the same time, the remaining 17 heads also lifted sharply, all staring intently at Wang Lin, rushing forward and transforming into a black light, chasing after Wang Lin at an unimaginable speed. Wang Lin's expression was grim. This beast couldn't be understood by the thinking of a cultivator. He had absolutely no intention of engaging in a confrontation with it, but at this moment, a roaring sound echoed from behind, getting closer and closer. In this land of the ancient gods, he couldn't use the shrinking ground into inches technique, but he could still use teleportation. Wang Lin's body flicked, and he instantly disappeared without a trace. But just as his body disappeared with teleportation, Jikong, who was chasing Wang Lin, unexpectedly also disappeared with a flash. Wang Lin, having just emerged from the void, immediately changed his expression and, without thinking, quickly dodged to the side. A loud bang was heard, and a 10-jung longsword energy swept past Wang Lin. A gust of wind struck his face, and Wang Lin immediately retreated. When he looked up, he saw that not far away, the Jikong had unexpectedly also teleported after him. The sword energy he had just seen had spewed from the mouth of one of its heads. The 18 heads, their eyes revealing varying degrees of greed and bloodlust, stared at Wang Lin and lunged forward, seemingly wanting to devour him and once again savor the taste of a living person's flesh. Wang Lin's face was extremely grim. Without a word, he teleported away again. The Jikong also let out a low growl and quickly pursued him. Man and beast thus relentlessly chased each other in this void. The Jikong's speed was incredibly fast. Without teleportation, Wang Lin's speed was simply no match. But Wang Lin's advantage lay in his caution. He usually teleported as soon as he appeared, thus maintaining a constant distance. The roar of the cat's claw grew increasingly furious. Its head shaped like a middle-aged man, biting its tongue and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, blowing a foul-smelling stream forward. Immediately, the blood stirred, instantly transforming into two blood-red symbols, one soaring into the sky, the other descending to the ground. The entire void was instantly enveloped by a sudden, blood-red light obscuring the heavens and earth. Within this sealed space, all teleportation attempts were met with a wall. Wang Lin, who originally needed to use teleportation, now had an even more somber expression and had to abandon it. He extended his right hand and clawed at the void, instantly causing a storage space to appear in front of him. Just as Jikong was about to catch up, Wang Lin took out a yellow talisman from his storage space and, without hesitation, affixed it to his chest. A sudden gust of wind roared, sweeping Wang Lin forward with incredible speed, causing him to transform into a streak of light and disappear instantly. The 18 heads of Jie Kong were all stunned, but immediately began to roar in anger. One head, shaped like a beautiful young woman, instantly showed a ferocious expression, letting out a shriek. Suddenly, a black wind surrounded Jie Kong. This wind swept across, instantly forming a whirlwind that carried Jie Kong away at high speed. His speed increased rapidly, eventually becoming almost a blur, and with a rumbling sound, he pursued Wang Lin. At the same time, 4 heads with mouths emitted incantations. In a short time, countless black seals appeared around the whirlwind, densely surrounding it on all sides, simultaneously converging and imprinting themselves on its surface. Therefore, the speed of this whirlwind increased countless times. The distance Wang Lin had previously stretched was unexpectedly shortened in an instant. At this moment, with the speed of that talisman, Wang Lin was very close to the next entrance to the void. Looking up, he could vaguely see a giant vortex ahead. Wang Lin understood that entering this vortex would allow him to leave this void and escape the pursuit of Jie Kong. However, there wasn't enough time. The howling sound behind him was still far away, but this whirlwind was now less than 100 feet away. If he continued to advance, Wang Lin feared that before he could even enter the vortex, he would be immediately overtaken by Jie Kong. At this critical moment, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and his left hand formed a hand seal and swung downwards. Immediately, a sea of fire erupted with a wave of his hand, engulfing him and forming a barrier of flames behind him. As he lunged forward with all his might, he sharply turned his head, his right eye flashing with lightning, pointing forward. In a short time, thunder roared within this void. Endless lightning emanated from Wang Lin's fingertips, suddenly forming a net of electric light that descended towards the sea of fire. At this very moment, the black whirlwind swirling around Jie Kong collided with the sea of fire, and with a deafening roar, the sea of fire instantly scattered, transforming into countless sparks. Like a celestial fire burning on a grassland, the black wind paused slightly under the attack of the flames, but as soon as it stopped, 18 heads of Jie Kong also rushed out of the black wind, carrying a foul stench towards Wang Lin. All 18 heads, of varying ages, displayed ferocious expressions, especially the middle-aged male head that had previously tried to devour Wang Lin, now showing excitement, seemingly eager to eat Wang Lin alive. However, Wang Lin had already prepared himself. The net of electric light instantly enveloped Jie Kong's entire body. With a series of crackling sounds, the cat demon continued to roar, but its speed slowed down slightly. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. His to lightning fire divine abilities, with their astonishing power, were still unable to injure the cat demon, only hindering it slightly. If this delay was enough time, it would be sufficient for him to retreat into the vortex and escape the cat demon's pursuit. But Wang Lin was unwilling to accept that. Pursuing me will cost you. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. His hands formed a hand seal, and the primal energy in his body circulated, a cool sensation gradually rising from his primordial spirit. A surge of killing intent suddenly erupted from his body, instantly transforming into swirling streams of killing energy in front of him. With a low shout, it fiercely pointed forward. Instantly, these murderous energies frantically condensed, finally transforming into a single beam emitting a crimson light. Amidst the resounding thunder, it furiously surged towards Jie Kong. All of this happened in an instant. As the crimson murderous energy shot out, Jie Kong's body trembled, and the electric net surrounding him crumbled. The moment the electric net collapsed, the murderous energy roared forward at incredible speed, like a shooting star flashing across the sky, its intensity evident in the eyes of the 18 heads. This immense killing intent was directed straight at the middle-aged head among the 18 heads of Jie Kong that had just escaped the encirclement. The one that had previously deliberately pursued Wang Lin. The killing intent was incredibly fast, reaching its target in a short time, and with a loud bang, it struck the head. Struck by this frenzied power, Jie Kong stopped abruptly. Wang Lin didn't have time to assess the outcome of the battle. He swiftly retreated, instantly approaching the vortex and stepping inside. As his figure disappeared, he glanced back at Jie Kong, his heart also shaken. The middle-aged male head among Jie Kong's 18 heads had two streams of black blood flowing from its eyes, yet surprisingly, it was completely unharmed. Jie Kong's body trembled, and all 18 heads reared up, emitting countless roars. At this moment, it was truly enraged. A deafening roar echoed, and even the vortex around Wang Lin seemed to become unstable. Ji Kong took a step forward, instantly arriving beside the vortex. As soon as Wang Lin disappeared, he plunged inside. The first gates in this land were the gates of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wang Lin had entered the Earth Gate years ago, where he had risked his life to kill Meng Tuozi, but this time he was entering the Gold Gate. As soon as he emerged from the vortex, a land resembling a graveyard of swords appeared before Wang Lin. Lonely, dilapidated swords lay embedded in the ground, seemingly incredibly dense. In this boundless world, their number was immeasurable. A sorrowful lament of swords emanated from this silent world, spreading a sense of solitude. Wang Lin didn't have time to observe his surroundings. Upon appearing, he immediately charged forward. At the same time, his right eye flashed, lightning surged around his body, transforming into arcs of electric light swirling around him. From afar, Wang Lin seemed to have recreated his former title of Thunder Immortal. He didn't hesitate at all. As he charged forward, his right hand swiftly pointed behind him. Immediately, the lightning all over his body seemed to find an outlet, and amidst the rumbling thunder, it shot straight towards him. Just then, ripples appeared in the air far behind Wang Lin, and within those surging ripples, the enraged figure of Ji Kong stepped out, directly striking the lightning that Wang Lin had unleashed. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the tomb of this sword. The lightning descended, causing the Ji Kong to let out an angry roar. Unexpectedly, disregarding the power of the lightning, 17 pairs of blood-red eyes in its 18 heads stared at Wang Lin and pursued him. However, Wang Lin's lightning power was not to be underestimated, continuously striking the Ji Kong, preventing it from fully utilizing its speed. This scene was similar to when Wang Lin became the messenger of the Heavenly Tao during the Heavenly Tribulation. Wang Lin swiftly flew ahead, his hands constantly forming incantations. The lightning, seemingly boundless, flashed from his fingertips, transforming and manifesting in various directions, directly striking the Ji Kong. The Ji Kong continued to roar, its 18 heads constantly uttering incantations, transforming into countless divine abilities that rushed straight towards Wang Lin. At this moment, unexpectedly, a dark cloud appeared in front of Wang Lin, from which a black tongue shot out, lunging straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale, his eyes flashed with cold light, and he unleashed a claw attack into the void with his right hand, employing the wind summoning technique, covering more than half of the sky, transforming into 4 black dragons that flew straight towards the black tongue. A violent explosion resounded, spreading outwards in a circular pattern. Wang Lin's body flashed, attacking and flying forward, his right hand forming a hand seal, and lightning once again continuously erupted, along with a sea of fire that surged in all directions. Amidst the roaring of Ji Kong, the head of the blue-haired, male figure with icy eyes opened its mouth and spat forward, a stream of blue light filling the air, instantly creating a cloud of steam in front of it. The mist had just appeared, and immediately magnified, unexpectedly surging like a sudden flood of seawater sweeping across, as if an ocean had suddenly appeared in midair. Wang Lin's thunder and fire roared forward. Just as it pierced through the seawater, a head shaped like a pupil of the Ji Kong spewed out a blast of icy air. This icy air was like a chilling wind. After it blew out, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble, and everything was enveloped within this icy stream. The seawater crackled, and the seawater in the air, which had covered more than half the sky and earth in a short time, transformed into a frozen river, completely solidified. Each bolt of lightning within was frozen solid on the surface, and the endless flames were instantly enveloped by this block of ice, completely motionless. If that weren't enough to be astonishing, then when the icy air descended, layers upon layers of ice appeared. With a cracking sound, Wang Lin immediately felt the terrifying cold surrounding him. Everything in front, behind, left, right, above, and below showed signs of freezing in an instant. Wang Lin, having spent his life fighting, possessed immense experience. At this moment, he remained calm, his entire body radiating a crimson light. Suddenly, a vermilion bird materialized from his body, enveloping him. The white vermilion bird circled around him, and with a cry, Wang Lin's entire body erupted in white flames. He charged forward, directly towards the block of ice blocking his path. A rumbling sound immediately erupted. Before Wang Lin could even touch it, the ice block instantly melted, allowing Wang Lin to break through and escape. Having escaped the ice, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and lightning reappeared. But this time, instead of striking Jie Kong, who was frantically approaching from a distance, he struck the sword's tomb on the ground below. In a short time, the lightning struck the ground, creating a deafening explosion, and the lightning spread, reaching the swords. The electrical energy flowing over the sword surged continuously. Almost instantly, within a 1,000-foot radius on the ground, all the broken swords flashed with lightning. With a low growl, Wang Lin raised both hands fiercely. When Jie Kong was less than 100 feet away, the broken swords on the ground, accompanied by a buzzing sound and guided by lightning, suddenly flew up from the ground, forming a rain of swords, carrying thunder and roaring sword energy, rushing straight towards Jie Kong. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He had now retaliated against Jie Kong's murderous intent. However, with his cultivation level, killing Jie Kong was extremely difficult. If his speed wasn't fast enough, he would have been caught and devoured by this beast long ago. Although it was his clone who had arrived, possessing all the cultivation, even if it died, it wouldn't affect his main body on the moon. However, Wang Lin's purpose in coming here was to witness the true strength of Tizan. He couldn't accept dying here. At this moment, the flying sword shot out within a 1,000-jang radius, heading straight towards Jie Kong. Wang Lin's body retreated rapidly, lightning simultaneously appearing in both hands, striking down towards the sword tomb below with a thunderous roar. Each lightning strike caused the swords within a 1,000-jang radius to be enveloped in lightning, suddenly flying up from the ground. Wang Lin's movements became faster and faster. Almost instantly, all the broken swords within this 1,000-jang radius flew up, their blades densely wrapped in lightning like a sword net. The earth-shattering roar of the sword energy unexpectedly drowned out the thunder, even overpowering Jie Kong's screams. Sword dance? No words could describe the scene before him, only 2 words: sword dance. Countless broken swords, still stained with rust, were now being peeled away by the lightning. In an instant, a stream of silver light shot out in all directions, simultaneously rushing towards Jie Kong with a roaring sound. These flying swords grew faster and faster, their sword energy surging, and lightning from all directions furiously surged towards Jie Kong. Jie Kong roared in anger, his 18 heads chanting incantations, his hands moving like a cultivator performing hand gestures. In coordination with the incantations of the 18 heads, a cluster of black glowing marks appeared around his body. These marks multiplied and appeared faster and faster, instantly forming a halo that enveloped his entire body. At the same time, the sword dance attacked, a thunderous roar echoing. The flying swords furiously stabbed towards the barrier above. Guided by lightning, these swords unleashed astonishing power, possessing a life-or-death momentum as they pierced the barrier. If the barrier didn't shatter, the swords would. A deafening roar echoed. Each flying sword shattered, turning into countless fragments. But even more flying swords pierced through the fragments, aiming for the barrier. This process lasted for approximately 10 breaths. The halo gradually trembled, finally flashing with black light, showing signs of collapse, though the number of flying swords was dwindling. But how could Wang Lin let this happen? From the moment the sword dance was launched, he immediately retreated, his hands flashing with lightning, relentlessly striking the ground further away. Almost immediately after the first wave of flying swords completely collapsed, a second wave of swords, covering the sky and earth, rushed forward. But at this moment, a furious roar erupted from within the halo. The halo instantly became transparent, revealing a flame inside. The head of Jie Kong, in the form of a middle-aged man with blood-black eyes, spewed a large flame from his mouth. The color of this flame was not red, but yellow. This yellow flame burst out of the halo, spreading outwards wildly, containing immense heat, enough to melt all the flying swords. Seeing the flames erupt, Wang Lin showed no fear, but a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and he immediately stood still. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. The flames in Wang Lin's left eye roared out, enveloping his entire body. He whispered, 9 profound divine ability, fire escape. The flames surged boundlessly. Wang Lin's entire body transformed into fire, rushing forward and then disappearing. When he reappeared, he was 3 jang, approximately 30 meters in front of Jie Kong, within the golden sea of fire. As soon as he appeared, he immediately felt an unbearable heat, but he gritted his teeth and continued his escape. This time, he reappeared 1 jang, approximately 30 meters above the middle-aged man's head. A murderous glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand, and a steel sword suddenly materialized in his hand. A massive rust patch appeared on this iron sword. As soon as it appeared, within countless miles of the sword's tomb in the golden coffin of this ancient god land, flying swords everywhere simultaneously flashed. Wang Lin's internal energy surged wildly into the iron sword, the sword light flashing, transforming into an earth-shattering strike. With one slash, blood splattered in all directions. The gecko demon writhed in agony. A stream of blood gushed from its 18th head, and the head of the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with disbelief, severed and fell to the ground. Without pausing, sheathing his sword, Wang Lin charged forward again, using fire escape to grab the severed head, appearing 1,000 feet away. Without looking back, he swiftly flew away. Even Wang Lin himself was astonished to have severed this head. If he hadn't been forced, he absolutely wouldn't have risked attacking it. After all, in his memory, this Ji Kong was a ferocious beast that dared to confront the ancient god. His previous sword strike was intended to injure Ji Kong, giving the flying swords from all directions a chance to attack. But he didn't expect that this single strike could sever a head. Time didn't allow him much time to think. He could only grab the head of the middle-aged man that he found so bizarre, and then teleport 1,000 feet forward. But in an instant, the ferocious head exploded with a bang, turning into a flame. Inside the flame was a blue fragment. This fragment appeared to be a broken piece of pottery, but its surface radiated an overwhelming power that permeated the heavens and earth. Wang Lin's eyes widened in surprise, but his movements didn't falter. He grabbed the fragment and, transforming into a blur, flew straight forward. At this moment, the branch of the Jiekong that had lost its head suddenly withered, and after a moment, it dissolved into a cloud of green energy. The remaining 17 heads simultaneously lifted, even their bodies, as strong as a man's, trembled violently. A deafening roar instantly erupted, overpowering even the thunder, creating a thunderous sound wave that reverberated. The heavens and earth within the golden coffin seemed to be turned upside down, and the flying swords attacking from all directions trembled simultaneously. With a low growl, Ji Kong lunged forward, his speed incredibly fast, instantly closing in on Wang Lin, who was fleeing ahead. From the 17 heads, incantations immediately rang out, and in a flash, they all simultaneously lunged towards Wang Lin, attempting to devour him. Immediately, the heavens and earth were swept by swirling winds and scattered clouds, countless green mists suddenly appearing. In front of Ji Kong, a gigantic green head materialized. This head had a complete human face, but was covered in scales, its eyes cold and emotionless. From afar, it appeared to be no less than 1,000 feet tall. The strange thing was that a palm print, like a seal, was clearly visible on the head's forehead, emitting countless death energies. With a roaring sound, this monstrous head opened its mouth wide and lunged towards Wang Lin, attempting to devour him. As soon as this gigantic head appeared, countless clusters of death energy emerged in the air. These clusters of death energy condensed into one place, forming a palm print that slowly descended, not striking the gigantic head itself, but instead pressing down on Ji Kong. The 17 heads of Ji Kong showed expressions of defiance, roaring incessantly, seemingly resisting the palm print descending upon the newly appeared gigantic head. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. He had sensed something was amiss earlier. This Ji Kong was powerful, but not as formidable as the one described in the ancient god diagram in his mind. Although Ji Kong had 36 heads in his memory, he now only had 18. A feeling of suspicion arose in his heart, but before he could think further, Ji Kong unleashed a divine power that sent shivers down his spine. The colossal head, thousands of feet tall, almost instantly appeared, causing Wang Lin's entire body's elemental power to cease flowing, suddenly showing signs of freezing. With this single swallow, an endless suction force appeared around Wang Lin's body. This suction was incredibly strong. He absolutely could not resist it. Moreover, the elemental power within his body seemed to be frozen, preventing Wang Lin from escaping. His body was immediately sucked in, flying straight towards the mouth of the gigantic head. It seemed as if the head's divine power could devour heaven and earth. The second wave of flying swords from all directions, unexpectedly trembling, were also sucked in. If that were all, it would be one thing. But what terrified Wang Lin even more was that the heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart and solidified in the tremors, as if being swallowed by this enormous mouth. In ancient times, there was a spirit beast named Ji, which once devoured heaven and earth. At that moment, this thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind. His face turned pale, and he saw the enormous mouth drawing ever closer. In this moment of peril, Wang Lin struggled to raise his right hand and pointed at his forehead. A rumbling sound immediately emanated from his right arm, which instantly transformed into a block of rock, but it ultimately struck his forehead. At this point, a loud bang resounded within Wang Lin's body. His entire right arm exploded, instantly shattering into countless fragments that were immediately sucked into the enormous mouth. However, in that instant, the force of the explosion allowed him to circulate some of his internal energy. In a flash, Wang Lin's left hand clawed at the void, and a storage space suddenly appeared in front of him. The iron sword and the blue ceramic shard in his left hand were quickly thrown into the space. At the same time, a piece of animal skin flew out from within, affixing itself to the yellow talisman on Wang Lin's chest. The yellow talisman was a speed talisman, and the animal skin was also a speed talisman. Moreover, it was personally crafted by Tower Mountain, inheriting the talismanic sacred ancestors' power. Especially with both speed talismans on Wang Lin's body, an unimaginable sense of speed immediately erupted from him. Following this boundless speed, Wang Lin gritted his teeth and charged forward, beginning to struggle against the gravitational pull. As he rushed out, Wang Lin felt as if massive mountains were pressing down on him. Amidst the rumbling sounds, he continuously moved 10 meters forward. At this moment, his left leg instantly transformed into rock, shattering into pieces with a loud bang and being sucked away. The Zhaikong roared incessantly, its 17 heads now all ferocious, veins bulging on its faces, resisting the ever-approaching palm print. The large mouth that had transformed in front of it emitted a dense blue light, and the gravitational pull intensified. Wang Lin's body was being pulled away from this gravitational pull, his right thigh shattering with a loud crash. Under this ever-increasing gravitational pull, he finally couldn't escape even a single step, letting out a cry as he was sucked backward. Seeing that he was about to be sucked into this enormous mouth, Wang Lin smiled wryly. He only had time to raise his stiff left arm, which was about to turn into rock, and without hesitation, pulled down the talisman and the animal skin. He mobilized his last trace of elemental power and put the talisman and the animal skin into his storage space. Having done that, countless flying swords were swallowed into the 1,000-foot-wide mouth before him. The 1,000-foot-wide had transformed into a sky-covering mass of green light and immediately merged into Zhaikong's body. At this moment, the palm print descending from the sky slowly stopped about a foot away from Zhaikong. The 17 heads of the Katkong clan raised their heads, revealing expressions of apprehension, yet they continued to growl softly. At this moment, the palm suddenly flashed with purple light, spreading towards the radiance below, enveloping the Katkong clan. Immediately, the Katkong's body seemed to become transparent, its interior clearly visible. If Wang Lin hadn't been swallowed at this moment, he could clearly see that 9 of the 17 heads contained shards of broken pottery. The purple light slowly faded, and the palm print also vanished, as if it had never appeared. The wariness in the 17 heads of the Katkong clan gradually disappeared. On its neck, a mass of flesh and blood began to move, and finally, with a loud bang, a branch 100 feet long shot out, ahead at the top of which was Wang Lin. At this moment, on a moon outside the Vermilion Bird Star, in a very ordinary mountain, Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged inside a formation of immortal energy. His body trembled, and he opened his eyes wide, his expression one of astonishment. Zhaikong! Wang Lin took a deep breath. He hadn't expected that his clone, who was about to go and witness the power of Thak-Sam, would die in the mouth of Zhaikong before even encountering Thak-Sam. Although the beast's divine abilities displayed earlier were very powerful, I was still able to withstand them and even decapitate one of its heads. However, thinking about it now, the reason for all this was that this beast hadn't yet unleashed its true divine abilities. It must have been somewhat hesitant before Wang Lin's eyes appeared the palm print on the forehead of the 1,000-foot-tall head, along with the death energy handprints that appeared when Zhaikong unleashed its heaven-devouring divine ability. Perhaps it's sealed. If it unleashes its true divine power, it will stimulate the seal's strength. That enormous, 1,000-foot-tall head it finally conjured up. It's truly terrifying. Mighty speed talismans can rival the speed of a late-stage Shattered Nirvana cultivator, but under this gravitational pull, they surprisingly have no power at all. Wang Lin silently gazed ahead, lost in thought. After a long while, he sighed, muttering with a bitter smile, Wang Lin, your current cultivation level is still insignificant in this world. You must be cautious in everything. A bitter expression appeared on Wang Lin's face. In the demon spirit land, he fought Void Master during the day and Heavenly Fortune Master at night, then dreamt of ancient times fighting the ancient demon, and later became the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor, rescuing the Azure Dragon and awakening the immortal Emperor Qinglin. Wang Lin's cultivation had increased exponentially, especially after becoming the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor, when he devised every scheme to instigate attacks onto Shen. All these things gave him a feeling of having everything under control, and because he could confront a shattered Nirvana cultivator, he unconsciously became somewhat complacent. Looking at Qikong, if he had been as cautious as before, he would absolutely not have attempted to harm the opponent when he still had a chance to escape, thus falling into the fate of being devoured by the opponent. The death of his clone seemed like a warning, a harsh blow to Wang Lin's head, instantly shattering the complacency in his heart, leaving not a trace of it remaining. The feeling of death in that moment was incredibly real, allowing Wang Lin to experience the taste of death for the second time in his life. With a bitter feeling, Wang Lin pondered for a long time. When he finally looked up, his expression was solemn, revealing caution. He clasped his hands together, pointed to his forehead, and immediately a primordial spirit appeared. Just like before, he once again condensed the surrounding rubble into a clone. His primordial spirit merged into it, and in a flash, it disappeared into the mountain. This immortal technique requires a lot of immortal power, and moreover, if I have more clones, it will greatly affect my primordial spirit. This second clone is obviously the limit. Wang Lin closed his eyes, silently meditating, focusing his mind on the clone. Using the technique of shrinking the ground into inches, Wang Lin returned to the Vermilion Bird Star, without stopping, directly entering the ancient god land. He took a deep breath before the entrance and stepped inside. With the same caution he possessed as a Foundation establishment cultivator back then, Wang Lin traversed the void, quickly reaching the entrance to the vortex. He extended his right hand, grasping at the void, and retrieved a flying sword. He concentrated his divine consciousness on it, controlling the sword to fly directly into the vortex. As soon as the sword entered, he immediately felt a sandstorm. Earth Gate! Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he leapt into the vortex. Before him appeared a vast expanse of land swept by swirling dust and wind. This sight brought him a sigh of relief. Wang Lin was extremely wary of Zhekong. If he encountered him again, he would likely abandon his clone, forego understanding the power of Thaksam, and flee immediately. Although he was familiar with the Earthgate, he still had to be cautious. He proceeded cautiously, avoiding the places where he had discovered the danger years ago, spending a day searching for the next entrance and entering. Along the way, Wang Lin followed the principle of caution, passing through familiar places from the past, slowly advancing towards the depths of the ancient god land. He encountered many cultivators along the way. On the fifth day, Wang Lin entered the final layer of the ancient god land that he knew from years ago, only to find it was another void. As soon as he entered, Wang Lin immediately sensed a fluctuation of divine power, constantly swirling around him, accompanied by the resounding clash of shattered magical artifacts. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated. Within this void were many cultivators. At this moment, not far ahead of Wang Lin, more than 10 cultivators were engaged in battle with an old man in red robes. The old man in red robes had a weathered expression. He didn't need any hand seals, simply waving his hand to unleash a torrent of divine power. The divine powers he displayed were unlike anything he had ever seen before, imbued with the essence of time. Upon seeing this old man, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He vaguely remembered that this person was the ancient refinement cultivator from within the blood sea of Chusan. His current cultivation level was not much different from that of a late-stage Nirvana cultivator. The cultivators fighting the old man each had an ancient coffin beside them. At this moment, these coffins had opened, and a group of puppets made from corpses swirled around, becoming the main force attacking the old man. Although the old man was alone, the battle was extremely fierce, with more than 10 corpses floating around. Beside the battle, 7 or 8 cultivators stood. These cultivators were all from the Yin sect, led by a young man in black. The young man in black stared intently at the red-robed old man, occasionally pointing his right hand, causing the Yin sect disciples surrounding the old man to change their formation. Wang Lin's appearance immediately attracted the attention of those on both sides. The old man in the red robe glanced at Wang Lin, his eyes instantly blazing with red light. The people of the Yin sect also saw Wang Lin, but they obviously didn't know his identity. The leading young man in black coldly glanced at Wang Lin, raised his right hand, and two disciples of the Yin sect immediately rushed towards Wang Lin. Fellow Taoist, this is a battle between our Yin sect and this ancient Czech cultivator. Please move elsewhere. One of the two Yin sect disciples said, bowing. Although his words were polite, his gaze was not friendly. The person beside him was the same, his eyes icy cold. Wang Lin remained calm, nodded, and his body flashed, transforming into a rainbow and flying to one side. The people of the Yin sect saw Wang Lin leave but paid no attention. The young man in black didn't look back either, only staring at the old man in red, his eyes revealing greed. I must obtain the primordial spirit and body of this ancient Czech cultivator. Wang Lin flew along, seeing many cultivators in the void. These cultivators usually gathered in groups of 5 or 3, rarely alone, transforming into streaks of rainbow light in the endless void, seemingly searching for something. Wang Lin also saw a few ancient cultivators from the Blood Sea of Tushen, all surrounded by many cultivators, constantly fighting. Every time Wang Lin approached, someone would come to stop him. Just as the Yin sect said, they appeared polite, but in reality, if Wang Lin took another step, conflict would inevitably ensue. Wang Lin remained calm, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Each time such a situation arose, they chose to leave. The allure of ancient Czech practitioners seemed to truly stir up greed in these people. To obtain the cultivation methods and divine abilities of ancient Czech practitioners, a price had to be paid. These ancient Czech practitioners, although their cultivation levels varied, almost every one of them possessed immense divine abilities. In battle, they could often kill many cultivators working together with just their strength. Moreover, the ancient Czech practitioners Wang Lin saw along the way were all weaklings from the Blood Sea of yesteryear. Wang Lin had traveled through this area for a long time, but had yet to encounter a single truly powerful ancient Czech practitioner. Lai Ti and the powerful cultivators of the Yin sect, I wonder where they've gone. Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, beginning his search. This void was too vast. His divine consciousness couldn't cover the entire area, so he could only search continuously. On the 8th day, Wang Lin suddenly stopped flying and stared intently ahead. He saw a blood-red light appear in the void ahead, accompanied by a rumbling sound in the distance. The blood-red light spread out in all directions like waves, its source unknown, appearing before Wang Lin's eyes. The wave of blood-red light quickly approached, piercing through Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body flickered, his internal energy rapidly circulating, only then neutralizing the strange power within the blood-red light. He retreated more than 10 meters with the blood-red light before stopping. Turning his head, he saw that the wave of blood-red light had already pushed far away. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with brilliance. His body flashed, instantly teleporting towards the rippling surface ahead. Within this blood-red ripple lay the residual power of a formidable divine ability, clearly formed from a battle. Anyone capable of wielding such a powerful divine ability was undoubtedly a top-tier cultivator. Yan Lazy's face turned pale, his eyes fixed on the old man in red robes before him. Even his beard and hair were entirely red, especially his eyes, which were a deep crimson, yet he showed no sign of madness, only a calm, icy demeanor. Beside them, divine energy surged, causing both to retreat 100 feet, standing far away and staring at each other without speaking. The old man in red robes waved his sleeve, and immediately a sea of blood swirled around him, forming a blood dragon that lunged straight towards Yan Lazy. The Blood Sea Dragon, having just appeared, immediately split into 8 heads, becoming a 9-headed blood dragon, roaring with earth-shattering fury as it swiftly approached Yan Lazy. This move again. Yan Lazy instantly retreated, his hands forming a hand seal and striking his forehead. Immediately, a burning bead flew from his head, pointing forward. In an instant, the bead burst forth, transforming into a raging sea of fire that surged towards the 9-headed dragon. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the old man in the red robe took a step forward, his entire body like a red lightning bolt, piercing through the blood dragon and the sea of fire. Directly approaching Yan Lazy, his right hand fiercely striking down. Yan Lazy, already prepared, retreated, spitting out an object that transformed into a fragment, suddenly growing wildly, becoming a fragment of a continent from the immortal realm. With a loud bang, the old man in the red robe's palm struck the fragment. His body recoiled backward, coldly staring at Yenlazi, his hands forming a hand sill and waving in for directions. Immediately, a look of agony appeared on his face. Countless blood vessels instantly appeared on his skin, looking extremely ferocious, sending chills down people's spines. Yenlazi and this ancient cultivator had been fighting for a day, yet neither had gained the upper hand. Seeing the blood vessels appearing on his opponent's skin, Yenlazi's mind was shaken, his expression becoming wary. He extended his right hand, clawing at the void, and a storage space appeared before him, from which he retrieved a fan. This fan was entirely white, seemingly made of jade. As soon as the fan appeared, the blood vessels covering the red-robed old man's body burst open one after another, blood gushing from his entire body. With low, beastly growls, the old man's body swelled up, and fierce blue veins bulged from within, making him look inhuman. He instantly moved, aiming for Yenlazi. Yenlazi's expression turned serious. He held the fan and retreated to the side, intending to strike, but in that instant, his steps suddenly halted, his expression showing reverence as he retracted the fan. In front of the old man in the red robe, a streak of blood-red light was rushing forward. From within the void, an ancient arm suddenly emerged, raising its index finger and gently pointing forward. This seemingly random point appeared to be something the old man in the red robe had deliberately thrown, his forehead touching the ancient finger. The old man's body froze, and the finger, as if piercing a sheet of paper, easily shattered the skull at his forehead, piercing through it. With a loud bang, the old man's head exploded, transforming into a screen of blood-red light that scattered wildly in all directions. Even his trembling body collapsed. From the void emerged an old man in black robes. The old man calmly surveyed his surroundings, his eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. I never expected him to actually be hiding here. Greetings, Venerable. Yenlazi bowed respectfully, saying, such a commotion couldn't even make him appear. What exactly is he? The old man in black frowned and murmured, Venerable before. Outside the vermilion bird star, there was a magical artifact and a saying Yenlazi was actually completely against coming here. But the arrangements made him dare not object. It seemed that a terrifying existence was hidden here. The old man pondered for a moment, then sighed and shook his head. Infinite Son, what exactly do you want to do? At this moment, within the blood sea of the ancient god land atop a massive stone pillar, Thaxam, who had been sitting cross-legged, slowly rose to his feet, gazing up at the blood-red sky, a ferocious smile playing on his lips. Now, I can kill enough. With a maniacal laugh, Thaxam took a step forward, tearing a rift in the air with his right hand. Immediately, a 10,000-foot-long tear appeared in the blood-red sky, revealing a pitch-black expanse the vast majority of cultivators currently present. Within the endless blood sea beneath this blood-colored world, hundreds of cultivators were seated. At this moment, they all opened their eyes wide and frantically soared into the air. As Thaxam's words echoed through the air, within this blood-red world, the endless sea of blood on the ground immediately erupted in furious roars, the waves surging like a tidal wave. Thaxam's red hair fluttered, a ferocious smile on his face as he raised his right hand and tore at the sky. A deafening roar resounded, and the crack in the blood-red sky widened several times over, almost stretching across the entire sky. The scene was like a sack being torn in half. In that instant, the figures of a group of cultivators within the sea of blood, like rainbows, soared into the sky, and under Thaxam's command, they glided past him and vanished into the void. Thaxam unleashed a claw attack backward, the blood water roaring with earth-shattering force, seemingly engulfed by an unimaginable power. Amidst the rumbling, this endless sea of blood suddenly rose from the ground, soaring straight up into the rift in the air. As it approached, the sea of blood stirred, unexpectedly transforming into a blood dragon thousands of feet long. The dragon's immense size could obscure the sky, following the ancient cultivators leaping into the rift with a roar. Simultaneously, within this void, as many cultivators jumped in, a bloody storm erupted. All of this happened simply because, as these ancient cultivators emerged from the rift, Thaxam's words echoed in their ears. I want this land of the ancient gods to be drenched in blood. These ancient cultivators are not weaklings. It's just that the seals of Thaxam still exist within their bodies, preventing them from fully unleashing their cultivation. After all, the countless seals in Sam's body back then usually required several cultivators working together to disperse and remove even one. Rarely did anyone manage to withstand a single seal alone. However, over the past 1,000 years, as the power of the seals weakened, the Blood Sea world continuously declined, and Sam's escape process became faster and faster. Therefore, the seals on his body weakened, leading to the seals on the cultivators who helped him disperse them also gradually weakening. Thus, the cultivation emanating from them far surpasses what Wang Lin experienced when he first arrived here. A crimson light permeated the void, and a group of ancient cultivators emerged from the sea of blood, like flying dragons, their eyes filled with bloodlust and absolute composure. Following Sam's command, they unleashed a massacre within the void. Any cultivator they saw, regardless of their origin, became prey for these red-robed ancient cultivators. If it were just them, perhaps this place, teeming with cultivators, wouldn't have caused such a bloodbath. But the blood dragon formed from the sea of blood possessed earth-shattering divine power. Its appearance instantly filled the void with overwhelming pressure. The blood dragon's body was enormous, tens of thousands of feet long, seemingly boundless from afar. At close range, it would cause one's heart to tremble. Cultivators before it were like ants. This blood dragon roared incessantly as it moved through the void. Normally, with a slight movement of its body, a blood-red light would surge forth, illuminating the void, accompanied by resounding sound waves. It didn't need to display any divine abilities. Relying solely on unimaginable speed, a single charge could cause all the cultivators in front to collapse and die. At this moment, within the void, a group of cultivators from the Yin sect were surrounding an ancient red-robed chair-refining master, locked in fierce combat, when a towering crimson light suddenly erupted in the distance. Before anyone could react, a raging storm swept in. The cultivators' bodies were unsteady, and as they staggered backward, a gigantic red dragon, large enough to cover the sky, suddenly appeared. No one could discern how this dragon appeared. Its speed was too great. Just as the cultivators' pupils contracted, the colossal dragon lunged forward. With a deafening roar, the cultivators in front had no time to dodge, their bodies struck by the enormous dragon. They were instantly struck as if by a cultivation star, and with a loud bang, their entire bodies shattered. Just as they were about to turn into a pile of mangled flesh, they exploded again, becoming a mist of blood. Even their souls couldn't escape, being sucked into the blood dragon's body by a strange force. The remaining cultivators wanted to retreat, but in their eyes, this blood-red light overpowered everything, sweeping past their bodies as the dragon charged forward. At the same time, the gigantic dragon appeared before the eyes of all the remaining cultivators. This was the last image they would see in their lives. The dragon swept over the bodies of these cultivators, causing them to collapse and die one after another. All of this takes a long time to describe, but in reality, it only took 3 breaths. A blood mist surged towards this place, and from afar, the rumbling sound of the blood dragon's feet could still be heard. Not only the Yin sect, but all the cultivators from other forces on their way here. If they encountered the blood dragon, none would survive. They would all collapse and die, their souls absorbed by the blood dragon. With unimaginable speed, the blood dragon rampaged in the void, and the number of cultivators killed by it had already exceeded 1,000. Its body grew even larger, exceeding 10,000 feet, and from afar, its oppressive power was terrifying. It paused for a moment, then, amidst a roar, flew straight into the inner circle of the void. This speed was extremely fast. Only flashes of blood could be seen, not the dragon's form clearly. Deep within the void, the 8 kings of the Yin sect transformed into 8 streaks of rainbow light. Before them, 4 ancient cultivators were fleeing at breakneck speed, but no matter what, they could not escape the pursuit of the 8 behind them. These 8 kings of the Yin sect looked a mix of young and old, but without exception, their expressions were icy cold, their complexions pale, like those of the dead. Yet, the cultivation power they unleashed was earth-shattering. Along the way, these 8 remained inseparable. Whenever they encountered an ancient cultivator, they were instantly sealed and captured. At this moment, the 4 ancient cultivators ahead of them, before they could get far, felt their bodies convulse strangely, their speed immediately decreasing. Finally, one of the 8 kings of the Yin sect waved his sleeve, and all 4 ancient cultivators were captured. But at this moment, a blood-red light suddenly surged from afar, causing the 8 people's expressions to change instantly as they simultaneously looked up. With their cultivation levels, they could naturally see a gigantic, ferocious blood dragon roaring and charging towards them with just a glance. This blood dragon was so massive that even the 8 people's pupils contracted upon seeing it. Deploy the 4th formation of the yin-yang array. A purple-haired old man among the 8 immediately roared. Without hesitation, these 8 people all sat cross-legged on the ground, their hands forming a hand seal as they looked forward and raised their fists. Acting simultaneously, a chilling aura suddenly emanated from their bodies. This aura surged wildly, instantly transforming into a block of black ice. This block of ice continued to grow, reaching nearly 100 feet in a flash, becoming a gigantic ice figure. As soon as this giant formed, the 8 people in the area around its belly suddenly moved. One remained in the belly, one moved to the left arm, one to the right arm, two to the legs, one to the chest, and the last two sat cross-legged deep within the ice figure's head, becoming its eyes. In that instant, these 2 giants emitted a dark light, as if they had suddenly awakened from a deep sleep. An unimaginable surge of energy immediately erupted from their bodies. At this moment, the blood dragon in the distance roared, a whirlwind sweeping across. The blood dragon directly collided with the giant ice figure. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering sounds quickly spread outwards from this spot, shaking the entire void. At this moment, all the cultivators in the void felt the tremors in the heavens and earth, and looked into the distance in fear. The blood dragon and the ice figure collided, and amidst the furious roars, the giant grabbed the dragon's mouth with both hands, his body constantly retreating backward, falling back more than 1,000 feet. A continuous rumbling sound echoed, and large cracks appeared all over the giant ice figure's body. Especially the 2 people sitting cross-legged in his hand spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, their expressions becoming even more ferocious. With a low growl, the giant ice figure took a step backward with his right foot. With a loud crash, the ice on the right leg shattered into large chunks, but it didn't collapse completely, only stopping its retreat. Just as all 8 people inside the ice figure simultaneously let out a low growl, their hands forming a hand seal, an immense power surged from within. It seized the 10,000-foot-long blood dragon and forcefully hurled it to the side. Instantly, the blood dragon was thrown outwards with a roar. But it didn't stop. After being thrown, its tail swept across, heading straight for the giant ice figure. And in an instant, it roared and approached. A rumbling sound echoed again, and the giant ice figure retreated once more cracks appearing all over its body. The blood dragon surged forward again, its speed unchanged despite the close distance, directly charging forward and colliding with the giant ice figure once more. A continuous rumbling sound reverberated, and the giant ice figure retreated further, shattering into a large shank. The faces of the 8 people inside grew even more grim. At this moment, the old man sitting inside the giant's belly, his eyes flashing with a sinister light, softly shouted, "Deploy the 3rd yin-yang formation." His voice echoed within the giant's body, reaching the ears of the other 7. At that very moment, the blood dragon lunged forward again, and the giant ice figure, like a kite with a broken string, was instantly flung far away. The blood dragon's head had become dull, clearly showing signs of exhaustion after the repeated collisions. However, the blood dragon, radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence, its eyes blazing red, charged forward once more, seemingly determined not to let the ice figure collapse. Thrown back, the giant ice figure immediately wrapped its arms around itself, knelt down, and transformed into a spherical form like a pearl. Its entire body rapidly fused with ice, instantly transforming from the 4th yin formation to the 3rd. What appeared before the blood dragon was no longer a giant, but a massive sphere. Most terrifyingly, countless ice spikes suddenly appeared on the surface of this sphere, emitting a dark, ominous light, clearly containing potent poison. At this moment, Wang Lin stood within the void, his expression grim, his figure like a rainbow. Behind him, 3 ancient red-robed cultivators, their faces filled with murderous intent and icy coldness, relentlessly pursued him. As soon as the blood dragon launched itself, the sphere didn't retreat either. Under the control of the 8 kings of the yin sex seal, it flew straight towards the blood dragon, carrying a chilling yin energy. The 2 sides drew closer and closer, and in an instant, they violently collided. A deafening roar resounded continuously. The moment the sphere struck the blood dragon, it was as if a cultivation star had been shaken, instantly shattering and exploding into 8 pieces of mystical ice. But immediately after the explosion, an extremely powerful attack erupted from within the sphere, directly striking the blood dragon's head. The blood dragon roared in anger, its voice laced with pain, its massive body trembling as it frantically retreated. Its body, originally formed from a sea of blood and crimson, was now surrounded by a dark, shimmering light. Wherever this light passed, a cracking sound echoed, and the blood dragon seemed to be completely frozen. In the distance, the blood dragon swiftly fled, the lingering echoes of its agonizing roar still reverberating in all directions. The 8 ice blocks that had separated from the sphere began to melt, revealing the kings of the Yin sect. However, the middle-aged man who emerged from the 7th ice block spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, a crack appearing on his forehead, instantly extending across his entire body, seemingly splitting him in two. In just half a moment, his body collapsed with a thunderous crash, a blast of icy energy escaping from within, transforming into a human form, silently observing the 7 people around him. This body couldn't withstand that power. As soon as he spoke, one of the 7 old men grabbed at the void. After a storage space appeared, a coffin with purple carved patterns immediately flew out. The figure formed from condensed cold air flashed, piercing through the coffin and entering inside. A moment later, the coffin lid burst open with a loud bang, and from within, a boy of about 8 years old slowly stirred and sat up, nodding to the 7 people beside him. Chase after it, the old man who had just removed the coffin said firmly. Without hesitation, all 8 transformed into streaks of rainbow light and flew swiftly towards the place where the blood dragon had fled. Meanwhile, Wang Lin, who had previously searched for traces of the blood-red ripples, went directly to the source of the ripples. However, upon arriving, he found nothing, only a terrifying residual power flickering throughout the heavens and earth, as if an extremely fierce battle of divine abilities had taken place there. Wang Lin didn't linger there long, immediately changing direction. But before he could go far, he clearly sensed an infinitely powerful tremor spreading out from within this void. This tremor was unfamiliar to others, but Wang Lin clearly remembered that when Descent's Sea of Blood escaped years ago, a similar tremor had appeared within this void. Soon after, this tremor dissipated, but another tremor appeared within the void. Soon after, this tremor subsided, but more than 100 extremely powerful auras emerged within the void. Wang Lin's scalp tingled as he unleashed his full speed, flying away from the source of those auras. But at this moment, suddenly, in the distance, within the void, 3 red figures flashed into view. They spotted Wang Lin at a glance and pursued him relentlessly. These 3 crimson figures were all ancient Che practitioners, 2 of whom were equivalent to the early stage of pure nirvana. The third had the highest cultivation, having reached the late stage of pure nirvana, just 1 step away from shattered nirvana. Without hesitation, Wang Lin grabbed at the void with his right hand, and immediately a yellow talisman appeared in the storage space in front of him, which he affixed to his chest. Instantly, a whirlwind rose from his body, engulfing him and transforming him into a blur as he rushed forward. The distance widened slightly, and Wang Lin's expression turned grim. He knew that the tremor just now was clearly caused by many ancient Che practitioners flying out from the Blood Sea world. The cultivation of these ancient Che practitioners was vastly different from his own back then. This was illogical. But considering the existence of Faxam, Wang Lin couldn't consider any of this. Sam Waterfall, he must be about to escape. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind. After a short while, his divine consciousness swept across the area, and he immediately frowned. Those 3 ancient cultivators, using some unknown method, had unexpectedly increased their speed considerably. Although the distance between them and Wang Lin was growing, they quickly closed the gap again. 2 early-stage pure nirvana cultivators, 1 complete-stage pure nirvana cultivator. After running for a while, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. If he continued to be pursued by these 3 and encountered the ancient cultivators ahead who were attacking him from both sides, it would be extremely dangerous. His divine consciousness swept everywhere, his eyes flashed, and he stopped, standing still. He turned around, his hands forming a hand seal, his eyes filled with cold light. In an instant, an illusion of a volcano continuously swirled around Wang Lin's body. The hand seals in his hands merged with the immortal power in his body, and the illusory volcanoes all around materialized even faster, eventually almost becoming real. But with a wave of his sleeve, Wang Lin's hands caused all these volcanoes to disappear. This place is dangerous. We must fight quickly. As Wang Lin looked up, 3 streaks of rainbow light roared towards him from afar. In front was the old man in red robes, whose cultivation was equivalent to the peak of the pure nirvana realm. This old man was the fastest, rushing forward with a roar. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, took a step back, raised his right hand and pointed forward, softly shouting, "Freeze!" With the word freeze, a sudden descent of heaven and earth rules followed. The old man in red robes, at the peak of the pure nirvana realm, immediately felt countless thin threads appear, wrapping around him, and his body instantly stopped. Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the early stage of the pure nirvana realm, and the use of the body freezing technique immediately produced a backlash. But he could suppress the intensity of this recoil force, and his body immediately retreated. The old man at the peak of the nirvana realm paused, but the 2 old men behind him were also flying very fast. At this moment, the 2 old men immediately rushed forward. As soon as they were within 100 yards of Wang Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent. He formed a hand seal and pointed forward, shouting, "Mountain!" As soon as he spoke, he immediately rushed towards the 2 old men, and 2 volcanoes immediately flew out with a thunderous roar. A vast and surging power instantly filled the surroundings. The 2 old men's expressions changed, and they were about to change direction. But in reality, this place had already been arranged by Wang Lin. No matter where these 2 old men were, as long as they entered within 100 yards, they would encounter the divine immortal technique of mountain collapse. Ice! Without giving these 2 old men any chance, almost as soon as Wang Lin retreated, he immediately roared. A deafening roar immediately erupted as the 2 volcanoes collapsed, a massive amount of lava raining down, creating a destructive force. Following the ice mountain, the 2 volcanoes exploded, generating a shockwave that spread in all directions. The power of the ice mountain was enough to give Wang Lin an absolute advantage over cultivators of the same level. At this moment, amidst the rumbling, the 2 old men were battered, spitting out fresh blood, and immediately retreating. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. As the 2 old men retreated, he took a step forward, transforming into a dazzling beam of light that directly struck the old man's forehead. The old man, already severely wounded by the ice mountain, now trembled all over, his body collapsing with a loud crash, turning into a mass of disintegrating flesh and blood. However, before dying, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Seeing that smile, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he stepped back, intending to quickly finish off the other person. But at this moment, a sudden, powerful sense of danger surged through Wang Lin's mind. His pupils contracted, abandoning his intention to kill, and with unbelievable speed, he teleported back. Just as he moved away, in the distance, a blood-red light filled the sky, and the blood dragon, severely wounded by the combined attack of the 8 kings of the underworld, roared and charged forward. More than half of its body had now turned into blue ice, a terrifying sight. But its speed didn't decrease. On the contrary, it was even faster than before, rushing closer and sweeping past Wang Lin. The fierce scale struck his face, causing Wang Lin's body to tremble and flash. A cracking sound emanating from within, and a crack appeared on his chest. His stone clone was injured. As he looked up, the blood dragon had already moved far away. In front of Wang Lin, whether it was the old man at the peak of the pure nirvana realm who had been bound by the body-fixing technique, or the early-stage nirvana cultivator injured by the ice mountain, they had all disappeared. A powerful chill surged from Wang Lin's body, and his eyes showed fear. But thinking of the blue ice blocks continuously spreading on the blood dragon's body, Wang Lin immediately teleported backward, deploying his full speed to flee from his previous location. With his intelligence, he guessed at a glance that the blood dragon was probably injured and was now fleeing, obviously being pursued from behind. Wang Lin did not want to encounter a cultivator capable of pursuing this blood dragon without being prepared. Shortly after he retreated, 8 streaks of rainbow light roared past, heading straight towards the fleeing blood dragon. Within one of the rainbows, a proud middle-aged man glanced at Wang Lin in the distance, let out a soft ah, but didn't stop. In an instant, he and the other 7 rainbows vanished into the void. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He grabbed at the void with his right hand, and a storage space immediately appeared beside him. He took out a talisman made of animal skin, affixed it to his chest, and charged forward. His speed reached the peak of his 1,000 years of cultivation, flying straight ahead. He vaguely sensed that Sam would appear. The blood dragon flew swiftly, roaring incessantly. More than half of its body was frozen, and the blue light continuously emanating from it made it extremely furious. At this moment, with its fastest speed, it headed towards the center of this void. Upon arriving at this place, the blood dragon stopped, and ancient words slowly emanated from its mouth, instantly enveloping the surroundings with an aura of desolation. Suddenly, the blood dragon opened its mouth wide and let out an earth-shattering roar. Under this roar, a power of time emanated from its mouth, instantly engulfing the entire void. The concept of time is a kind of rule. Tens of thousands of living beings in heaven and earth can grasp this rule, but the underlying meaning is what is perceived. Back on Vermilion Bird Star, Wang Lin once met someone whose understanding was the concept of time. At that time, Wang Lin felt the immense power of this concept of time. Even Cloud Sparrow was very interested in it. It could be said that only that one person on Vermilion Bird Star possessed such a concept. Now, the blood dragon's words echoed, and the power of time unexpectedly appeared within him. This power was countless times greater than the concept of time, completely incomparable, clearly having become a rule. This rule was determined by the blood dragon's display of this divine ability. Under the overwhelming influence of this rule of time, the entire void was enveloped. Within the void, a group of Luocha cultivators were slowly flying, cautiously observing their surroundings. There were dozens of them. As long as they didn't encounter an overly powerful ancient artifact, they could stand firm within this void. But at this moment, the power of time swirled around them, penetrating their bodies. Among them, a young man with the weakest cultivation level immediately trembled. He appeared to be in his early 20s, though not his actual age. His appearance was exactly like that. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if a wave of cold energy was rising from within him. Gradually, wrinkles appeared on his smooth skin, overlapping one another. He felt incredibly tired and his cultivation seemed to stagnate. All of this happened in a short time. The young man seemed mesmerized, hearing screams seemingly coming from afar. Within these screams lay a deep fear. He stood there stunned, intending to turn his head, but his body was numb, making even turning difficult. What's wrong with me? His vision blurred, no longer clear as before, as if veiled by a mist. He slowly raised his right hand, rubbing his eyes gently, trying to dispel the mist. This action was somewhat effective. His vision cleared, and he saw that all his companions had moved away, their eyes filled with fear and terror. He saw the woman he intended to spend his life with, now standing there, startled and terrified. His hands were wrinkled and covered in brown spots. Here, the young man's body trembled even more, struggling to raise his hand, touching his face, and opening his mouth. A sound of panic seemed to emanate from his mouth, but at this moment, this sound was forever buried within his body, never to reappear. Because his eyes had lost all vitality, his entire body, in the eyes of his companions around him, was constantly aging. His hair fell out, his teeth dropped, his bones crumbled, and finally it seemed even the strength to bear the weight of his skin was gone, turning to dust. His body shrank, and he died instantly. This bizarre scene caused complete silence all around. The cultivators who witnessed this had no time to mourn. Then, a woman in the group showed signs of aging. Very quickly, this aging became contagious, affecting all the cultivators. It seemed that at this moment, the heavens had instantly revoked their status as cultivators, stripping them of their right to live for hundreds, even thousands of years. These 10 or so cultivators were just a small part of the scene. Within the entire void, such phenomena were constantly occurring. All cultivators, regardless of their origin, were unable to escape the descent of the rules of time. Only those of the Shattered Nirvana stage could resist. However, there weren't many Shattered Nirvana cultivators. Every time a cultivator died within the cycle of time, an invisible stream of energy would surge from their body, rapidly moving towards the center of the void. Gradually, within this void, these streams of energy seemed to become a part of heaven and earth. Now, with each movement, they instantly entered the body of the blood dragon wielding the time-based divine power at the center of the void. As the monk continued to die, the aura grew stronger and stronger, constantly merging into the blood dragon's body. Very quickly, the blue ice sheets on the blood dragon's body began to crumble, its body seemingly regaining new life, causing the ice sheets to crack and shatter. The 8 kings of the Yin sect, unaffected by this divine power of time, their figures like rainbows drawing ever closer to the blood dragon. In the opposite direction, Yanlazi respectfully followed the old man in black, moving forward with him. The old man in black's footsteps were not fast, but with each step, the void beneath him frantically contracted, as if wanting to shrink the boundless heaven and earth to just an inch. This was not the technique of merging into heaven and earth, but the technique of shrinking into nothingness. There was no need to merge into heaven and earth. His current location was the heaven and earth itself, the entire world reduced to just an inch. He wasn't in a hurry to move forward, so each step maintained a steady pace, like clouds drifting and water flowing. The reverence in Yanlazi's eyes deepened. He was behind the old man, naturally enveloped in that strange divine power. As soon as the rule of time covered the area, Wang Lin also sensed its presence. However, his body was originally made of rock that had existed since the moon's birth, its existence to the present day immeasurable. The power of time enveloped his entire body. Even if more time passed, without wind, rock would still remain rock. Calmly advancing, Wang Lin saw the cultivators on all sides turn into nothingness under the power of time, all dissolving into smoke. Without the identity of a cultivator, without divine power, we are ultimately just ordinary mortals, Wang Lin thought to himself, but his speed did not slow down. If my true self were here today, under these rules of time, I would be just like them, becoming a part of nothingness. Unexpectedly, a cultivator, having practiced the Tao for thousands and tens of thousands of years, understanding the rules of heaven and earth, is sometimes even inferior to a rock. Wang Lin shook his head, witnessing everything before him. And suddenly he had a new understanding of the word Tao. The blood dragon at the center of the void absorbed countless breaths of those who died under the rules of time. The blue ice blocks on its body finally collapsed with a loud crash. Its boundless body rose, letting out a roar towards the void. In this roar, a massive vortex immediately appeared above it. This vortex was also enormous, thousands of feet in diameter, constantly spinning, its rumbling sounds echoing in all directions. A cold, icy voice slowly emanated from within the vortex, filling the void. I am waiting for you to come here. As soon as this voice rang out, the old man in black approaching from afar suddenly stopped, his eyes showing a solemn expression. Behind him, Yanlazi remained silent. He had heard this voice twice before, only this time it was even clearer, and contained an overwhelming madness. This kind of madness disregarded rules and defied the heavenly Tao, but to Yanlazi's ears, the other party didn't seem to be speaking without a hint of falsehood. The power outside the vermilion bird star was enough to fuel this madness. The 8 kings of the Yin sect also stopped at that moment, gazing at the swirling vortex in the distance, becoming pensive. But very quickly, their eyes lit up with varying degrees of glint and greed. Wang Lin also heard this voice. He stopped, looked up, and his eyes revealed an unyielding spirit. No matter how strong this Thaksam was, no matter how many hardships lay ahead, if Thaksam wanted to kill him, he would absolutely not bow down. Many want to kill me, but I'm still alive. Wang Lin's lips curled into a cold smile as he raised his foot and moved forward again. The words he had just spoken were true. At this moment, within the void, not only were a few people in the center still alive, but also several shattered nirvana cultivators, after resisting the silent rules of time, were approaching from various directions within the void. At a remaining passage outside this void, those cultivators who hadn't entered the void were fortunate enough to avoid these rules of time and were still alive. In this ancient god land, besides the void, there was another place. This place could even be said to not belong to the land of the ancient gods, because this place, in fact, is the land of the ancient gods. These words are somewhat contradictory, but in reality, this land of the ancient gods on the vermilion bird star has only one entrance. The land of the ancient gods that this entrance leads to is not part of the spatial rift of this star domain. This rift is enormous, large enough to accommodate the colossal body of an 8-star ancient god. Whether it's the void or the entrance, in reality, it's all within the body of this ancient god. Just like now, Wang Lin, the 8 kings of the Yin sect, and the old man in black, their location is inside the chest of the ancient god. And within this silent spatial rift, the body of the ancient god has lain here for countless years, within the 4th of the 8 dim star points on his forehead. If magnified countless times, one can see, deep within, a person sitting cross-legged. This man was a middle-aged scholar with an ordinary appearance, but an air of arrogance about him. He sat there seemingly for a long time, remaining completely motionless. His name was Wuji Z. The voice of Thaksam echoed in the void, accompanied by the roar of the blood dragon. It stood outside the vortex like a ferocious beast guarding it. This alone revealed Thaksam's madness. Otherwise, the blood dragon wouldn't have opened the vortex, creating an entrance to the blood-colored world. The old man in black hadn't yet intervened, standing there watching the blood dragon, lost in thought. Vimlaiti's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward, transforming into a rainbow, instantly closing in on the blood dragon. In the distance, the 8 kings of the Thim sect, without hesitation, charged towards the blood dragon like 8 swords. The blood dragon's eyes showed vigilance. The bizarre formation of these 8 had previously caused it great pain. Now, amidst the roars, the dragon flashed, ignoring Vimlaiti and lunging straight at the 8 members of the Thim sect to devour them. Its speed was incredibly fast, leaving a blur of afterimages. The 8 kings of the Yin sect instantly dispersed, circling the blood dragon from all sides. Their hands formed incantations, and various divine abilities transformed, striking towards the blood dragon. Yen Lazy approached, raising his right hand. In front of him, a sea of fire erupted, unexpectedly transforming into a fire dragon that lunged at the blood dragon, engaging in a fierce battle. At the same time, Yen Lazy's left hand clawed into the void, instantly pulling out a bell from his storage space. This bell, crafted from white bone and covered in metal, instantly emitted a resounding tung-tung sound. Although the sound wasn't clear, it immediately sent ripples surging towards the blood dragon. The blood dragon's eyes flashed with bloodlust. Its pupils, originally only 2, split into in an instant, as if secretly employing some divine ability. In an instant, 8 pairs of pupils appeared in the blood dragon's eyes. A sudden sense of danger arose in the hearts of Yen Lazy and the 8 kings of the Yin sect. However, all 9 of them were powerful cultivators, their cultivation surpassing the peak of the shattered Nirvana realm. They had naturally experienced the 3 declines of heaven and man, and their long lives had given them extremely rich combat experience. At this moment, upon sensing the danger, they neither dodged nor retreated, but decided to attack. But all powerful techniques have their weakest moments. This was a lesson many had learned over countless years. At this moment, as he charged forward, Yen Lazy's right hand struck his forehead, and instantly 45 fragments flew out from above his head. In the space above him, they frantically transformed and expanded, instantly becoming 45 fragments of the Thunder Immortal Realm, covering the heavens and earth. The power of the Thunder Immortal Realm, the heaven-shattering divine technique. Flame Thunder Sun's hands moved continuously, and the 45 fragments of the continent instantly rotated with a rumbling sound, pressing down towards the blood dragon. The oppressive force seemed to carry a sign of heavenly tribulation, causing the surrounding void to tremble, creating countless small indentations in the blood sea surrounding the blood dragon. The 8 kings of the Yin sect, their Yin spirits interconnected, simultaneously formed hand seals, transforming into 8 condensing rainbows. In an instant, the 3rd Yin formation that had previously injured the blood dragon once again unleashed its Yin-cold energy. 100-foot-wide black ice sphere appeared, and 8 people sat cross-legged inside, raising their hands. The ice sphere immediately flashed with a dark light, and countless sharp ice pillars instantly appeared on its surface, hurtling straight towards the blood dragon. The pupils in the blood dragon's eyes contracted sharply, and suddenly one of the 8 pairs of pupils magnified infinitely, instantly obscuring the others and occupying the entire space in the blood dragon's eyes. In that instant, the entire void suddenly turned pitch black. This darkness was so intense that even one's consciousness couldn't leave their body. Almost no one could see clearly in this sudden. All that could be heard was the deafening, earth-shattering rumble. The darkness lasted only a breath before it immediately returned. But after it returned, 4 of the 45 fragments of the continent belonging to Yen Lazy unexpectedly shattered, turning into countless that were swept backward. The remaining fragments of the continent were also instantly flung away, retreating. A look of horror appeared on Yen Lazy's face. The ice sphere formed by the formation of the 8 kings of the Yin sect was also attacked by something, shattering with a thunderous roar. The 8 people inside retreated, simultaneously spitting out fresh blood, their icy eyes revealing a look of terror. The old man remained deep in thought, glancing up, frowning, and then continuing his contemplation. There was one thing he couldn't figure out. What was Wujizi's ultimate goal? Could it be to seize the power of the 8-star ancient god? But even the immortal Emperor Qinglin had given up on that. Wujizi, how could you possibly accomplish it? Wang Lin stood far away, gazing at the battlefield before him, not approaching. The sudden appearance of darkness had stirred something in his heart. The sudden danger made him even more hesitant to get too close. However, after seeing the blood dragon a second time, Wang Lin vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. This feeling spread through his heart, making it pound, and Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He obviously saw Yan Lei and also saw the old man in black. The moment he saw this old man, Wang Lin understood that today, before even mentioning to Sen, simply being in front of this blood dragon was absolutely impossible. In the entire area within the blood dragon's eyes, the entire void suddenly turned pitch black. This darkness was so intense that even divine consciousness couldn't leave the body. Almost no one could see clearly in this sudden darkness, only hearing the deafening, earth-shattering rumbling sounds echoing incessantly. The darkness lasted only a breath before immediately returning. But after returning, 4 of Yan Lei's 45 continent fragments unexpectedly shattered, turning into countless that swept backward. The remaining continent fragments were also instantly flung away, retreating. A look of horror appeared on Yan Lei's face. The ice sphere formed by the formation of the 8 kings of the Yin sect shattered with an unknown force. The 8 people inside retreated, simultaneously spitting out fresh blood, their icy eyes revealing terror. The old man remained deep in thought, glancing up, frowning, and then continuing his contemplation. One thing he couldn't figure out was Wujizi's true purpose. Could it be to seize the power of the 8-star ancient gods? But even the immortal Emperor Qinglin had given up on that. Wujizi, how could he possibly accomplish it? Wang Lin stood far away, gazing at the battlefield before him, not approaching. The sudden appearance of darkness had stirred a sense of unease in his heart. The danger had suddenly intensified, making him even more hesitant to get too close. However, the blood dragon, upon seeing it a second time, vaguely gave Wang Lin a feeling of familiarity. This feeling spread through his heart, making it pound, and Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He clearly saw Yan Lei and also the old man in black. Upon seeing this old man, Wang Lin understood that today, before even mentioning the Shen waterfall, simply facing this blood dragon was absolutely impossible. However, the old man was frowning, seemingly deep in thought, not looking at the blood dragon. To be able to make senior brother Qingshu retreat, to be able to open up space with a single divine ability, to possess such a dense primordial force, and to be imbued with all the rules such a person could only be a 3rd-stage cultivator. The blood dragon's eyes had now returned to normal, but the malevolent aura around it hadn't diminished. On the contrary, it had become even more intense. The remaining 7 pupils in its 2 eyes flashed, then suddenly magnified, taking over both eyes. The entire void was once again enveloped in darkness. Within this darkness, Wang Lin immediately felt a strange force of rules swirling around him, pulling at him, seemingly wanting to extract his primordial spirit and merge it into the darkness. The darkness lasted for 2 breaths. After 2 breaths, Wang Lin's eyes showed a dazed expression. His body recoiled several steps, and a cracking sound echoed as 7 more cracks appeared. His face gradually turned black, vaguely revealing the color of rock. Standing closest to the blood dragon, Yan Lei's face was now pale, his body constantly retreating. Fragments of the immortal realm swirled around, and amidst the rumbling sounds, several more shattered pieces. As for the 8 kings of the Yin sect, 2 of them exploded with a loud bang, while the remaining 6 quickly retreated. One of them immediately produced 2 coffins from a storage space, and the 2 disembodied figures quickly entered them. In about half a moment, the 2 coffins crumbled into scattered wood fragments, and 2 old men emerged from within. As the 8 retreated, they formed hand seals, and one of the old men immediately shouted softly, "Yin sect's 2nd formation." As soon as these words were spoken, the 8 men's hand seals quickened, simultaneously unleashing their techniques, their bodies enveloped in a chilling aura. In an instant, a block of dark ice appeared around their bodies. This block of ice was pitch black, completely obscuring the figures of the 8 inside. But immediately, the block of ice transformed into a 100-foot-long greatsword. As soon as the sword appeared, an overwhelming, earth-shattering pressure immediately enveloped the surroundings, transforming into an extremely powerful, agile, and sharp sword energy that seemed capable of piercing through the void, hurtling straight towards the blood dragon. Yan Lazy widened his eyes, bit his right fingertip, and quickly drew a blood-red mark in front of him, then struck forward. The mark instantly flew out, and under the flashing blood-red light, the remaining fragments of the continent around Yan Lazy suddenly scattered, rushing in all directions to envelop the blood dragon, seemingly intending to surround it completely. The blood dragon's eyes showed a look of solemnity, and its 6 remaining pupils flashed. This time, they didn't occupy a single eye, but instead spread out, taking over 2 of its eyes. In an instant, the sky and earth were plunged into darkness again. After 3 breaths, the surroundings brightened once more. The blood dragon obviously also detected Wang Lin, but in its eyes, this cultivator was nothing more than an ant. Under its Dark Knight Divine ability, this cultivator would surely perish before even getting close. In fact, that was indeed the case. As soon as Wang Lin approached within 100 feet of the blood dragon's body, the void was once again enveloped in darkness. But this darkness was completely different from before. This darkness made Wang Lin the first to attract the attention of the old man in black. All of this was because of Wang Lin. He had already comprehended the darkness that enveloped the void several times before. This comprehension had nothing to do with his cultivation, but rather with his own Dark Knight Divine ability. The Dark Knight Divine ability possessed a trace of primordial power, the entirety of the rules of light in heaven and earth. Under this light, all darkness had to dissipate. But in this world, all existence is relative, a result of the ultimate rule. As the void was enveloped by night within Wang Lin's body, in a rare situation where he couldn't feel even a trace of primordial power, he forcibly pushed back the darkness with his cultivation. He didn't seek to kill his enemies, but only this glimmer of the power of the remnant night, which would allow him to survive in the darkness. It seemed eternal. Within the darkness, there was not a single ray of light. For the first and only time, a ray of light appeared. This light was like the rising sun, though insignificant in this darkness. It still appeared. Within this ray of light, Wang Lin felt as if his entire body was being burned, his internal energy burning his primordial spirit. Even his rocky body was being consumed by the intense heat. Under this burning heat, he shattered the darkness before him, traversing a distance of 100 meters, and entered the wound of the terrified blood dragon. As soon as he entered the wound, Wang Lin disregarded the intense, burning sensation his entire body was experiencing from using the technique of the remnant night, and recklessly swung his right hand. The large blood-colored crystal of the blood dragon in front of him instantly vanished, absorbed into his storage space. A look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face, but also a hint of regret. He hadn't expected to obtain the blood essence of the ancient god here. After all, with his knowledge of the ancient god's land, he knew that all the blood essence in the ancient god's body had been seized by Thaksam. Obtaining the blood essence from Thaksam's hands would be extremely difficult. Having obtained the essence of the technique, this was his joy. But because of the ancient god's essence, he couldn't help but observe the power of the Thaksam. This was his regret. Carrying both joy and regret, as Wang Lin disappeared into the dark void, the burning of his primordial spirit reached its final stage, seemingly on the verge of collapse and death. After all, forcibly pushing the remnant night technique was insufficient for his current cultivation level. But at this very moment, because a sudden radiance appeared in the night that attracted attention, the old man in black looked up at Wang Lin, his eyes revealing a strange expression, not understanding what was happening. But at this moment, just like the sudden radiance in the night, he seemed to have understood in a moment of shock. He took a step forward, and as soon as he disappeared into the dark void, he arrived beside the blood dragon, his right hand casually pointing forward. The blood dragon's body trembled violently, and amidst the roaring sound, it unexpectedly retreated frantically backward, a continuous rumbling sound emanating from within, as if it were about to collapse. In that moment of blurred vision, Wang Lin's body was grabbed by the black-robed old man's right hand, pulling him out of the blood dragon's body and landing in front of him. The old man then directly struck Wang Lin's forehead with his right hand, and an unimaginable, boundless power flowed into Wang Lin's body. With a rumbling sound, Wang Lin instantly regained his senses. His lost elemental power was replenished in an instant. His dissipated primordial spirit was recondensed through a heaven-defying method, and his body, which had been burned and seemed on the verge of shattering, was once again revitalized, as if time had reversed. All of this happened in a flash. This kid is quite good. The black-robed old man glanced at Wang Lin, a look of admiration in his eyes. He's also very clever. You sent a clone here to learn about the power of the ancient gods, and I will satisfy you. Wang Lin was terrified, his thoughts accurately described, causing his pupils to contract instantly, but they quickly returned to normal. The old man's admiration deepened. He no longer looked at Wang Lin, but instead gazed at the blood dragon as it retreated, gradually disintegrating. He pointed his right hand towards the swirling vortex in the air. It was just a single finger, but in Wang Lin's eyes, it seemed capable of piercing heaven and earth. A vague image of the old man before him from the Luotia star domain years ago flashed through his mind, his punch causing the space separating Luotia and the Alliance to crumble. The whirlwind in the air suddenly stopped. Unexpectedly, under a single finger pointing at the void, it didn't spin but gradually dispersed, revealing a region that, while no longer a sea of blood, was still a world of blood-red hues. Within this blood-red world stood a solitary stone pillar, and a figure atop it. This figure's red hair swayed without wind, and his eyes were a deep crimson, a crimson filled with murderous intent and an arrogant, world-shattering aura. No one paid attention to his appearance, because under his gaze, everyone was completely captivated. Thaksen, Wang Lin's expression was complex. He and Thaksen were bound by fate. If Wang Lin hadn't appeared, Thaksen would have long since regained his memories, escaped the encirclement, and roamed the starry sky in the body of Tut. After all, he was Tut. Although Tut's cultivation of the ink flow clone technique failed, demonic thoughts arose within his body. But whether those demonic thoughts were gone or not, it didn't matter. Thaksen was the true ancient god, the true royal ancient god. Compared to Thaksen, Wang Lin's original ancient god, even though his body was formed using the ancient god technique and had undergone a series of fortuitous circumstances to reach 5 stars. In reality, when his original body went through 3 tribulations, Wang Lin understood that his own original ancient god was not perfect. Inside that vortex, Thaksen raised his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The moment Wang Lin saw them, they vanished from his sight, leaving only a calm, icy expression. Humans and gods are intertwined by fate. This silent vortex separates 2 worlds, yet they communicate with each other. Thaksen's lips twitched slightly. He lifted his foot and stepped forward, instantly leaving the stone pillar and stepping onto the swirling vortex, his gaze sweeping across the void. When Immortality met Thaksen's gaze, his mind was shaken in a rare way. He could hear his own heart pounding. The pounding made Immortality's mouth dry, his face pale and bloodless. He instinctively recoiled, not daring to face Thaksen. The man before him seemed like the very embodiment of heaven itself. Trash! Thaksen's eyes showed contempt. When his gaze fell upon the 8th king of the Thim sect, the contempt intensified. Trash is at least human. You're even worse than trash. The 8 kings of the Sound sect, who held supreme positions within the sect, were now, in Thaksen's eyes, even inferior to Yan Lazi. Their faces turned pale, and they continuously retreated, as if the gaze was real, causing them to feel utterly terrified. It seemed that under the anger of the man before them, even heaven and earth would submit. They had never witnessed Thaksen's power before, yet for some reason, seeing him immediately filled them with fear. This feeling was mysterious, but it truly reminded these 8 of his existence, because Thaksen was a god, an 8-star ancient god, and they were merely humans, mere cultivators. The soul of an ancient god, a royal family. Only the old man in black remained calm, speaking slowly. Thaksen's gaze fell upon the old man in black. His expression unchanged, and he coldly said, "Finally, there is one who is not trash." The old man showed no anger whatsoever, merely smiling faintly, his right hand casually pointing forward. Immediately, the void between him and Thaksen suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar. This collapse caused the boundless void to surge, forming an invisible whirlwind that rushed straight towards Thaksen. Facing the attack of the collapsing void, Thaksen raised his right hand and punched forward. The heavens and earth trembled, and the void began to shake violently. At this moment, several shattered Nirvana cultivators had arrived from all directions. Seeing this punch from afar, their faces instantly changed drastically, revealing expressions of fear. Wang Lin's face turned pale. He clearly felt the power of this punch. With this direct punch, the trembling of the void reached its peak, and a huge crack suddenly appeared between Thaksem and the black-robed old man. A deafening roar continuously emanated from the crack. In an instant, the void seemed to split in two. This scene was like a piece of paper being poked in the middle, tearing it into halves. The void shattered, instantly splitting Thaksam's location into two worlds. The old man in black took a step forward, his whole body flashing and disappearing, reappearing in the other half of the void. Without any need for hand gestures, he waved his sleeve. Immediately, a rumbling sound echoed, and a series of ice mountains materialized, unexpectedly rushing straight towards Thaksam in an instant. It's still just a divine ability, even if your cultivation has reached the void nirvana realm and you understand the rules. So what? Thaxam's eyes revealed overwhelming arrogance, and with a long laugh, he punched forward. My ancient god tribe doesn't cultivate rules because rules are what my tribe wants to break. With a single punch from Thaxam, the entire frozen world suddenly crackled, and fissures appeared. Whether it was the ice mountain peaks or the vast expanses of ice stretching for miles, everything crumbled in an instant under this single blow. The old man in black flashed out, but amidst the collapse, Thaxam's body also floated upwards. Just wait and see the power of my ancient god tribe. Thaxam's eyes didn't meet the old man in black, but instead focused on Wang Lin. In that instant, his body unexpectedly dissolved, slowly disappearing into the void. At the same time, the void trembled, cracks appearing with a rumbling sound, as if a tyrannical force was surging, threatening to tear it apart. In the air, where Thaxam had vanished, a whirlwind suddenly appeared, emanating boundless action. The old man in black, with a calm gaze, stepped into the whirlwind. Just wait, the true power of the ancient god is yet to come. The old man's voice echoed. Wang Lin stepped into the vortex without hesitation, his expression complex. He vaguely knew that the vortex led to another spatial rift outside Tut's body. Inside the spatial rift containing Tut's body, the enormous body of the ancient god, as large as several cultivation stars combined, moved slightly, slowly clenching his fist. On his rough face, his eyes, which had been closed for a very long time since the year, slowly opened for the first time. The moment the colossal eyes of this ancient god blinked, a violent storm suddenly erupted in the spatial rift, as if an unimaginable surge of energy had instantly permeated the entire rift, causing it to become unstable, as if it could be torn apart at any moment. His eyes, calm as a dead sea, revealed the sorrow of countless years. His rough skin resembled the ground of a deserted planet. Silently gazing into the sky, the giant's expression gradually turned ferocious. 8 dim ancient god star points still stood on his forehead, but now, as the giant's eyes opened, as he awoke from his eternal slumber, one of the 8 ancient god star points slowly began to glow. A rumbling sound suddenly echoed throughout the entire spatial rift. This sound far surpassed thunder, but if one listened carefully, they could discern that it was the sound of bones colliding. The ancient god's body was comparable to several cultivation planets. The planets before him were merely toys. He slowly rose to his feet. The distance he covered while sitting up would take cultivators several hours to travel without using the shrinking ground into inches technique. Wang Lin stared blankly at the colossal ancient god before him. As soon as he stood up, a whirlwind swept across, blowing him and those beside him backward. Only the old man in black showed a strange expression, staring intently ahead. Compared to the ancient god before him, the figures of these cultivators seemed countless times smaller than ants. I am the ancient god, Thaxam, a rumbling voice echoed. Under this voice, large fragments immediately appeared in the surrounding spatial rifts. The 8 kings of the sound sect were pale, their faces drained of color, and they wanted to retreat. But in front of this ancient god, no matter the distance, there was no way to escape. This is a god. Yanleizi's face turned ashen, staring in astonishment at the unimaginable figure of the ancient god. With his cultivation level, a rare feeling of powerlessness arose in his heart. Wang Lin, the weakest in cultivation, didn't spit out blood under the resounding voice, but his body cracked with a series of popping sounds, one of which on his chest pierced through from front to back. His face turned black. This was a sign of severe injury to his primordial spirit, and his body showed signs of turning into rock. Entering this spatial rift were also a few of the previously mentioned shattered nirvana cultivators. There weren't many of them, and at this moment, they were all stunned. With their cultivation and strength, they hadn't flinched under the power of the time god, but witnessing all this nearly shattered their minds. Especially when that voice rang out, it unsettled the primordial spirits within these cultivators, like thunder exploding in their ears, countless echoes reverberating inside. Gu Shen sat up, his eyes gradually turning icy cold. The second star point on his forehead also emitted a faint light, slowly brightening. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see something special residing within the illuminated star points of Gu Shen. He looked at the cultivators hovering before him, raising his right hand like a mortal swatting away insects. The arm, comparable to that of a cultivator, swept out, suddenly stirring up a whirlwind containing a force that was utterly irresistible. In front of Gu Shen, the starry sky seemed insignificant. From the moment his right hand was raised until it swung down, it seemed to happen in an instant. But in that instant, those who wanted to retreat found themselves trapped, no matter the distance, with no way out. This is a god. Yan Leizi's face turned pale, staring in astonishment at Gu Shen's unimaginable figure. With his cultivation level, a rare feeling of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Wang Lin, the weakest in cultivation, didn't spit out blood under the resounding sound, but his body cracked with a series of fissures, one of which, on his chest, pierced through from front to back. A dark color appeared on his face. This was a sign that his primordial spirit had been severely injured, and his body showed signs of turning into rock. Several other shattered nirvana cultivators had entered this spatial rift earlier. There weren't many of them, and at this moment, they were all stunned. With their cultivation and strength, they hadn't flinched under the power of the time god, but seeing all this almost caused their minds to collapse. Especially when that voice rang out, it unsettled the primordial spirits within these cultivators' bodies, like thunder exploding in their ears, with countless echoes reverberating inside. Gu Shen sat up, his eyes gradually turning icy cold, and the second star point on his forehead also began to glow, slowly brightening. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see something special residing within these glowing star points of Gu Shen. He looked at the floating cultivators in front of him, raising his right hand like a mortal swatting away insects. His arm, comparable to that of a celestial being, swept out, suddenly stirring up a whirlwind containing a force that was utterly irresistible. It seemed that in front of Gu Shen, the starry sky became insignificant. From the moment his right hand was raised until it swung down, it seemed to happen in an instant. But this instant, in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, obscured the entire world within their pupils. Boom! A deafening sound from afar hadn't even reached their ears yet when Gu Shen's gigantic arm approached. Unbelievably fast, a nascent soul cultivator in front was completely unable to dodge. He clasped his hands together, channeling his cultivation, and suddenly layers upon layers of protective divine abilities appeared around his body. In an instant, more than 10,000 layers of protective light appeared. He retreated, desperately trying to resist the enormous arm, as large as a cultivation star. The arm roared closer, striking the layers of protective light surrounding the cultivator's body. These more than 10,000 layers of light were as fragile as thin paper in the face of the ancient god's arm. With a loud bang, more than 10,000 layers of protective light, especially the outermost and innermost layers, collapsed simultaneously. In fact, the timing of their collapse was slightly different, but this difference was incredibly small because the giant arm didn't stop at all, simply sweeping through. As the layers of light collapsed, the cultivator inside, who had cultivated for over 10,000 years and reached the early stage of the shattered nirvana realm, burst into blood blossoms with a tragic laugh, seemingly blooming on the ancient god's arm. His primordial spirit also dissipated, transforming into a mass of heaven and earth elemental power, sucked in through the crack above the rough arm of the ancient god. Seeing that the ancient god's arm showed no sign of stopping and was about to continue its sweeping movements, the old man in black, his eyes flashing with a strange light, took a step forward, traversing countless distances, and appeared in front of the ancient god's sweeping arm. The old man's body was incredibly small compared to the ancient god's arm, practically insignificant. The old man's expression remained calm as he raised his right hand and tapped forward, forming an immeasurable force that flowed into the ancient god's arm. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that the surrounding cultivators had absolutely no chance to react. A deafening roar echoed, and the giant arm of the ancient god trembled. Unexpectedly, it was struck by the old man and sent flying backward, separating from the old man's hand. However, a black handprint was clearly visible on the ancient god's arm. The rumors are true, transcending the rules. Only those at the Nirvana level can contend with an 8-star ancient god of the royal family. Compared to the ordinary 8-star ancient god I once fought, the difference is like heaven and earth. The old man retreated, the rosy complexion fading, replaced by a pale face. But his eyes shone like moonlight, filled with overwhelming fighting spirit. After retreating 7 steps, the old man raised his head sharply, his body surging forward. Unexpectedly, in 1 step he reached the ancient god's arm, using the momentum to leap up like a shooting star, hurtling straight towards the face of Thaxam. In Thaxam's eyes, the coldness remained unwavering, revealing a look of arrogant contempt. His right hand trembled, and the invisible hand seals instantly crumbled. With a rumbling sound, his colossal figure slowly rose. He stood, his head touching the sky and his feet firmly planted on the earth. A wave of oppressive power like the heavenly Tao crashing down upon the heavens and earth emanating from him. Especially on Thaxam's forehead. After 2 points of light shone, a 3rd point also appeared, slowly illuminating. However, deep within this 3rd point, something was vaguely hidden, invisible and unperceivable. Only Wang Lin stared in astonishment at Thaxam before him, particularly at the seemingly extremely distant point on the forehead of the 8-star ancient god royal family member. He only knew its name, but the specific method of its execution was not in his memory. Ken Kang Liang Tin, trash. A booming voice echoed. Thaxam swung his arms, a whirlwind rising from the sky, directed straight at the old man. His speed was incredibly fast, like the technique of shrinking the ground into inches, instantly closing in on the old man's left and right sides. Thaxam's 2 arms were like 2 gigantic cultivation stars, wildly striking towards the old man. The old man's face turned rosy, his clothes billowed, and he stretched out his hands to the left and right. With a low shout, boundless heaven and earth elemental power suddenly condensed. Outside the old man's hands, blocks of ice instantly materialized, surrounded by a sea of fire, and beyond the sea of fire were countless mountain ranges, and beyond the mountain ranges, endless lightning. Layer upon layer, countless divine abilities appeared in an instant, attacking the ancient god's arms as the old man stretched out his hands. In a short time, this spatial rift trembled violently, and a rumbling sound echoed incessantly. From afar, it seemed as if countless fireworks were constantly flashing on Thaxam's arms. But these divine abilities only caused Thaxam's arm to pause for a moment. However, for the old man in black, that moment was enough for him to leap out from between Thaxam's palms, stepping on the void and flying straight upwards. VNCCCT. If you don't show yourself now, don't blame me for not keeping my promise from back then. You're hiding here. Have you forgotten the agreement between us all those years ago? The old man in black shouted softly as he flew forward. As soon as that voice rang out, deep within the 4th star point above Thaxam's head, the middle-aged scholar sitting inside opened his eyes, his gaze revealing indifference, yet also containing a hint of suffering. Master Liu, I haven't forgotten our promise, but I'm powerless now. You, leave quickly. Within this spatial rift, a mournful voice filled with sorrow slowly emanated, and the 4th star point on Thaxam's forehead began to glow, growing brighter and brighter, becoming like the 3 previous star points. As it brightened, the voice grew weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. Just as the voice vanished, the old man in black's expression changed drastically, and Wang Lin's face showed fear. With their understanding of the ancient gods, in this moment of unpredictability, the voice of Wu Jizi, which had faded away, rang out once again. This time it was a furious roar. Run! Inside the 4th star point on Thaxam's forehead was a pitch-black darkness, only a vague outline visible, and the surrounding environment was indistinct. However, at this moment, as Thaxam awakened, the darkness gradually dissipated, replaced by flickering points of starlight, vaguely illuminating the surroundings. The middle-aged scholar sitting cross-legged appeared normal at first glance, but a closer look would reveal a terrifying sight. The lower half of his body, seated cross-legged, had merged seamlessly with the ground, indistinguishable as if it had been carved from wood. The starlight emanating from this place didn't suddenly appear from any direction, but rather flowed from within the scholar's body. With each ray of starlight, the scholar's complexion grew paler and weaker. At this very moment, starlight swirled around him, illuminating everything in all directions. His body withered in an instant, leaving only skin and bones, appearing at first glance like a pile of dry bones. But he was not dead, nor could he die. He could only silently live here for countless years. However, he was unwilling to die, and this unwillingness transformed into a struggle, causing his facial features to contort, forcing him to forcefully circulate the cultivation within his body, raising his head and letting out a roar. The black-robed old man's pupils contracted, his expression extremely serious. He retreated backward, his eyes fixed intently on the fourth star point on Baksam's forehead. Just moments ago, he had clearly sensed the voice of Vokuk Tiu coming from somewhere in the grassland. But strangely, the black-robed old man's divine consciousness couldn't detect anything. Recalling the words of Wu Jizi just now, the old man in black was shaken to his core and, without hesitation, continuously retreated backward. You can't escape. In Baksam's cold eyes, the contempt intensified, revealing a mocking expression. He looked down on everyone as if they were mere ants, utterly insane. You will follow in the footsteps of Wu Jizi, becoming the fifth ancient star of this god. Baksam's voice echoed through the heavens and earth as he raised his right foot and aggressively stepped forward. But at that moment, the fourth star point on his forehead instantly burst forth with starlight. This starlight was completely different from the previous three, seemingly on the verge of collapse, causing Baksam to stop abruptly. The old man in black, who had been retreating, now turned and grabbed at the void, instantly producing a broken sword. Only half of the sword remained, but as soon as it appeared, an unimaginable pressure shot straight up into the sky. The old man bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood onto the broken sword, and swung it directly at Baksam. The broken sword suddenly roared, carrying a wave of killing intent and earth-shattering sword energy as it shot out. Baksam's body only paused for a moment before returning to normal. He stomped his right foot down, but just as the broken sword struck, he roared in anger, a streak of blood appearing on his right leg. The broken sword pierced through Baksam's right leg, directly entering his body, cutting through like a splitting bamboo, and heading straight for Baksam's face. The speed of this broken sword far surpassed that of a Nirvana cultivator. Even those at the heavenly human declined realm couldn't compare to its speed. All of this happened in a flash. The broken sword, stained with fresh blood, pierced Baksam's right leg. It flashed again, approaching Baksam's face, heading straight for the fourth star point on his forehead. At this moment, the starlight within this fourth star point shone even brighter, as if VNCCCT was trying to break free. But just as the broken sword broke through all obstacles, approaching the fourth star point to within 10 meters, and at the very moment the starlight of the fourth star point reached its peak, the third star point on Baksam's forehead also flashed. Suddenly, a person emerged from within this starlight. This person was like a dried skeleton, completely unrecognizable from their original form, with disheveled hair and an unsightly appearance. He approached step by step until he reached the side of the broken sword, raising his right hand and fiercely striking forward. It was difficult to comprehend the manner of this single tap. Wang Lin saw the movement as flowing like water, yet it contained some kind of rule of heaven and earth. Even saying so might be inaccurate. It seemed as if the rules of heaven and earth changed with this person's tap, transforming for this person's sake. The broken sword, which was hurtling deeper, suddenly stopped, its blade clamped between two fingers. No matter how much the broken sword struggled, it could not escape these two fingers. But the elder of these two fingers, the skeletal-looking cultivator, also suffered a tremendous impact. His entire body rumbled, as if about to shatter. His indifferent eyes flashed with light, and a crescent-shaped mark suddenly appeared on his previously empty forehead, clearly visible to everyone. With a low growl, he fiercely swung his right two fingers, instantly changing the direction of the broken sword, sending it flying upwards. Having finished, the skeletal figure's chest heaved violently as it returned to the third star point. This sight caused Wang Lin great distress. The old man in black's eyes flashed again, and without hesitation, he swung his right hand in the air, causing the broken sword to vanish completely. The old man in black then turned his head extremely quickly, seemingly trying to break through the spatial rift, appearing to be fleeing. You can't escape. A dark light emanated from Tusen's eyes. The fifth star point on his forehead remained dim, devoid of any light. But at this moment, Toussaint, using some unknown divine ability, suddenly began to spin. This movement instantly reached its limit, appearing from afar like a black hole, emerging from Toussaint's forehead and hurtling towards the old man in black. But just as the star point left his forehead, a rumbling sound erupted from Toussaint's fourth star point. All that could be seen was a burst of starlight, shooting out and forming an obstacle, surrounding the fifth star point that was rushing out. Master Lu, run quickly, I was wrong. I was terribly wrong back then. I shouldn't have been so greedy for the power of this ancient god royal family, wanting to break through to the void nirvana initial stage, and ended up in this situation today. Inside the fourth star point, Wujizi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his whole body trembling. At this moment, he had merged with the ancient god, but he still gritted his teeth to prevent the fifth star point from devouring him. He knew that if Master Lu was also devoured, he would have no chance of escaping. To escape, he could only risk everything to save Master Lu. Only then would there be a chance of survival. The old man in black didn't stop, taking a step forward. Suddenly, a swirling vortex formed in front of him. At this moment, Bak Sam's eyes flashed. Ignoring the fifth point of light being obstructed, he raised his right hand and grabbed behind him. His giant hand grasped the void, and immediately, purple lightning flashed continuously within the spatial rift, suddenly transforming into a gigantic spear as large as a planet. The God-slaying spear. This was the true weapon of the ancient god royal family, the God-slaying spear. Grasping the spear, Bak Sam's expression was ferocious as he hurled it forward. The God-slaying spear suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, and, fueled by the boundless power of the ancient god, it directly hurtled towards the old man in black. Its speed was incredibly fast, beyond the reach of the eye. In a short time, the God-slaying spear thundered towards him. As it sped forward, the spatial rift continuously collapsed, forming a series of afterimages. The old man in black had a grim expression. Although he could jump into the vortex to escape, he would undoubtedly be injured by this God-slaying spear. If he delayed even a little longer, and the fifth star point escaped the encirclement, he feared he would be trapped here today. But at this moment, he had no time to think. With a flash, he stepped into the vortex, his hands forming a hand seal, and the broken sword from before instantly appeared in front of him. He spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, swung it, and the broken sword hurtled straight towards the God-slaying spear. Wang Lin silently watched the scene. He had some understanding of the might of Bak Sam through the memories of the ancient god diagram, but seeing it firsthand now was vastly different from his memories. He stared intently at the God-slaying spear, which was hurtling towards him. To others, this spear was like divine power, subduing all living beings, but in Wang Lin's eyes, this divine spear was merely a weapon. The broken sword, amidst a roaring sound, briefly collided with the God-slaying spear. The size of the broken sword was incomparable to the God-slaying spear, but its momentum was no less powerful. At this moment, upon impact, the broken sword was completely invisible, yet the God-slaying spear also stopped with a resounding crash. A sudden rumble echoed, and in a short time, the broken sword spun and vanished into nothingness. The God-slaying spear trembled violently, emitting a thunderous roar from within. After pausing briefly, it continued its charge. He couldn't let the old man in black be swallowed by the essence of the waterfall of the God-slaying spear. This was the only thought in Wang Lin's mind at this moment. As soon as the God-slaying spear stopped, he didn't hesitate for a moment, his body flashing as he rushed forward, unleashing his ultimate speed, directly heading towards the gigantic God-slaying spear. His actions caused the old man in black to stare in astonishment, stunned Yin Lazy, and shocked all 8 kings of the Yin sect. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and just as the God-slaying spear approached, his body crumbled, turning into scattered fragments. But a wisp of his primordial spirit, just as it was about to be pierced, instantly formed a hand seal, sending a stream of divine consciousness towards the God-slaying spear. With my divine consciousness, I will stop you from advancing. The divine eye trembled slightly, but immediately a violent aura emanated from it that sends divine consciousness directly striking Wang Lin's weak primordial spirit, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. The first star point of the ancient god, I leave it to you. This was the last thing Wang Lin's primordial spirit heard before being annihilated. Without Wang Lin to stop it, the god-slaying eye roared and charged forward. But that momentary tremor gave the old man in black enough time to jump into the vortex and disappear. Yen Lazy and the 8 kings of the Yin sect also jumped into the vortex and vanished. The god-slaying eye, amidst its roar, directly struck the vortex, a terrifying power flowing into it and out. Immediately, this power spread, causing him to spit out fresh blood, his body instantly becoming weak, and his legs exploding into a bloody mist. His primordial spirit was simultaneously overwhelmed by this power, unable to escape. Amidst the mournful laughter, Yen Lazy's eyes revealed a look of hatred. He hated this to Shen intensely, second only to Zhang Zhuanzi from back then. Seeing this earth-shattering power spreading out once, again, Yen Lazy's eyes showed a look, intending to let his body explode in exchange for his soul escaping. The old man in black appeared beside Yen Lazy, embraced him, and vanished in a flash. The 8 kings of the Yin sect struggled to escape the vortex, but in an instant, the earth-shattering power spread, causing the bodies of the 8 to tremble and collapse, transforming into 8 streams of icy yin energy, forming illusory figures attempting to flee forward. But under this earth-shattering power, 5 of the energy streams immediately dissipated, and the remaining 3 finally took out 3 coffins, jumped inside, and continued to flee. But this overwhelming power struck again, instantly causing the bodies of the 3 men to collapse once more. The cycle continued endlessly, the distance less than 1,000 feet, yet for the 3, it felt like the end of the world. Blood mist spurted out, and another person died. The remaining 2 kings of the Yin sect seemed to have lost their souls, fleeing as they saw the aftershocks of this earth-shattering power approaching. In their despair, suddenly, a swirling mass of black energy appeared beside them, and 2 arms suddenly emerged from within, embracing them and pulling them into the vortex. Lord! Their eyes lit up with ecstatic joy. They offered no resistance, allowing the arms to pull them into the vortex. At this moment, the aftershocks of the god-slaying spear's power reached the vortex. Inside, a cry of pain could be heard, but ultimately, the person seemed able to endure it and disappeared into the vortex. Outside the vermilion bird star, on the moon, inside an extremely ordinary mountain, Wang Lin opened his eyes. After a moment of shock, he stood up forcefully, waved his hand to collect the female corpse into his storage space, destroyed the formation on the ground, and stepped forward, using the shrinking ground into inches technique to disappear completely. When he reappeared, he was already in the starry sky, far from the vermilion bird star. But Wang Lin did not stop, continuing to fly, his pale face revealing a gloomy expression, even a fear he had never felt before. His mind was trembling, and the words of Thaksen kept echoing in his head. The first star point of the ancient god, I leave it to you. Facing Thaksen, even if this venerable one had overcome the 3 tribulations, even with the trident in hand, he would not be a match. A look of anguish appeared on Wang Lin's face. He didn't know if Thaksen had escaped, but it was clear that he couldn't stay in this star alliance forever, and he could never return unless he possessed the power to confront Thaksen. In his anguish, his figure vanished once again, employing the technique of shrinking the ground into inches, reappearing on a deserted planet he had left behind as a retreat. There, before he went to the 4 sacred sects to meet the Azure Dragon's sacred emperor, he had set up a formation. This planet wasn't desolate. There were still quite a few fortresses remaining. Because cultivators rarely came here, it was incredibly peaceful. At this moment, the planet was shrouded in biting cold, snowflakes falling from the sky, especially in some villages, much to the delight of the children. One day, a day of great celebration on this planet, the origins of which had vanished from history, had long been forgotten by most people. But the custom had unknowingly been passed down to the present day, becoming a habit. Under the snowy sky, every house lit oil lamps, and laughter could be heard everywhere. Although it was nighttime, under the light of the lamps and countless snowflakes, it was no different from daytime. But the silver light shone, and clearly visible in the snow, a young man was walking silently from the front. Left on the ground was a series of footprints, but these footprints were not deep, and not long after they were filled with snowflakes, eventually fading away and erasing all traces. The young man was dressed entirely in white, even his hair was white. From a distance, the falling snowflakes were almost indistinguishable from his head. A cold wind howled, gently blowing away a few snowflakes from the ground, as if wanting to merge with the earth and sky, before finally falling again. making it impossible to tell the difference between old and new. The young man walked silently through the swirling snow. The snow beneath his feet was thick, making a soft crunching sound, but this sound was carried away by the cold wind, blending into the snowflakes. In this freezing winter, the young man's white clothes were very thin, only one layer covering his body, and his shoes were quite simple. But he seemed unafraid of the cold, silently enduring the wind and snow, carrying an unshakable sorrow that filled his heart. Amidst the snowstorm, there was not a soul around him, only the cold wind as his companion, only the snowflakes as his companions. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the young man stopped, standing where he could see no land in sight. Everything was covered in white snow. This place was a plain. This is it. Wang Lin raised his head, calmly looking at the dark sky. The snowflakes falling before him were sparse, revealing the ground. Shaking his head, the snow fell from above. Wang Lin took a deep breath and exhaled, the white mist in front of him gradually dissipating. He lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot, and immediately a tremor spread from all directions. The snow within a 1,000-foot radius instantly transformed into a silent whirlwind, sweeping the snowflakes up into the air, scattering them, and being carried away by the wind. The ground was no longer snowy, revealing a massive formation. This formation was very complex, with many places even covered in rubble. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin sighed softly and stepped into the center of the formation, his right hand grasping at the void. In front of him, amidst the swirling snow, a storage space emitting a faint light appeared. Under his mental control, numerous stones found along the way flew out, swirling in the air, numbering no fewer than several hundred. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and these stones fell to the ground, scattering in different directions. Suddenly, bursts of light filled the formation, slowly rotating. As the formation moved, the snowflakes falling from the sky were instantly affected by the formation's power, scattering in all directions. Sitting cross-legged on the ground in silence, Wang Lin's right hand searched within the storage space, taking out a primordial spirit. This primordial spirit had its eyes closed, in a state of unconsciousness. Holding this primordial spirit, Wang Lin's left hand quickly formed hand seals and repeatedly tapped on it. With each tap, the primordial spirit's body trembled. Finally, Wang Lin swung his right hand, and his primordial spirit instantly soared up. His ethereal body stretched infinitely, twisting and turning, transforming into a vortex. This vortex roared, emitting mournful sounds. At this moment, the formation on the ground was completely open, the rumbling sound drowning out the wind, forming a brilliant halo that didn't shine upwards but instead shone entirely into the vortex. Amidst the rumbling, the vortex seemed to be continuously being opened. Wang Lin, sitting cross-legged, raised his head, his hands forming a hand seal, and calmly said in a low voice, "Use the soul as a conduit." In an instant, a blood-red light flashed from the vortex. As the halo merged with it, the formation beneath Wang Lin seemed to lose all its power, collapsing with a thunderous crash, even the rubble turning into dust and scattering. The vortex in midair stopped spinning, flashing with flickering light incessantly. Inside, it was completely dark, seemingly a passageway. Standing up, Wang Lin stepped forward, entering the vortex, and glanced back at the white ground. This place was unfamiliar to him, yet he still breathed the air of the Star Alliance. Here, there was the scent of home, the breath of friends, familiar things, and memories. This time, I don't know when I'll be able to return. Perhaps I'll never return. Fortunately, when I leave, there's snow to see me off and wind to keep me company. That's enough. Wang Lin sadly withdrew his gaze, let out a long laugh, turned around, and went deeper into the vortex, gradually disappearing from sight. On the plane of this abandoned planet, the vortex had vanished, leaving only a long laugh echoing outwards, muffled by the snowflakes, slowly merging into the sky and earth. The vast plain, stretching over 1,000 zhang, was gradually covered in snowflakes, as if Wang Lin's footprints on his journey had completely vanished. The four great immortal realms wind, rain, thunder, and lightning each possessed a star domain. The Rain Realm Alliance distinguished itself by having a cultivation nation reach level 9, while the Thunder Realm, Luocha, survived thanks to ancient and prehistoric cultivation families. The different generations had developed different cultivation methods and directions, and even the personalities of the cultivators on both sides differed greatly. Compared to the Alliance's prestige, Luocha was more free. However, this freedom could be completely disregarded when faced with the honor of the family. Glory and victory were paramount. The Wind realm, Yunhai, was completely different from the Rain and Thunder realms. The Yunhai star domain was even larger than the Luotia star domain. In fact, it could be said that among the 4 great immortal realms, the Yunhai star domain was the largest. At first glance, this starry sky isn't a pitch-black expanse, but rather filled with a thin layer of stardust. This stardust exists throughout most of the Cloud Sea star domain, and even divine senses within it encounter certain obstacles. Because of this seemingly eternal stardust, the Cloud Sea star domain appears not to be a starry sky at a glance, but a sea of fog, the origin of its name, Cloud Sea. In the Cloud Sea star domain, due to this peculiar stardust, even powerful cultivators, without an accurate star map, will lose their bearings once they enter the domain and be trapped there forever. Even techniques like shrinking the ground into inches are severely affected within this stardust. They offer some effect, but not a significant one. No one knows where this stardust came from. It's said that this cloud sea, which permeates the ancient immortal realm, has never dissipated and still exists. Compared to La Tia, the Alliance has distinct east, west, south, and north directions, but the Cloud Sea doesn't have these divisions. The presence of this dense fog makes it difficult for cultivators to discern directions clearly. Therefore, the internal system of the Cloud Sea doesn't allow for east, west, south, and north orientations. Due to varying fog thickness, the Cloud Sea is divided into 9 levels from the inside out. These 9 levels are actually 9 irregular circles, with the first level being the outermost and the 9th the innermost. The Moluo continent is located within the 5th level of the Cloud Sea, nestled within this dense fog. From afar, the Moluo continent appears both visible and invisible. At the center of this continent stands a towering black tower, radiating a gentle light that envelops the entire Mola continent. This light prevents the outer mists of the starry sky from penetrating the continent, and instead disperses some of it, leaving the outer reaches of the continent somewhat clear. The Cloud Sea star domain is not without cultivation planets, but their number is extremely sparse, with the vast majority concentrated from the 7th layer of the star domain upwards, totaling less than 100. Below the 7th layer, the star domain is mostly filled with floating continents in the starry sky, these continents representing the star sects within the Cloud Sea. To the north of the Moluo continent, a torrential downpour fell in the night sky. The heavy rain covered the land for an unknown amount of time, but the ground was already covered in mud, the dense foliage drooping as if unable to rise under the weight of the rain. The raindrops formed a continuous stream, falling from the edges of the leaves towards the ground. Small animals huddled in a corner, silently shivering in the rain. Occasionally, a few small green and red snakes could be seen on the ground, seemingly playing in the muddy water. The night rain seemed to be devoid of any other sound except for the raindrops falling on the leaves. It was relatively quiet. Occasionally, lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the darkness that enveloped the land. Deep within this forest lay a clearing, about 100 yards wide, where a formation had been set up. The rain washed away the mud, revealing the formation clearly. There were no cultivators around. The last group of cultivators who had guarded the formation 3 months ago had left, abandoning it but not destroying it, seemingly still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Lightning flashed again in the darkness, and after the ground suddenly lit up, crackling sounds emanated from within the formation, but these sounds were completely drowned out by the thunder. A blue light emanated from within the formation, gradually enveloping it completely. The speed of the rain falling from the sky seemed to increase, as if sensing that someone who did not belong to this Cloud Sea, someone from the Cloud Sea star domain, was about to rise up and strike fear into the cultivators of the 4 great immortal realms. The rain intensified, and the thunder became more frequent. Far to the east of the Mola continent lies a mountain, a strangely shaped mountain, not winding like a dragon, but a circular shape revolving around a point. Within this circular mountain range lies a vast, flat plain. Houses are scattered everywhere in this plain, clearly visible in the darkness of night. However, at this moment, a mournful aura permeates this land, a sorrow that even rain cannot wash away, and even the lightning flashing across the sky cannot dispel it. Within the mountain range surrounding this plain stand 8 massive stone pillars, 10 jang high, branching out in 8 directions. The distances between these pillars are slightly uneven, as if they were born from the mountain, leaning towards the horizon. Approximately 10,000 feet below, these 8 stone pillars connected to a colossal Taoist temple. From afar, it seemed as if the temple was supported by these 8 pillars, suspended in midair. Besides its immense size, the temple was otherwise unremarkable, imbued with an ancient aura. Yet, within this ancientness lay an overwhelming majesty that permeated the land. At this moment, under the torrential rain, a series of bells began to ring from within the circular mountain range. The solemn sound of the bells shattered the rain, drowned out the thunder, but intensified the sorrowful atmosphere in the land below, even faintly hinting at weeping. Within that land, countless monks, men and women, young and old, clad in Taoist robes, emerged from the houses, oblivious to the rain soaking their bodies and heads. They did not display any divine powers, silently gazing with sorrow at the temple atop the mountain. Despite the rain soaking her face, tears streamed down her cheeks. Inside the Taoist temple above, an old man in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged. The old man had a gentle face, but at this moment his complexion was pale and devoid of color. He sat there silently, his expression calm. In front of him knelt 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. 1 man and 1 woman were middle-aged, while the other 2 were elderly. They knelt there, their expressions sorrowful, yet their eyes held a great deal of reverence. Especially the woman, whose beauty was breathtaking and who possessed a resolute spirit. At this moment, however, she bit her lower lip, tears streaming down her face and wetting the ground. Your master has faced a great calamity. You should not grieve too much. We cultivators have finally reached this day after your master is gone. The Guiyuan seal will rest upon the shoulders of the 4 of you. An old man, his eyes filled with kindness and reluctance, slowly said, respectful. The woman's tears flowed even more profusely as she looked at the elder before her, many memories surfacing. The other 3 also showed clear signs of sorrow. Unfortunately, I have never been able to enter the shattered Nirvana realm. Otherwise, my previous trip to the 8th level of the spiritual origin sect wouldn't have resulted in my entire lifespan being drained away, leading to this fate. The old man shook his head, his expression showing unwillingness, but even more so, helplessness. Master, that purple Dao sect set up a formation on my Moluo continent. Why, after not returning, does the sect master want to vent his anger on our Guiyuan sect? A middle-aged man among the 4 clenched his fists and said in a low voice. The old man in the Taoist robe remained silent, his face growing paler and paler, a deathly aura swirling around him. He slowly said, the sect master's actions must have a deeper meaning. You shouldn't overthink it if you are unwilling. 100 years from now, when all the subsects under the sect master compete and lift our Guiyuan sect from its position of being at the bottom for thousands of years, then I can rest easy in the afterlife. The 4 fell silent. Beneath the sorrowful expression lay a profound suffering. The competition between the various sects, a once-in-a-thousand-years event, was a momentous occasion in the Cloud Sea Star domain. Their Guiyuan sect always finished last, forever unable to achieve a higher position. The old man in the Taoist robe now exuded an even stronger aura of death. He took a deep breath, gazing at the raindrops outside the Taoist temple, and raised his right hand, now just skin and bones. This arm had deteriorated to this extent in the past few months. It looked as if half of the blood had been drained away, resembling a dried skeleton. Seeing the old man's arm, the woman among the 4 kneeling figures wept even more profusely. The other 3 clenched their fists fiercely, as if wanting to gnash their teeth. The old man in the Taoist robe didn't look at his right hand, but instead waved his hand in the air, and immediately a storage space appeared before him. This storage space was purplish red, and as soon as it appeared, a terrifying aura emanated from it. Immediately afterward, a huge, jet-black snake slowly emerged from within. This snake was several meters long, and as soon as it appeared in the Taoist temple, an overwhelming aura of power filled the air. However, the snake's expression was somewhat listless. It poked its head out from the crack, circling around the old man in the Taoist robe, its eyes filled with a sorrowful reluctance, its body gently rubbing against the old man. After I die, this 5-tiered purple-eyed snake will be the guardian beast of our Guiyuan sect. You must treat it well. The old man's face was no longer pale, but had an unusual rosy hue, and his spirits were slightly lifted. However, this exhilaration was like a dying ember reflecting the approaching end of a long drought. Now, let me use my last ounce of strength to unleash the stone spirit to select a spirit companion for our Guiyuan sect. Remember that year, when your patriarch chose me at that time. I was just a village youth. The old man's face showed a nostalgic smile, his hands forming a hand seal, and he silently closed his eyes. The four people in front of him looked at the old man with sorrow. They knew that the successive sect masters of Guiyuan sect, if they didn't die in a foreign land when they passed away, at the very last moment of their lives, would burn everything to unleash the Guiyuan sect's spirit companion, selecting someone on the Moluo continent to assist Guiyuan sect for the next hundreds of thousands of years. This divine ability is extremely mysterious. No one can clearly explain its essence and principles. Not even the old man in the Taoist robe could explain it. Only that this spirit companion has been passed down for a very long time. This divine ability wasn't always successful. In fact, over countless years, the successive sect masters of the Guiyuan sect had only attempted this technique twice before their deaths. The rest were all failures, indicating that there were no suitable candidates on the Moluo continent. With the last vestiges of strength in his body and his burning primordial spirit, the old man in the Taoist robe's body burst into blue flames, gradually disappearing before his four disciples. During this process, his previously unprecedented clarity of mind seemed to have touched upon a mysterious rule. Under this rule, his consciousness permeated the entire Moluo continent, searching for Ben Lingzi. He searched repeatedly, but ultimately found no trace of Ben Lingzi. Sighing softly, the old man in the Taoist robe understood that the search for the spirit master had failed. At this moment, the black body inside the Taoist temple, under the burning blue flames, had faded away, leaving only its head, seemingly about to completely vanish into thin air. But in that instant, his clear consciousness suddenly detected a beam of light in the darkness of a forest in the northern part of the Mola continent. He paid attention to this forest because it was the location of the teleportation array leading to the Star Alliance. He clearly saw the teleportation array emitting a light within the forest, and at the same time, a white figure slowly emerged from within the light. In the pitch-black night, a head of white hair fluttered, as if even the raindrops in the sky began to tremble, and the thunderous flashes of lightning seemed to dissipate in fear of this person. This person, him, the old man in the Taoist robe's consciousness suddenly surged violently. His unprecedented clarity of mind upon seeing this young man in white suddenly gave him a terrifying judgment. This person is not a cloud sea cultivator. At this moment, the young man in white raised his head, coldly glancing across the sky. With that single glance, thunder suddenly erupted, rumbling backward. The old man in the Taoist robe was shaken to his core. The young man's gaze had truly sent shivers down his spine, especially now, as he was employing the spirit selection technique, merging with some mysterious heaven and earth rule. He seemed to see countless vengeful spirits swirling around the young man in white. These spirits were numerous, densely packed and overwhelming, glaring at the young man with hatred, yet lacking the courage to approach. These were all people Wang Lin had killed throughout his life. A terrifying danger instantly enveloped the old man in the Taoist robe. He frantically withdrew his consciousness, wanting to quickly relay this information to his disciple, urging him to flee immediately and report this news to the sect master. Inside the Taoist temple, the old man, almost completely burned to ashes, suddenly opened his eyes wide. This unexpected movement caused the four people in front of him to look up. North he had only managed to utter these two words before the great calamity approached. His primordial spirit collapsed, his consciousness vanished into nothingness, disappearing along with all traces of this world. Filled with intense unwillingness and a frantic struggle, just as the old man vanished, he shouted to more words. Silver hair, the four people stared ahead in astonishment. Their master had passed away, but the four words he left behind before his death were etched in their hearts. However, they didn't understand why their master's final expression held such terror. Inside the Guiyuan sect, the sound of bells echoed, and within the basin, cries of sorrow spread, carrying with them grief, reluctance, bewilderment, and shock. All the disciples of the Guiyuan sect went to the northern part of the Manluo continent, searching for all those with the potential to cultivate, regardless of age, especially those with white hair. In the northern forest of the Manluo continent, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky. The rain falling on him melted the snow clinging to his clothes from the Star Alliance, turning into water that dripped onto this unfamiliar ground as Wang Lin slowly walked forward. The snow of the Star Alliance and The Rain of the Cloud Sea were indistinguishable at this moment. Snow bid him farewell upon departure, and rain greeted him upon arrival. It seemed quite good. Wang Lin took a deep breath of the cloud sea air and ventured deeper into the forest. Wang Lin walked slowly through the forest. Occasionally, a small snake would dart back and forth in the swamp beneath his feet, and a few fist-sized toads would hop around, seemingly enjoying the rain. This was his first time in Yunhai, and everything was unfamiliar to him. He didn't know where he truly was. As he walked through the swamp, Wang Lin became increasingly pensive. His movements were to avoid Thak Sam. With Thak Sam's cultivation level, breaking through the barrier between the two realms seemed to leave him nowhere to hide in this vast expanse of heaven and earth. Rather than constantly fleeing, it would be better to quickly establish himself in Yunhai. Waiting until his true form had overcome the three tribulations before contemplating his future, Wang Lin looked at his legs, his expression showing anxiety. Most importantly, he had to obtain the identity of a Cloud Sea resident. Officially joining the Cloud Sea cultivator community, Wang Lin raised his head, watching the rain fall from the sky. Just as the snow of the Alliance could merge with the rain of the Cloud Sea, that was exactly what he wanted to do. As he walked, his body gradually shortened, his hair slowly turned black, and his appearance also underwent a slight change. He looked more ordinary, like a poor scholar, slowly emerging from the forest in the rain. The rainy season on the Moluo continent often lasted for months without stopping, until the ground was completely soaked, until the joints of his body ached and felt numb, and even his whole body smelled of rust. Only then would the rain cease. Cultivators on the Mcla continent, and ordinary people alike, have long been accustomed to these incessant rains. Most cultivators choose to go into seclusion during this rainy season, or leave the Mcla continent to hunt ferocious beasts in the starry sky. However, this year, a single cultivator on the Kwainugan sect continent, seemingly defying the rain, transformed into streaks of rainbow light and flew towards the northern part of the Mcla continent. These streaks of rainbow light cut through the rain, creating a magnificent spectacle from the ground, like a meteor shower. As for ordinary people, they usually spend their rainy season by the fire in their homes, enjoying the warmth, occasionally glancing out at the world, finding peace and warmth in their tranquility. Northwater Village, as its name suggests, is located in the northern part of the Mula continent, less than 1,000 miles from the forest. The villagers live by farming, and somehow formed hunting groups, hunting in the surrounding forest. During the rainy season, frogs appear. For the people of the Mula continent, frogs are an extremely delicious delicacy. In large cities, they usually fetch very high prices, but demand still doesn't meet supply. Every rainy season, the experienced villagers of Northwater Village gather and venture into the forest to catch frogs. During the rainy months, the villagers make 4 or 5 trips back and forth, each time returning with large sacks full of live frogs. At the same time, the villagers returned from catching frogs. Their families were all wearing raincoats, and even some children were behind them, excitedly watching their fathers, brothers, grandfathers, and uncles carrying back large bags of frogs. The children were always very excited at this time. However, this time, when the villagers returned from the forest, besides the bags of frogs, they also brought back a person. This person looked like an ordinary young man, slightly thin, seemingly unable to withstand the cold of the rain. He wore a raincoat given to him by the villagers and stood silently, his eyes showing a strange expression, a mixture of gratitude and reminiscence, quietly gazing at the village under the rain before him. Brother Zhang, this is our Baishu village. Please stay here for now. After the rainy season, when the mountain roads are clear, you can follow the mountain path to Chengcheng. A burly man, dressed in a straw cloak and carrying a sack, handed it to someone beside him, smiling at Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled back, clasped his hands in thanks, and said, "I'm uneducated and don't understand etiquette. We've met on the road, so we're friends. Brother Zhang, don't be so formal. This Wu Dao will quickly prepare a room. My wife, please prepare the back room for Brother Zhang." The woman in the straw cloak beside the burly man glanced at Wang Lin, a smile also appearing on her face. Unable to hide her feelings for the young man before her, she hurried into the house. After preparing the room, she brought out a clean blanket. This burly man was quite well known in the village. Many neighbors came to his house that night, and amidst a lively atmosphere, there was clearly a feast. Wang Lin sat to one side, holding a bowl of wine in his hand, drinking and smiling at the people in front of him, feeling completely at peace. After 3 rounds of wine, these men laughed louder and louder. One middle-aged man stood up, took his bowl of wine, walked up to Wang Lin, and said with a silly grin, "Brother Zhang, my third brother said that if it weren't for you, he would have been bitten by a poisonous snake and wouldn't have survived. I will never forget this life-saving favor," he said, draining his bowl of wine. Wang Lin smiled, picked up the wine jar on the table, and instead of pouring it into his bowl, took a sip. Wiping the corner of his mouth with his left hand, he chuckled, "This wine isn't strong enough." The men around him brightened, all shouting praises. The host, the man who had given Wang Lin shelter, laughed and said, "Brother Zhang, bring out the 3-piece North Water wine that my father left behind. Let Brother Zhang know that the wine from our North Water village is also very strong." The man's wife shook her head and smiled, going into the room. 2 people, like her children, followed her and soon brought out a jar of 3-piece wine and placed it to one side. Time passed slowly like this, and a month went by in the blink of an eye. The rainy season hadn't ended yet, but it had lessened considerably. Even for a brief period each day, the sky would clear, and the rain would stop. In this village, Wang Lin was very welcome. Everyone seemed to have accepted this neighbor, usually calm but very boisterous when drinking, and even accepted his identity as a doctor. Many of the village elders and those with illnesses had witnessed Wang Lin's medical skills. They also accepted the exquisitely carved wooden statues, knowing that Wang Lin was not only a doctor, but also a woodcarver. If time continued to pass, forgetting the dangers of Sam, forgetting the life and death on the path of cultivation, forgetting the deceitful schemes of people, such a life would be desirable for Wang Lin. He liked this peace, he liked the harmonious atmosphere of this village. Wang Lin understood that such a life, like this rainy season, would soon disappear. The cultivators of the Guiyuan sect traveled to the northern part of the Moluo continent. After repeated searches, they selected a group of people with potential, including both young and middle-aged individuals. They also searched for white-haired people, but couldn't find anyone with sufficient talent. Even if they did, at their age, they wouldn't achieve anything until their death. One day, a cultivator arrived in Baishui village. This cultivator appeared to be no older than 20, yet his cultivation had already reached the foundation establishment stage. At his age, achieving such a level of cultivation was enough to make him an outstanding figure among the younger generation. This cultivator's demeanor was icy cold, and upon arriving at Baishui village, he immediately struck fear into the hearts of the villagers, who collectively emerged from their homes, trembling in the rain. Every ordinary person living on the Mola continent knows about cultivators, and they understand even better that if the cultivator before them gets angry, killing all of them would be a matter of moments. Zhao Yu frowned, looking at everyone in this small village. Raindrops, even those falling just inches from him, were deflected, keeping his clothes clean. But the villagers before him were merely standing in the rain, their clothes soaked through, the cold seeping into their bodies. The adults could endure it, but the children shivered, huddled close to their parents. They had stood there for over a minute, yet the cultivator in front of them remained silent. "Senior Immortal, this rain is very cold. The children are weak. They might not be able to withstand it." Otherwise, the burly man who had previously sent Wang Lin home now spoke in a trembling voice. His young daughter beside him had turned pale with cold. But before he could finish, a cold glint flashed in Zhao Yu's eyes, causing the burly man to swallow his words back. With a cold snort, Zhao Yu said icily, "You can't even withstand a light rain like this. How can you become a cultivator?" His cold snort, concealing a trace of his cultivation, caused the villagers in front of him to feel as if thunder had echoed in their ears, their faces turning even paler. Wang Lin stood among them, his expression grim, stepping out from the crowd and walking towards Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was startled, about to scold him, but his eyes immediately showed confusion. His gaze shifted from Wang Lin to the villagers, and he calmly said, "Go back." The villagers trembled slightly, but quickly embraced their children and hurried into their houses, no longer daring to appear. As they dispersed, Wang Lin casually waved his right hand, and an invisible wave of heat spread, permeating the bodies of each villager, dispelling all the coldness within them. Under the rain, Wang Lin walked forward, followed by Zhao Yu, his expression no longer flustered, but seemingly lost in a daze. The Guiyuan sect's operation lasted a month, during which they found 31 ordinary people across the entire Moluo continent, 17 of whom were teenagers, and the rest were young adults. These people were all brought to the Guiyuan sect's mountain gate in eastern Moluo near the basin within the circular mountain range, and stayed there. The 4 great elders of the Guiyuan sect held these dozens of people in extremely high regard, dividing them up and taking each one as a disciple. Among the 7 chosen by Li Yanfei, the only woman among the 4 great elders was a man named Zhang Niu from Baishui village. The southern garden of the Guiyuan sect, besides the pavilions within the basin, stretched out in the southern mountain range. Especially within a lush, evergreen forest on the mountaintop stood a red building adorned with vividly carved phoenixes, a truly beautiful sight. Lu Yanfei's fondness for red was well known throughout the Guiyuan sect. Not only was her residence red, but even her clothing was predominantly red. At this moment, Lu Yanfei, dressed in a resplendent red robe, sat calmly, her complexion slightly pale, yet the sorrow etched on her face remained, giving her a beautiful yet somewhat melancholic aura. However, even her 3 senior fellow disciples lacked the qualifications to appreciate this captivating charm, as their cultivation levels were still a notch lower than Li Yanfei's. Lu Yanfei had reached the late stage of the great perfection of the pure nirvana realm, arguably the most beautiful woman in the Guiyuan sect. Her reputation renowned throughout the 5th layer of the star domain. Many harbored feelings for her, but fearing her master's perfected pure nirvana cultivation, they avoided direct conflict in recent years. However, now that her master had passed away, the entire Guiyuan sect was in its weakest period. At this moment, Lu Yanfei held a jade slip in her hand, entirely purple, gripping it tightly, her delicate hand seemingly turning white. Her eyes showed a look of forbearance, but she could only endure it. She even considered crushing the jade slip, but the thought of the consequences only intensified her forbearance. Taking a deep breath, she reluctantly cleared her mind and, facing the 3 anxious female disciples respectfully standing before her, softly said, "Let them in." Throughout his life, Lu Yanfei had only taken 3 disciples, all of whom were female. Furthermore, his second disciple, Sun Yun, whose cultivation was the highest, had only just taken half a step into the Yin Void realm. Although Sun Yun wasn't as beautiful as her master, she was extremely delicate and gentle. Soon after, 4 pale-faced young men entered one after another. Their bodies trembled, and upon entering the room, they gasped for breath, bowed their heads, and seemed somewhat flustered. Lu Yanfei's gaze swept over the 4 young men, and he said softly, "Older brother, third brother, each of you take 2 of them as disciples." These 4 young men have very mediocre aptitudes. Whether they can become companion spirits depends on their fate a month from now. If they don't receive the approval of the purple-eyed serpent that our master left behind, send them home. The 2 female disciples respectfully obeyed, and, accompanied by the 4 young men, withdrew. "Master, the remaining 3 they're getting a bit older," Sun Yun whispered from the side. Lu Yanfei looked at the purple jade slip in her hand, gripping it tightly, pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I won't see them. I have other matters to attend to. You may leave." Sun Yun hesitated for a moment, glancing at the purple jade slip in Lu Yanfei's hand, opening her mouth to say something, but ultimately sighed and respectfully left the room. Only after Sun Yun had left did a flash of killing intent appear in Lu Yanfei's eyes, making her look like a jade rakshasa. She clutched the jade slip, the forbearance in her eyes completely overshadowed by this killing intent. "Lu Di, even if I die, I, Lu Yanfei, will never cultivate with you." Waiting outside the red building were 3 people. Besides Wang Lin, there were 2 other young men beside him. One of them had a simple, unassuming appearance and plain clothes, while the other had a dignified appearance, but with a hint of lust in his eyes. He was dressed entirely in blue, exuding an air of nobility. Sun Yun, burdened with anxiety, emerged from the house, glancing at the 3 men, his brow furrowing particularly at the young man in blue. "You 3 stand there. I'll take you back to the sect." Sun Yun waved his hand, and immediately a cloud materialized, lifting the 3 men and transforming them into a rainbow as they descended from the mountain, flying straight towards the southern basin below. Before long, they arrived outside a very exquisite garden near the southern garden. This garden had many kinds of flowers, and several rooms within. The clouds dissipated, and the young man in the blue robe turned pale, his body trembling as he slumped to the ground, retching and vomiting. Clearly, the speed had been too fast. His first flight in the sky had terrified him. As for the simple-minded young man, his face was also devoid of color, his body trembling, but he hadn't vomited. Wang Lin remained calm, his gaze sweeping over the plants in the garden, carefully examining them one by one. Sun Yan glanced at Wang Lin, her eyes flashing. She found Wang Lin's composure incomprehensible. Seeing him looking at the plants, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you recognize them?" "Some," Wang Lin slowly replied, then calmly withdrew his gaze and said, "I am a physician." Sun Yan carefully observed Wang Lin for a moment, then said, "If you recognize them even a little, then take good care of them here from now on." After speaking, she patted her storage bag with her right hand, and a jade slip immediately appeared in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, the jade slip instantly flew out and disappeared into the distance. This divine power of the cultivator caught the eye of the simple-minded young man, immediately stirring up excitement, even causing the young man in blue to run away. Not long after, two streaks of sword light roared towards them from afar, transforming into two young cultivators. "Greetings, Master." These two cultivators stood before Sun Yan, their expressions respectful. "Arrange accommodations for them and give them the first three-stage jet cultivation technique." After giving the instructions, Sun Yan entered the house. Upon entering, she turned around and pointed at Wang Lin, saying, "Come in." The way this woman turned and pointed, if one were to strip away her icy demeanor, her charm was quite captivating. Wang Lin, with a calm expression, entered the house, and immediately a refreshing fragrance wafted into his face, a single breath bringing a feeling of tranquility. His expression remained unchanged, but he was inwardly surprised, because many of the plants in this garden were extinct in the Star Alliance, and even in the Luotia Star Domain. "You will stay here from now on." Sun Yan pointed to the wooden house in front, still observing Wang Lin. She felt that this person was to come. This kind of calmness would be understandable for a cultivator, but the Zhangni before her showed no trace of spiritual power, which greatly surprised her. However, she didn't dwell on it. After assigning him the task of tending the medicinal herbs and imparting a few incantations for refining Che, she ignored Wang Lin and went into the central wooden house, beginning to meditate cross-legged. Today, she had been cultivating desperately, wanting to quickly reach the Yang realm so that she could at least help her master a little. Especially when she thought of the purple jade slip in her master's hand, Sun Yan felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She knew that her master's appearance was remembered by many powerful cultivators, and now that her grandmother had passed away, these people were itching to act. Especially considering the attitude of her three senior uncles who dared not show their faces, Sun Yan bit her lower lip tightly. If she hadn't reached the Yang realm by now, the only option left was to consume the soul-shattering elixir, thinking of the terrifying power of the soul-shattering elixir. Sun Yan took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and began to cultivate with her eyes closed. Recently, she could feel a glimmer of breakthrough in her mental state, and it seemed that the distance to reaching the Yang realm was not far. After Sun Yan left, Wang Lin smiled, glanced at the herbs around her, and walked towards his wooden house. After entering, he saw that the wooden house wasn't large. Besides the bed, there was a wooden table, and on the table was a lamp that had been extinguished. Stretching out, he lay on the bed, gazing up at the ceiling of the wooden house, his expression one of ease. It had been a long time since he had felt so relaxed. Whether in Baishui village or here, both had given him a sense of peace and tranquility that he rarely found. For someone cultivating to his level, besides sitting down to meditate, the most important thing was spiritual enlightenment. Regarding the understanding of the Tao and its rules, Wang Lin, lying here, seemed to have grasped a vague concept. Truth and falsehood, perhaps. I am currently caught between truth and falsehood. Wang Lin smiled slightly, slowly closing his eyes. Soon, the sky darkened, and the room grew even darker. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. Without lighting a lamp, he immediately sat cross-legged, his hands forming a hand seal, repeatedly striking his body, and exhaling a cloud of turbid energy. His body flicked, instantly splitting into two. The clone and the main body separated within the wooden house in the southern garden of the Guiyuan sect. The main body sat cross-legged, the lower half a skeleton, its bones entirely black, with faint red streaks interwoven within. Anyone outside would surely gasp for breath at this sight. The main body's appearance was even more pathetic than when he was at the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, seemingly more severely injured. In fact, when Wang Lin left the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect to go to the Immortal Realm to rescue the Azure Dragon's Sacred Emperor, he had already merged with the main body once. However, there was a problem with the main body's body. Even after the fusion, the remaining power of the ancient god was not much. He could never forget the moment he reached the peak. If it weren't for Zhou Yi's peak-seeking heart, he would have long been burned to ashes by the primordial fire. Peak-seeking, those who attain enlightenment, life and death hang in the balance. The greatest life-or-death hurdle on the path of cultivation unexpectedly exists in the Cloud Sea Star domain, a feat demonstrated by the peak of alchemy achieved in this domain. Perhaps even the second stage of cultivation can be aided by such elixirs. However, cultivators prioritize enlightenment and understanding of the Tao, while elixirs are considered a heterodox practice. Why is alchemy so highly developed in the Cloud Sea Star domain? Wang Lin frowned, but his expression quickly softened. Could it be there are elixirs that can aid in the enlightenment of the Tao? Thinking this, Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he took a deep breath. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, his gaze seemingly penetrating his own room, directly looking at Sun Yun in the adjacent room. Sun Yun opened her eyes, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face pale. She had once again failed in her attempt to enter the young realm. This failure had injured her primordial spirit. Biting her lower lip, a look of determination appeared in Sun Yun's eyes. She patted her storage bag and, without hesitation, crushed the wax pill, revealing a black elixir. As soon as the elixir appeared, a dense surge of heaven and earth elemental power immediately gushed out, seemingly containing a strange soul force. Entering Death Soul Elixir, Sun Yun gritted her teeth, about to swallow the pill, when at that very moment, a calm voice suddenly reached her ears. Stop! In the Mola continent during the rainy season, the air in the early morning was damp. Pushing open the window, the rainwater splashed up, creating countless droplets on the window pane and into the room, some even hitting Wang Lin's face. The rain was cold, but even a chilly morning rain could invigorate one's spirit. Looking through the window, the misty rain obscured the view. The medicinal herbs in the courtyard were far more resilient than ordinary plants, unaffected by the downpour, allowing the rainwater to flow down the leaves, merging with the soil and soaking into their roots. Within the rain, waves of heaven and earth's spiritual energy emanated. Wang Lin took a deep breath, grabbed an umbrella from the corner of the room, opened it, and stepped out. The mud beneath his feet made a squelching sound, mingling with the sound of raindrops falling on the umbrella, reaching Wang Lin's ears and allowing him to sense the power of heaven and earth. Wang Lin's expression was joyful as he slowly walked forward. Sun Yun's cultivation was not yet finished. She was still quietly meditating in her room, trying to break through the yin void and reach the yang realm. She didn't notice Wang Lin leaving at all. Even if she wasn't concentrating on meditating, she wouldn't have realized he had gone. Since arriving at the Guiyuan sect, Wang Lin had never concealed his cultivation. Given his status, there was no need to hide his cultivation. As long as he didn't use any divine abilities to manipulate the elemental power of heaven and earth, no one could tell he was a cultivator, no one could discern his cultivation level. A pure nirvana cultivator's internal energy merges with the heavens and earth, allowing them to absorb boundless energy from the universe. Thus, if the internal energy remains still, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth will not change in the slightest. If that were all, perhaps Lu Yanfei could only discern a few clues. But Wang Lin possessed a trace of his original essence, and having seen the third step from the heaven-defying pearl, and with the help of immortal Emperor Kinglin, he had naturally surpassed ordinary pure nirvana cultivators. Throughout the Moluo continent, no one could discern his cultivation level. He held an umbrella, dressed in white, and calmly walked out of the herb garden within the Guiyuan sect. Along the way, he encountered a few Guiyuan sect disciples, but they passed each other without disturbing him. According to Nan Yuan, Wang Lin ascended the mountain without using any divine abilities, relying only on himself, walking along the mountain path, step by step, towards the summit. At the summit, the mountain wind was strong, blowing raindrops in torrents. Looking ahead, the horizon was filled with swirling dark clouds, with flashes of lightning and resounding thunder within. Breathing in the damp air of the rain, gazing at the majestic scene in the distance, and feeling the power of heaven and earth, Wang Lin felt incredibly calm. If there hadn't been an uninvited guest behind him, he would have loved to enjoy this feeling in a place where no one could recognize his identity, in a strange world, alone, savoring the taste of the rain. "Where are you from?" A cold, icy voice came from behind. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he turned to look. Behind him stood a woman dressed entirely in red, like a swirling red cloud, her black hair flowing freely. The red and black contrast accentuated her slightly pale complexion, giving her a strangely captivating beauty. Her figure was graceful, yet amidst the rain and the roaring thunder, she exuded an overwhelming sense of loneliness and helplessness. A vague suffering emanated from her, becoming even more apparent in Wang Lin's eyes. "I am Zhang Niu," Wang Lin calmly stated. The woman in red coldly glanced at Wang Lin, her delicate eyebrows furrowing. The name Zhang Niu was completely unfamiliar to her. If she hadn't seen that Wang Lin was merely a mortal, she would have long since banished him from the mountain. Zhang Niu? The woman in red recalled that among the 31 mortals brought back from the north, there was one named Zhang Niu. However, the man before her was far too calm, a calmness that was unmistakable. "Leave here immediately," the woman spoke indifferently. After all, she was a powerful cultivator and obviously wouldn't stoop to arguing with a mere mortal. Although her heart was stirred at this moment, she maintained her composure. Wang Lin chuckled, turned around, walked past the woman in red, and left along the mountain path. The woman turned to look at Wang Lin. His calmness greatly surprised her. It's worth noting that in the entire Guiyuan sect, besides her deceased master, any disciple who saw her was extremely nervous and respectful. Even her 3 senior brothers, due to their lower cultivation levels, showed some respect upon meeting her, let alone a mere mortal. But the man before her was strangely calm. The woman in red's eyes, like lightning, looked at Wang Lin's back as if they could penetrate his body, carefully scrutinizing him, finally confirming that the person before her was just a mortal. With a sigh, the woman in red softly said, "Wait a moment. Would you be willing to listen to my story?" Liu Yanfei held an extremely high position within the Guiyuan sect. When she wanted to converse with someone, the other party would usually be even more respectful, especially since there were certain things she wouldn't reveal to others due to her status. This young man before her had no cultivation whatsoever, just a mortal. In Liu Yanfei's eyes, she was like heaven and earth compared to him. But what was important was the young man's calmness, which seemed to possess a certain allure, causing Liu Yanfei's heart to inexplicably become calm. She simply wanted to find someone she could talk to. At a time like this, under this rain, in this gentle breeze, at this moment, only the 2 of them remained. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then didn't leave, but stood on the mountaintop, looking at the dark clouds in the distant horizon and nodding. The mountain wind, carrying rainwater, howled past, obscuring the sound of the rain and wind, leaving only complete silence. "When I was 13, my master accepted me as his disciple, and from then on, I embarked on the path of cultivation." Liu Yanfei's calm voice, tinged with reminiscence, slowly drifted out, blending into the rain and disappearing with the wind. "When I reached the peak of enlightenment, my master spared no expense, spending a large amount of the sect's medicinal materials and even traveling to distant sects to exchange resources. Finally, he personally refined a mantiadan for me, helping me successfully reach the peak of enlightenment. I remember one year, my master led me into the starry sky to hunt. After 3 years, he finally helped me capture a 6-eyed red fox, which became my life-bound spirit beast." Liu Yanfei spoke slowly, her voice filled with sorrow. She didn't care whether Wang Lin understood or not, nor did she look at him, only gazing towards the horizon as if speaking to herself. "Master has passed away, and from now on, I will never see him again," Liu Yanfei muttered to herself, her voice filled with sorrow. Wang Lin listened calmly, without saying a word. Time passed slowly, and before she knew it, it was noon. The rain had subsided and finally stopped completely. The dark clouds in the distance had vanished, leaving a clear blue sky and a beautiful rainbow hung in the air, indescribably gorgeous. The Purple Dao sect harmed master after master passed away. The young sect leader sent a jade slip, wanting me to cultivate with him. If I don't agree, he will take advantage of master's death and the severe damage to the Guiyuan sect's strength to report to the main sect and declare war on my Guiyuan sect. The main sect is always biased. If the Purple Dao sect really reports this, they will most likely agree. Liu Yanfei bit her lower lip, her beautiful face showing a pained expression. It's laughable that my 3 senior brothers didn't dare to step forward, accepting this, wanting to sacrifice me alone to ensure the peace of the Guiyuan sect. But they are truly short-sighted. Could the Guiyuan sect really be at peace after I follow Lu Di? 2 streams of tears flowed down Lu Yanfei's face, falling to the ground and mingling with the raindrops. She silently gazed at the rainbow on the horizon, murmuring, "After the rain comes the rainbow." But the rainbow of my Guiyuan sect is so bleak. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He looked at the red-robed female cultivator, seemingly not wanting to express her thoughts further, and turned to descend the mountain. At this moment, the red-robed woman no longer tried to stop him, silently gazing at the horizon. After a long while, a look of determination appeared on her face, a murderous aura rising within her. She turned and glanced briefly at Wang Lin as he left. This person is as resolute as my own. If he embarks on the path of cultivation, he will surely achieve great things in the future. What a pity descending from the mountaintop. Wang Lin, holding an umbrella, entered the medicinal herb garden of Nanyuan. Sun Yun's breathing exercises were still ongoing. Wang Lin returned to his room, his eyes flashing with brilliance. He had learned from Zhao Yu's memories that the Cloud Sea Star domain was completely different from the Thunder and Rain realms. Today, hearing the words of the Guiyuan sect elder, he learned that the Cloud Sea Star domain focused on life-bound spirit beasts, and its alchemy techniques were unique. Within the starry sky, filled with mist, was a world belonging to spirit beasts. Wang Lin's eyes showed a thoughtful expression, especially considering some of the Guiyuan sect elder's earlier words. Clearly, there were elixirs that could aid in reaching the peak of cultivation. The Mancha elixir. A look of interest appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. This sound seemed to emanate from between heaven and earth, indistinct and ethereal, both close to her ear and distant at the same time, yet upon closer listening, it seemed to be within her very being. A single, simple word, a calm sound, yet it resonated deeply within Sun Yun's mind, causing her body to tremble as if the world around her had collapsed, forming invisible threads that wrapped around her, paralyzing her body, her spirit, and even her internal energy. Even her thoughts ceased to function, seemingly frozen in a world from her previous life. Wang Lin's figure appeared before Sun Yun. Sun Yun sat cross-legged, her graceful form hidden beneath her clothes now more clearly visible. A fragrance emanated from Sun Yun's body throughout the room. Her expression remained resolute, motionless. Sun Yun took out a black pill from her hand. Wang Lin carefully examined it. The pill's color seemed to be the source of all darkness in the world, drawing the viewer's mind in. What a special pill! Wang Lin murmured to himself, his divine consciousness sweeping over the pill, his eyes revealing a calculating expression. His understanding of pills was far inferior to his understanding of Forbidden's techniques, but his cultivation was extraordinary. His divine consciousness permeated the pill, analyzing its internal structure. However, the vast majority of it was beyond his comprehension, and more importantly, he sensed a fluctuating soul within the pill. Interesting? Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the pill again to confirm whether his feeling was correct. Inside the pill, there was indeed a soul fluctuation. This soul fluctuation wasn't strong, but it was extremely tenacious. Closing his eyes, Wang Lin felt that what he saw wasn't a pill, but the spirit of a ferocious beast. The spirit resembled an ape, extremely violent, frantically struggling in his hand. However, this ape was bound by many seals, preventing it from breaking free. Opening his eyes, all illusions vanished. Wang Lin placed the pill between Sun Yun's fingers, stepped back a few paces, and pointed his right hand forward. Immediately, the invisible threads wrapped around Sun Yun completely dissipated, and Sun Yun's body trembled, returning to normal. All of this seemed to happen in the blink of an eye for her, as if her past and present lives were superimposed. Wang Lin's cultivation level was far higher than hers. Under the body-fixing technique, Sun Yun couldn't even detect any abnormality. She maintained her previous posture, her eyes showing determination as she swallowed the pill. Wang Lin calmly stood behind her, observing. Sun Yun was completely unaware of someone behind her. After swallowing the pill, her face immediately turned rosy, seemingly showing signs of pain. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her clothes quickly became soaked, clinging to her body. From behind, Wang Lin clearly saw the woman in front of him sitting cross-legged, her back and arms forming an arc. Sun Yun's face grew increasingly red, her eyes closed, and she clearly felt a fire burning inside her body. This fire consumed her primordial spirit, and gradually, a black ape with golden eyes materialized within her mind. This massive, black ape with golden eyes exuded a ferocious aura. With furious roars and screams, it charged straight towards Sun Yan's primordial spirit. At this moment, flames engulfed Sun Yan's primordial spirit. Her spirit, already injured, was now suffering even more within the flames, yet she did not retreat, but instead fought fiercely against the black ape with golden eyes. Her primordial spirit was like a battlefield, a life-or-death struggle between her and the ape. The ape, in its roars, seemed to want to tear apart her primordial spirit, to rip apart Sun Yan's body, unwilling to be consumed by the flames, wanting to escape. But Sun Yan's primordial spirit remained tightly entwined with the black ape, allowing the flames to consume her while simultaneously rapidly refining the ape. It seemed as if it would not be satisfied until it had completely annihilated the ape. It was just that the black ape was too huge. The speed at which it was being refined within Wang Lin's mind was slower than the speed at which Sun Yan's primordial spirit was being burned. Therefore, Sun Yan's primordial spirit continuously retreated, her face turning crimson, and she began to tremble. Swallowing the soul-entering pill was a matter of life and death, and Sun Yan understood this very well. If it weren't for wanting to quickly break through her cultivation to gain greater power to help her master, she would absolutely not casually swallow this pill. Her master had shown her great kindness, and for her master, she would spare no effort. Seeing that her primordial spirit had been pushed to the brink by the black ape, with only half of its body refined and a mere flick of its hand to tear apart Sun Yan's primordial spirit, Wang Lin raised his right hand. He wanted to carefully observe the effects of this pill. If Sun Yan failed, she wouldn't have the chance to observe it firsthand. Okay, I'll give you one more chance. Wang Lin shook his head, his right index finger pointing at Sun Yan's head. With this single gesture, Wang Lin's consciousness suddenly moved, directly entering Sun Yan's mind. Inside Sun Yan's mind, her primordial spirit continuously retreated, vaguely revealing despair. Just as she saw the black ape attacking, a white-robed figure suddenly entered her mind. She couldn't clearly see the figure's form, only the silver hair fluttering on its head. Before she could even panic and wonder why this white-haired figure had appeared inside her mind, Sun Yan's primordial spirit suddenly trembled, staring ahead in disbelief. She saw that after the white-robed figure appeared, it casually extended its right hand and immediately struck. The black ape let out a mournful cry, its body rapidly recoiling. Loud rumbling sounds emanated from within its body as it began to crumble, engulfed by the surrounding flames and frantically refined. Sun Yan was stunned. The power of that single strike shook her. She couldn't comprehend it, but she felt that in that instant, it had completely taken over her mind, enough to shake the heavens and earth. Under this strike, the earth and sky seemed to tremble, the heavens threatening to collapse. She had witnessed her master, Liu Yanfei, unleashing divine abilities, but at this moment, she understood that even her master couldn't unleash such a heaven-shattering strike. Even her master, under this single strike, would likely have to retreat and die. She had also witnessed her deceased grandmother unleashing divine abilities, but even her grandmother, in her opinion, would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. The seemingly casual movements of the white-robed figure shook her to her core. The white-robed figure appeared to glance back at Sun Yan, then took a step, moving away from her mind and disappearing. All that remained in Sun Yan's eyes was that head of white hair, clearly etched in her heart. The ape, refined within her mind, formed a strange stream of soul power, which at that very moment frantically merged into Sun Yan's primordial spirit, preventing her from thinking about the white image still lingering in her eyes. She continuously absorbed the soul power, gradually entering a strange state, like a new realm. In this peculiar state, understandings of the Tao and insights into heaven and earth emanated from the soul power, merging into her primordial spirit. The black ape was no ordinary beast, but a special spirit beast of the Cloud Sea domain. These creatures are like humans. They have cultivated the Tao and have gained enlightenment regarding heaven and earth. With the added advantage of an innate longevity, her understanding of heaven and earth was no less profound than that of a cultivator. This black ape had a lifespan of over 3,000 years, and its soul, combined with alchemy techniques, transformed into a soul-entering pill. After an unknown period of time, Sun Yan slowly opened her eyes, a bright radiance emanating from them, a trace of young energy swirling around her body. She hadn't yet reached the young realm, but she had now opened the gateway to it. She needed to fully comprehend all her previous insights before she could officially become a young cultivator. Sun Yun forcefully turned her head to look behind her, but saw no one. She was alone in the room. However, she could never forget the graceful gesture of the silver-haired man. After a moment of silence, a somber expression appeared on Sun Yun's face. She gazed ahead in astonishment, the white image in her mind refusing to dissipate. It wasn't the intuition of a cultivator, but of a woman. It seemed this figure she had seen it before. This illusion. White hair. Sun Yun's eyes gradually brightened as she recalled her master's words. Before her passing, after performing the divine spirit selection technique, her master had only uttered one sentence. North white hair. Sun Yun's chest heaved uncontrollably. She immediately left the room, transforming into a rainbow and flying straight to her master's chambers in the southern mountains. Wang Lin stood by the window, watching the rainbow gradually disappear into the dark sky, a look of understanding in his eyes. Unexpectedly, such a type of elixir exists in this Cloud Sea Star domain. If that's the case, the stronger the spirit beast, the more its soul can assist in comprehending the realm of intent. This is truly completely different from the thunder and rain realms. While deep in thought, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. He thought of the spirit soul that Mozi had brought to him at the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect years ago, refined by a master. At this moment, in the fifth layer of the Cloud Sea Star domain, within a dense cloud of star mist not far from the Moluo continent, a black beast, its body like a giant tadpole hundreds of feet long, was slowly flying. The beast's head was enormous, occupying more than half of its body, its large mouth resembling a scar, occasionally opening as if swallowing the star mist, revealing a set of teeth and a ferocious, bloodthirsty appearance. Its long, slender tail swayed slowly behind it. Two figures stood atop its head. In front was a young man, dressed entirely in purple, with a handsome appearance, yet enveloped in an aura of malevolence that made him seem tyrannical at first glance. Behind him followed an old man, who stood respectfully, his expression calm, occasionally glancing at the young man with a look of affection in his eyes. My young master not only wants Lian Fei to become his concubine and cauldron, but he also wants this Guiyuan sect to become his private chambers. Uncle Song, how confident are you? If that old Taoist wasn't dead, I wouldn't have even half a chance, but now, I'm 100% confident. The old man's tone was calm, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The young man laughed heartily upon hearing this, licking his lips, his face showing a lecherous expression, as if he were deep in thought. The rainy season lasted for months, seemingly endless, never ceasing. The incessant rain, day and night, and the dark clouds that filled the sky weighed heavily on the hearts of the disciples of the Guiyuan sect, leaving them powerless to dispel it. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since Wang Lin arrived at the Guiyuan sect. Sun Yun had already returned from her master's quarters, and for the past few days she had been secretly investigating the 31 mortals who had come from the north. But ultimately, she had found nothing. As for Wang Lin, she had also observed him, but found no clues. Even her master, Liu Yanfei, took the matter very seriously, personally using her divine abilities to try and uncover some clues, but to no avail. The image of the white figure in Sun Yun's mind did not fade with time. On the contrary, it became even more deeply ingrained. Occasionally, in the middle of the night while meditating, Sun Yun would inexplicably see the image of the person in white robes and the graceful demeanor of that one figure appear before her eyes. Who exactly was he? This question had always preoccupied Sun Yun. One afternoon, Sun Yun pushed open the door of her room. Rain splashed onto the eaves, a few drops hitting her face. She furrowed her delicate eyebrows, raised her hand to wipe the raindrops from her face, her graceful figure revealing a captivating beauty as she stepped outside. The rainwater, half a meter away from her body, seemed to fall on an invisible stream, flowing down her back. Walking through the courtyard, Sun Yun looked at the medicinal herbs around her, then suddenly looked up, gazing towards Wang Lin's house. The person she suspected most was Wang Lin. But these past few days, this young man named Zheng Niu had been like a true mortal, except for his calm and composed demeanor. For some unknown reason, Sun Yun instinctively walked towards Wang Lin's house, standing outside for a while, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and she directly pushed open the door. I sent you here to take care of the medicinal herbs. You've only done it once these past few days. Sun Yun stared at Wang Lin, who was reading a wooden scroll in his hand beside the table in the room. She didn't know why, but these past few days, after seeing Wang Lin, her heart had always been a little restless, no longer possessing the calmness of an yin void cultivator. Wang Lin put down the wooden scroll he had taken from the scripture pavilion of the Guiyuan sect. This wooden scroll wasn't a valuable technique. Any newly admitted disciple could borrow it. It contained the history of the Moluo continent and a brief introduction to the Cloud Sea star domain. This scroll was meant to help newly admitted disciples understand the cultivation world, understand the Cloud Sea, and understand the principle that there are always higher mountains and more skilled people, thus inspiring them to diligently cultivate. While looking at the wooden slip, Wang Lin's mind wasn't entirely focused on it, but rather on refining elixirs and dealing with spirit beasts. Calmly glancing at Sun Yun, Wang Lin sat there and slowly said, "Are any of the herbs dying?" Sun Yun was speechless. The herbs had been greener and healthier than before these past few days. Even some that had previously been on the verge of dying were strangely still alive. Wang Lin said nothing more, picked up the wooden slip again, and continued reading. The more he did this, the more Sun Yun frowned. He stepped inside the house, and immediately a fragrant aroma filled the small room. Wang Lin was clearly familiar with this scent. He had smelled it on Sun Yun's body that day. Whether these herbs died or not is none of your business, because the spiritual energy here is abundant, and these herbs are all aquatic species. They can naturally absorb the power of heaven and earth during the rainy season. Sun Yun stared at Wang Lin, her voice cold. Oh, Wang Lin nodded casually, not looking at Sun Yun, flipping through the wooden slip in his hand and continuing to read. Zhang Yu. Seeing Wang Lin's attitude, Sun Yun's beautiful eyes widened. Wang Lin frowned, put down the wooden slip again, and coldly looked at Sun Yun. Sun Yun had a belly full of words to say, wanting to reprimand him, but suddenly, when faced with Wang Lin's gaze, she instinctively swallowed the words she was about to say, her expression becoming fearful. My job is to prevent these herbs from dying. If there is nothing else, please do not disturb me. Wang Lin's voice was calm, and Sun Yun's girlish heart suddenly trembled. It's him. Sun Yun pondered for a moment, giving Wang Lin a deep, meaningful glance. Then biting his lower lip, he turned and left the room. Late at night, a flickering oil lamp illuminated the table, while outside the window was pitch black. Only the sound of pouring rain and occasional flashes of lightning could be heard. Wine swept across the mountains, blowing into the Guiyuan sect in this basin, creating swirling vortices and emitting a mournful, echoing sound. Wang Lin put down the wooden slip in his hand, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment. From the brief introductions inside the wooden slip, he learned quite a bit. He also gained a relatively clear understanding of Yun Hai. More importantly, he had spent the past few days studying the jade slip he had seen a few days earlier, and his thoughts and considerations regarding alchemy had yielded some results. Opening his eyes, Wang Lin raised his head, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the room he was in, piercing through the rain and the silver-like lightning bolts. Directly looking towards the Taoist temple suspended on 8 large stone pillars in the middle of the Guiyuan sect's basin. Inside the Taoist temple, Wang Lin could clearly feel a powerful aura swirling around him. His body flicked, and he disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was in midair atop one of the stone pillars, outside the Taoist temple. At this location, the wind and rain raged fiercely, emitting howling sounds, accompanied by the thunderous roar of anger. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he pushed open the door of the Taoist temple in midair and entered. This Taoist temple wasn't large. Besides some furnishings, the most striking feature was a massive spatial rift in the center, emanating purple light that illuminated the entire temple in a purple hue. Behind this spatial rift was a stand, its surface enveloped in fluctuating restrictions. On the stand rested 3 items: a long sword, a jade slip, and a pill. As soon as Wang Lin stepped inside, the purple light from the spatial rift intensified. A huge snake emerged from within, its tongue flicking, staring intently at Wang Lin. The snake was entirely purple, its eyes particularly a deep purple. Under this gaze, anyone who was looked at would be shaken to their core, but it had no effect on Wang Lin. Without even glancing at the purple-eyed serpent, Wang Lin walked straight past. The purple-eyed serpent let out a low growl, its eyes showing fear, and it hastily retreated, letting Wang Lin pass without attacking. In fact, Wang Lin had been here 4 days earlier. This purple-eyed serpent's cultivation level could be compared to a late-stage nirvana cultivator, but in Wang Lin's eyes, it was nothing. There was absolutely no significant commotion. 4 days ago, he had almost killed this purple-eyed serpent, but thinking that he intended to stay in the Guiyuan sect for a while. Killing the sect's guardian beast upon arrival would be inappropriate, so he spared its life. He walked to the side of the shelf, raised his right hand, and the restrictions on it completely dissipated. Wang Lin picked up the jade slip and once again concentrated on examining it. He had already looked at this jade slip for days before arriving here. He wasn't interested in the divine abilities of the Guiyuan sect contained within, only in the descriptions of spirit beasts and alchemy. After carefully examining it again, a thoughtful expression appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He put down the jade slip, picked up the pill next to it, and stared at it intently. He hadn't found any clues during his 4 days of examination. Now, after 4 days of thinking and considering the alchemy described in the jade slip, his goal was this pill. According to the jade slip, spirit beasts in the Cloud Sea Star domain are divided into 13 levels, and the souls of spirit beasts are infused into medicine, resulting in pills that are also divided into 13 levels. What the ancestor of the Guiyuan sect left behind was an 8th grade soul separation pill, passed down through generations in the Guiyuan sect. It's a pity this is a defective pill that doesn't absorb any spirit beasts. A look of regret appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. After several days of studying the contents of the jade slip, he gradually discovered some characteristics of the Cloud Sea's pill refining method. This time, he came to the Taoist temple to verify whether his conjecture was correct. Looking at the pill in his hand, he could confirm it. Sighing, Wang Lin put down the pill. He didn't take the 3 items that were obviously passed down by the ancestors of the Guiyuan sect. Taking these treasures of the sect, under circumstances where there was no enmity, was something Wang Lin, with his cultivation level, wouldn't bother with. He only needed to look. That was enough. For now, he needed to use the Cloud Sea's pill refining method to refine the pill himself. In this Cloud Sea Star domain, my goal is to use every means possible to improve my cultivation. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he made up his mind to leave. Suddenly, he sharply raised his head, his eyes revealing a strange expression. On the western border of the Moluo continent, in the sky, flashes of lightning flickered, and a rumbling sound slowly echoed, as if someone was attacking from the outside. The Moluo continent floated in the Cloud Sea Star domain, and above it stood a black tower emitting a gentle light that enveloped the entire continent. This black tower, besides being able to push back the star mist, also had a certain protective effect. This protective barrier not only prevented cultivators from outside the sect, but also contained countless ferocious beasts throughout the Cloud Sea. Within the Cloud Sea Star domain, beasts are divided into 2 types. Those beasts tamed by cultivators are called spirit beasts, while those that roam the star domain, along with immortal cultivators, are called ferocious beasts. At this moment, the protective light on the western side of the Moluo continent twisted and turned with a rumbling sound, finally collapsing with an earth-shattering explosion. This earth-shattering explosion briefly drowned out the thunder and all the rain, echoing throughout the Moluo continent and clearly reaching the Guiyuan sect. A spirit beast, like a giant tadpole, with a massive body hundreds of meters long and entirely black, slowly broke through the protective barrier. Amidst the interwoven flashes of lightning, it gradually infiltrated the Moluo continent. If it were just this one spirit beast, it would be absolutely impossible to break through the defensive layers of the Moluo continent, but on its back. The arrogant old man slowly retracted his right hand, and a purple wind swirled around his right hand. From now on, this Guiyuan sect will belong to my young sect master. A thunderous roar resounded as the gigantic black beast's body entered the Moluo continent. The old man standing atop the beast gazed affectionately at the young man, a smile playing on his lips. Amidst the young man's laughter, the black beast charged forward at an unimaginable speed, flying straight towards the Guiyuan sect in the east of the Moluo continent. The young sect master of the Zidao sect has arrived. Guiyuan sect, come out and pay your respects. The deep, aged voice of the black spirit beast slowly spread across the Mola continent, immediately reaching the Guiyuan sect, the only cultivation sect on the Mola continent. The old man knew that the young sect master acted recklessly. In the past, he would never have acted this way. But now, the life and death of the Guiyuan sect rested entirely in his hands, so following the young sect master's temperament, he also acted arrogantly. The old man raised his right hand and swung it forward, instantly conjuring a whirlwind that raged across the heavens and earth. All the falling rain was instantly swept up, and wherever the whirlwind passed, the rain seemed to stop. Even the roaring lightning flashed, and in that instant, anything touched by the whirlwind was instantly torn apart, transforming into larger arc-shaped streaks of lightning that scattered outwards, looking from afar like flowers blooming in profusion. At this moment, all the disciples of the Guiyuan sect awoke from their meditation. Their faces were pale, and they clearly felt an immense pressure coming from the west, seemingly capable of crushing them at any moment. On the peak of the Dongyuan mountain range of the Guiyuan sect, the middle-aged man among the four great elders wore a pained expression, silently closing his eyes, but quickly opening them forcefully. His body transformed into a rainbow, flying straight west. My master has just passed away, and the Zidao sect is acting so arrogantly. I've endured it time and again, but I, Li Xiangdou, must fight to the death. Even if I die, I will not surrender. Sighs echoed from the western and northern peaks. The two old men slowly emerged, gritting their teeth as they glared at each other, then immediately flew west. This was a moment of life and death for the Guiyuan sect. They could no longer endure it. It was utterly perplexing. How could the powerful Death sect possibly kill their young sect leader? And then there was that ancient voice from before, its hidden cultivation level enough to send a shockwave through the entire Guiyuan sect. Songwoo, a defeated general at the hands of their master all those years ago. But now their master had passed away, and Songwoo himself had come. Perhaps their Guiyuan sect had truly encountered a catastrophe from which there was no recovery inside the red building atop the southern mountain range. Lu Yanfei, clad entirely in red, his face contorted with anguish and filled with intense killing intent, rushed out without hesitation, transforming into a rainbow and flying straight west. Lu Di, even if I die, I, Lu Yanfei, will not follow you. Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip. Along the way, transparent tears streamed down from the corners of her eyes, merging into the sky and earth, indistinguishable as raindrops or tears. Behind the four great elders of the Guiyuan sect were their direct disciples. These people, with expressions of terror, determination, or rage, flew out, heading west like arrows. Sun Yan was among them, her eyes revealing a desperate, life-or-death determination. However, for some reason, while flying through the storm, two figures suddenly appeared in her mind. One figure, thin with black hair, not beautiful, but always calm as water. The other, a figure in white with white hair, whose single sweep could cause the heavens and earth to collapse. These two figures circled her head, finally overlapping. Wang Lin stood in the Taoist temple suspended in midair, gazing ahead as the giant rainbow gradually disappeared from his sight. He shook his head, slowly contemplating what his next steps would be if the Guiyuan sect were destroyed. Finally, he frowned and muttered, "What a nuisance!" He waved his sleeve, his body stepping forward. Immediately, ripples appeared beneath his feet, and he suddenly vanished from the Taoist temple. The purple-eyed serpent, which had almost burrowed into the crack, had been growling softly since Wang Lin's appearance, but still trembled with fear. Now it leapt out, roaring loudly in the direction where Wang Lin had disappeared, seemingly knowing that he had left and would not return anytime soon, thus gaining the courage to roar. The night on the Moluo continent was about to pass. The horizon was beginning to lighten. In the west, a purple wind howled, and from behind this purple wind, a colossal black spirit beast flew swiftly southward. The old man above had an arrogant and completely calm demeanor. He had complete confidence in the Guiyuan sect. Defeating them would be as easy as pie. The young man in purple beside him had an even more excited expression on his face, revealing a lecherous look. "Uncle Song, you can severely injure Li Yanfei, but don't accidentally kill her. Let my young sect master have a few days. It won't be too late to kill her after draining her vital energy." The young man in purple licked his lips. The old man beside him nodded, about to speak, when suddenly his expression froze. He glared ahead, only to see a ripple suddenly appear in the void before him. An boundless force of heaven and earth instantly surged forth, and from within the ripple, a white-haired man slowly emerged. This white-haired man's expression was icy cold, and as soon as he appeared, a murderous aura filled the heavens and earth. The black spirit beast immediately stopped, and after a moment of stunned silence, the old man's expression began to change. The young man in purple beside him frowned, about to scold, but the old man standing next to him immediately stared at Wang Lin, his expression solemn, and said in a deep voice, "I am Song Wu of the Sudao sect. Could you please show me some respect and let me pass?" Hearing the old man's words, the young man in purple was extremely surprised, carefully scrutinizing Wang Lin several times. "I'll show you respect. Leave this place immediately. From now on, you are not allowed to set foot in this place again." Wang Lin's voice was as cold as a bone-chilling wind blowing against the old man. The old man's face instantly turned gloomy. His cultivation was not higher than that of the ancestor of the Guyuan sect, but he had reached the mid-stage of pure nirvana. However, he couldn't quite discern the cultivation of the person before him, so his previous words were very polite, but he didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. What a haughty tone! Even the patriarch of the Guyuan sect, in front of our Zidao sect before the old man could finish his sentence, the purple-robed youth behind him burst into laughter. Wang Lin said nothing, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He took a step forward, and as he raised his right hand, a surge of murderous intent erupted from his body, instantly transforming the surroundings. At this moment, murderous intent filled the air. The dense murderous intent carried an unimaginable chill, causing the surrounding rainwater to freeze with a crackling sound. The 100-foot-tall black spirit beast suddenly trembled. Its intelligence was extremely high, and it immediately sensed the danger contained in the murderous intent in the air. Trembling, it retreated without waiting for the purple-robed youth's command. The young man in purple instantly turned pale, but still managed to softly shout, "You," however. Before he could finish, the old man immediately reached out and grabbed him, pinning him to the back of the black spirit beast. He then swung his sleeve, sending the black spirit beast hurtling backward. "Run! I'll deal with the next one after I kill this one." The old man's expression was extremely serious. After the black spirit beast retreated, he directly charged towards Wang Lin. The young man in purple rarely saw the old man show such an expression, and at this moment, a sense of dread arose in his heart. He immediately retreated along with the black spirit beast. Wang Lin swung his right hand, and instantly, the killing chi that filled the heavens and earth around his body surged wildly from all directions with tearing sounds, rushing straight towards the old man. The old man's pupils contracted, and he formed hand seals. Immediately, a deathly aura surged out, blowing in all directions, colliding with the killing chi and creating rumbling sounds that echoed from afar. Transformation of the universe. Wang Lin raised his left hand, pointing to the sky. Immediately, with his position as the center, the endless raindrops within a radius of hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of feet all stopped in that instant. Following Wang Lin's gesture, the entire area, trembling, was enveloped by a surge of power from heaven and earth, frantically rushing to attack the old man. The old man's mind was shaken at this moment, speechless. He had never heard of the two divine abilities displayed by the white-robed cultivator before him, but their immense power left him breathless. He was about to dodge when Wang Lin's eyes turned icy cold, and he calmly uttered a single word, "Freeze." In an instant, the old man's body trembled slightly, and he froze in midair. At that moment, endless ice crystals from all directions roared and frantically condensed around the old man's body, forming a massive ice crystal in the air. Wang Lin didn't stop. His right hand grasped the void, and instantly a storage space appeared in front of him. A rusty sword instantly materialized in his hand. With the rain, he raised it and fiercely slashed downwards. At that moment, a faint halo of light surrounded the heavens and earth, but as soon as the sword struck, the entire sky and earth were instantly enveloped by a sudden flash of extreme light. A deafening roar resounded, and the massive ice crystal collapsed, revealing a blood-red interior. The old man's eyes still held a look of disbelief and terror. His body had shattered into 4 or 5 pieces, even his primordial spirit had disintegrated, transforming into a surge of primal energy that spread in all directions. All of this happened in just a few short breaths, killed in an instant. The old man, even until his death, couldn't believe that in such a short time, he had been annihilated both physically and spiritually. His death was not in vain. Whether it was the slaughter chow or the transformation technique, it was enough for someone to wreak havoc in the cultivation world. Furthermore, he had used the Void Nirvana sword to attack. Not to mention him, Even someone with cultivation reaching the late stage of pure nirvana would have been severely injured, if not killed. Not to mention Wang Lin's extensive experience and wisdom, Song Wu's death was not unjust. Killing Song Wu in an instant, Wang Lin turned to look at the young man in purple on the back of the black spirit beast. After witnessing everything, the young man in purple trembled and screamed in terror. Looking coldly at the young man in purple, Wang Lin took a step forward. In the distance behind him, streaks of rainbow light roared towards him. The ear-piercing scream of extreme terror from the young man in purple echoed clearly in the ears of the four great elders of the Guiyuan sect, and also resonated within Lu Yanfei's mind. In the dimly lit sky, the rain had dissipated, and a hazy rainbow lingered in the vast expanse of the heavens under the morning sun. The figure within that rainbow, chasing the black spirit beast, was a dazzling white. Deeply imprinted in Lu Yanfei's eyes, a head of white hair fluttered within the rainbow-colored light like an eternal image, seemingly frozen in the eyes of the four grand elders of the Guiyuan sect who were rushing forward. The stench of blood permeated the air, along with the fluctuating primal energy caused by the collapse of the primordial spirit, clearly indicating that an earth-shattering battle had just taken place. Especially that dazzling beam of light between heaven and earth, although it vanished in an instant, it had claimed the life of a pure nirvana cultivator, making the four of them fight to the death. This scene left them stunned like statues. Before their eyes, only the back of the silver-haired man remained, seemingly moving slowly but actually like a flash of lightning, hurtling straight towards the young man in purple on the back of the black spirit beast. The piercing scream of the young man in purple echoed, filled with extreme fear. Although Luodi had only reached the Yin Void realm in his cultivation, his noble status meant he had never encountered such danger before. He had thought this journey would be easy, that he had the protection of the powerful Song Wu Dou within the sect, and that his status as the young sect master of the Purple Dou sect was enough to dominate the fifth layer of the star domain. He never dreamed of this, and even now, he still couldn't believe it. Song Wu Dou had been instantly killed by this young man in white. Not even his soul could escape. In his eyes, the young man in white had now transformed into an utterly terrifying beast. The figure approaching him made the purple-robed young man scream even more mournful. "I am the young sect master of the Purple Dou sect. If you kill me, my father, Lu Yongkang, will surely massacre the entire Moluo continent." He was terrified, a fear he had never experienced before. In his pupils, the image of the white hair grew increasingly vivid, finally obscuring everything. The black spirit beast at his feet trembled and retreated, its senses strained to the limit. Its fear of Wang Lin was no less than that of the young man in purple. "You dare to injure me, my Purple Dou sect will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." After his fear reached its limit, the young man in purple seemed to go mad. Screaming as if his throat would burst, he slapped his storage bag with his right hand, and immediately a black lotus appeared in his hand. This lotus was completely black, blooming in an eerie way, emitting a cold light that enveloped the young man's contorted face. He was about to activate the life-saving magical artifact given to him by his father, but in an instant, a finger appeared before him, seemingly gently and slowly, but in reality, it instantly touched the center of his forehead. With a loud crash, the young man in purple spat out fresh blood, his eyes glazed over, and two streams of blood flowed from his eye sockets. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. The earth-shattering roar echoed, and a large cloud of blood mist continuously spewed from within his body, staining the area red. A terrifying sight, his primordial spirit collapsed, and he could vaguely hear his own heart pounding. His body felt like it was floating on clouds, but it grew weaker and weaker, the pounding of his heart fading away, seemingly from another world, gradually fading into oblivion. At this moment, behind the four great elders of the Guiyuan sect in the distance, their direct disciples had also arrived. The last thing these disciples saw was the blood-soaked figure transforming into a blood-red arc, like a rain of blood falling down. Sun Yun stared in astonishment at the figure before him, his body trembling, biting his lower lip, his eyes revealing a strange expression. Lu Di was dead, his body shattered, his primordial spirit, like Sanshu's, vanished into thin air. In Wang Lin's right hand was a blooming black lotus and a storage bag. If the person Lu Di was threatening wasn't Wang Lin, but a local cultivator in the fifth layer of the Cloud Sea Star domain, it might have had some effect. Especially some sects inferior to the Purple Dou sect. Even if they were tempted, they would hesitate and ultimately restrain themselves from killing. After all, in the fifth layer of the Cloud Sea star domain, the Purple Dove sect had a great reputation, enough to be among the top 10 sects. More importantly, this Liu Yongkong. This person possessed extremely high talent, even within the fifth layer of this star domain. He was extremely rare and renowned. But all these threats had no effect on Wang Lin. A mere Liu Yongkong, a small sect like the Purple Dao sect, was nothing to Wang Lin, and they certainly had no right to threaten him. Whether it was the Supreme Thunder Immortal of Luocha, the head of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect in the Star Alliance, or the great successor of the Immortal Emperor Bai Fan, the junior disciple of the Azure Water Immortal Lord, or the awakened disciple of the Immortal Emperor Qing Lin, any one of these identities alone would be far beyond the reach of a mere Purple Dao sect. Furthermore, Wang Lin's experience of over 1,000 years of cultivation was beyond the comprehension of a genius like Liu Yongkong. The threats from the Purple Dao sect seemed like mere child's play, not even worth a single hair on Sun's head. He waved his sleeve, and the black spirit beast, having lost its master, trembled and dared not flee. It instantly transformed into a black light and was absorbed by Wang Lin without any resistance. The horizon brightened, a new day dawning with the rising sun. The rainbow was no longer faint, but shone brightly, radiating a gentle light across the sky, enveloping the heavens and earth, the entire Moluo continent, and the vision and minds of all the people in the Guiyuan sect. With flowing white hair, Wang Lin's figure vanished in a single step. From beginning to end, not a single cultivator of the Guiyuan sect saw Wang Lin's face. The only thing they saw was his unyielding back and snow-white hair. Complete silence reigned, broken only by the increasingly heavy breathing of a few people. Among the 4 great elders of the Guiyuan sect, besides Liu Yanfei, the other 3 looked at each other, their minds shaken. In this brief moment, their despair and sorrow were quickly replaced by fear. This transformation in their minds was so rapid that even now, they all felt a sense of bewilderment. Who is he? Why is this senior helping our Guiyuan sect? He killed Songwoo in an instant. What kind of cultivation does he have? He has silver hair. Liu Yanfei said softly, a smile appearing on her face. This smile hadn't appeared since her master was severely injured. She smiled like a blooming flower, exuding beauty and joy. Her 3 senior brothers' eyes showed thoughtful expressions as they watched Wang Lin disappear into the horizon, falling silent. But the shock in their minds also created tremors that took a long time to recover from. After a brief silence, the direct disciples of the elders erupted in a fierce cheer, welcoming the rainbow, transforming into streaks of swordlight, and under the leadership of the 4 great elders, returned to Guiyuan sect. Among the 4 elders advancing forward, one old man suppressed the fear in his heart, his face showing a worried expression, and transmitted his thoughts to the other 3. When our master passed away, he once said 4 words, North, white hair. The senior with the white hair we saw earlier must be the one our master was referring to. With this person here, perhaps our Guiyuan sect hasn't reached a dead end yet. But who exactly is this senior? Is he even in the Guiyuan sect? I've observed all 31 mortals, but found nothing. He helped us once, he will help us a second time. Liu Yanfei's thoughts revealed a resolute expression, causing the other 3 to fall silent. Searching is useless. If this senior doesn't want us to know, then it's best to let things take their natural course. Liu Yanfei's eyes shone brightly, a smile appearing on her face. She patted her storage bag with her right hand, channeling a surge of dark power into it, destroying the ancient scrolls within. Soon after, the rainbow-colored beams of light, formed by the people of Guiyuan sect, returned to the mountain gate, all filled with excitement. Liu Yanfei didn't return to the building in the southern mountain range, but instead went with Sun Yun to the herb garden. Both women were beautiful, and standing together, they possessed an irresistible, captivating beauty. The disciples in the distance were momentarily stunned, but remembering Liu Yanfei's status, they quickly regained their composure. They were about to approach to pay their respects, but Sun Yun waved them away, clearly indicating that they didn't want to be disturbed. Master, he's here, Sun Yun whispered softly, her heart pounding. In the 5th layer of the Cloud Sea star domain, within a vast expanse of star mist, lay a purple continent. This continent was more than 3 times larger than the Moluo continent. From afar, it resembled a ferocious beast standing there, coldly gazing at the hazy starry sky. The clear difference from the Moluo continent was that this purple continent had 4 black towers, emitting a gentle light that enveloped the entire continent. At this moment, within the mist in the starry sky, the star mist suddenly swirled, and a sudden roar echoed. 100-foot-tall beast, resembling a tiger, burst out from within the mist, its eyes filled with hatred as it stared at the purple continent ahead. One could vaguely hear the desperate cries of a mother beast on this continent. With a roar, its figure moved like lightning, hurtling towards the continent. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to reach it in an instant, its head touching the protective light barrier surrounding the purple continent. Instantly, the protective light barrier surrounding the continent flickered. The tiger-like beast, roaring, charged forward again, but this time, a beam of purple light shot out from within the continent, arriving in an instant with unimaginable speed. Inside this beam of purple light was a middle-aged man, clad in a purple gold robe, appearing extremely dangerous. However, his eyes were deep and his eyebrows were indifferent, giving him a somewhat gloomy appearance. His speed was incredibly fast, leaving a trail of afterimages as he instantly shattered the protective light barrier, flying directly into the starry sky and raising his right hand. A beam of purple light surged forth, immediately enveloping the tiger-like beast. "Refine!" A chilling voice rang out, and the purple light swirling around the beast instantly transformed into a massive alchemy furnace, spinning rapidly. Inside, a mournful drumming sound suddenly erupted, but not long after, the roar gradually faded and finally disappeared. Congratulations, Sect Master, on capturing another spirit tiger beast. Surely, before long, your tiger bone soul elixir will be ready. A long laugh echoed. Beside the man in the purple gold robe, an old man in a purple robe appeared, clasped his hands, and smiled. There are 9 more, but in the recent star system, the star tiger beasts have become extinct. We have to go to more distant places to find them. The middle-aged man chuckled sinisterly, but before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed at the void with his right hand, and a storage space immediately appeared in front of him. From within, he took out a jade slip. The jade slip trembled and cracked, shattering, and a wisp of a soul flew out. The form of that soul was Ludi, his eyes revealing the fear of death before dissipating before the middle-aged man. Young Sect Master. The old man in purple beside the middle-aged man instantly withdrew his smile. The middle-aged man watched in astonishment as the soul gradually dissipated, motionless, slowly closing his eyes. The old man beside him trembled, looking at the Sect Master beside him, his heart shaking. He had followed this Sect Master for many years and knew that the calmer the other man appeared, the more furious his anger was. Where did Luodi go just now? After a long while, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, a burning sorrow in them, but his voice was eerily calm. Young Sect Master, the young Sect Master has gone to the Moluo continent. The old man bowed his head respectfully, the fear in his heart still lingering. He couldn't understand how someone in the 5th layer of the star domain dared to offend the Purple Dao sect, to offend the dangerous Sect Master Luo Yongkong, and kill the young Master Luo Di. Moluo continent, Guiyuan sect, why didn't anyone report this to me? The middle-aged man's voice remained calm, but it sent a shiver down the old man's spine. A thought suddenly crossed his mind, and his face instantly turned pale. Young Sect Master, he, a cultivator, is still obsessed with women, arrogant and conceited. In recent years, under the guise of being the young Sect Master of the Purple Dao sect, he has harmed many female disciples of various sects. Committing such heinous acts of absorbing in energy before the old man could finish, the middle-aged man shook his head, seemingly muttering to himself. Sect Master, the old man's face was drained of color. Who accompanied him to the Moluo continent? It must be Sangwuda. This young man, Dia, has been raised by Sangwuda since childhood. In his eyes, Sangwuda is his second father. He arrived in the Mola continent, presumably having set his sights on Lian Fei of the Guiyuan sect, and taking advantage of that old scoundrel's death, he wanted to make the Guiyuan sect his private retreat. The old man remained silent, knowing that everything the sect leader said was true. The middle-aged man raised his head, gazing at the swirling mist before him, silently observing for a moment before turning back towards the purple continent. That rebellious son, he's dead, and from now on, the world is rid of one more threat. However, I am still his father. If he liked Liu Yanfei, I must bury her with him. As for the one who killed him, they must also be buried with him. The middle-aged man's calm words seemed devoid of any emotion. He wasn't like this before. His back held a hint of desolation. The old man behind him now had an even paler face. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sect Master." Before the young sect master left, I heard Song would say, "The young sect master wants to go to Xianxi first to retrieve the heavenly sound banner of RC Dao sect. He said he wants to capture the souls of Liu Yanfei and the souls of the female disciples he previously obtained and seal them inside to cultivate yin immortals." The middle-aged man's figure suddenly stopped, slowly turning around. The calmness in his eyes vanished, revealing overwhelming anger, and a terrifying and horrifying feeling permeated his entire being. Rebellious son. On the Moluo continent, inside the Guiyuan sect, Liu Yanfei silently looked at the ordinary wooden house in the garden, hesitated for a moment, and then entered the garden. Sun Yun followed behind, her heart pounding. She could even clearly hear her own heart pounding. Wang Lin's house was closed, and Liu Yanfei and her disciples stood silently outside, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, Liu Yanfei pursed her lower lip and softly said, "Is Senior here?" "No." A calm voice came from inside the house, reaching the ears of the two master and disciple, Sun Yun. They were startled, clearly not expecting such an answer. In fact, long ago, within the Star Alliance, a woman had asked the same question and received the same answer. Whether it was the main body or a clone, it was still Wang Lin. Liu Yanfei smiled, a beautiful smile on her face. She bowed towards the house and softly said, "My master once had an uncle named Lu Zidao. Grandmother Lu was a devout man. Throughout his life, apart from one trip where he disappeared, he never left the Mola continent, not even the sect master. He had few friends, and even within the Guiyuan sect, he kept a great distance from everyone. No one had ever seen him. Even my 3 senior brothers have never met him. Only I, a junior, happened to see a portrait of him years ago. My master showed it to me alone, and even gave me that portrait because this senior Uncle Liu is the ancestor of our Liu family. This portrait is very old, and now it's beyond repair. Just now, on the way back here, it was destroyed." Sun Yun didn't understand her master's words at all. She didn't know what her master meant by those words. Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the room, his eyes fixed on the black lotus flower in his right hand. At this moment, he raised his head, his eyes revealing a sharp glint, seemingly able to penetrate the room, looking up at Liu Yanfei as he walked out of the garden. Liu Yanfei stopped, without turning around, maintaining his composure, and walked out of the garden. What a clever woman! Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Except for the time on the mountain, he had no further contact with Liu Yanfei, yet this woman had obviously made such astonishing analyses through the clues reported by his disciples. Combined with their half-day conversation on the mountain and the fact that she had just witnessed Wang Lin killing Songwoo and Lu Di, Sun Yun didn't understand her words, but with Wang Lin's intelligence, he understood them clearly. Liu Yanfei had obviously guessed that he was the white-haired man, and seemed quite certain of it. In her opinion, with his cultivation level, his desire to hide in the Guiyuan sect could only mean he had ulterior motives towards the sect, or perhaps he was trying to evade his enemies. However, Liu Yanfei couldn't think of anything in the Guiyuan sect that could provoke such intentions, so she was even more certain of the possibility of him evading his enemies. Therefore, if Wang Lin were to remain in the Guiyuan sect, he would need an identity that would arouse no suspicion. Liu Yanfei's earlier words were meant to provide Wang Lin with such an identity. As for the matter of Wang Lin's enemies, Liu Yanfei obviously couldn't ignore it. Wang Lin had met countless people in his life, but he hadn't encountered many intelligent women like her. She was different from the ever-changing Liu Mi, different from the aloof and arrogant Han Gai, and different from the gentle and kindly Miwan. She was very intelligent, but she didn't easily reveal her intelligence. After a moment of contemplation, a smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips as he murmured, "Lu see how such an identity could give me a foothold in this Cloud Sea Star domain." The reason Wang Lin valued his status so highly in the Cloud Sea Star domain was related to his past experiences. In the Luotia Star domain, Wang Lin didn't pay attention to this point. After all, status was meaningless in the eyes of a powerful cultivator, and it caused him great inconvenience. In any star domain, there was always xenophobia and the kind of attitude that implied, if you're not one of my people, you must have ulterior motives. Especially with his current cultivation level, he couldn't handle this issue of status well. But now, although everything wasn't perfect, a solution had emerged. Ignoring this matter, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the black lotus flower in his hand, his consciousness spreading out as he continued his study. If this lotus flower were merely a magical artifact, it wouldn't be enough to attract Wang Lin's attention. However, no matter how he examined it with his divine consciousness, he was surprised to find that this lotus flower was completely naturally formed, clearly a real plant. It was only sealed after being placed in a simple formation. This Cloud Sea Star domain is incredibly mysterious and unpredictable. I never imagined that there could be plants in nature that could become treasures. If the seal on this lotus flower is broken, it can form an extremely powerful protective layer. It's truly miraculous. Holding the lotus flower in his hand, he carefully examined it for a while, then set it aside and picked up the storage bag of the purple-haired young man. Inside the young man's storage bag were various items. Besides some lewd and obscene objects and miscellaneous treasures, 3 items caught Wang Lin's attention. A purple jade vase, a small yellow flag, and an incense stick as thick as a child's arm. As for the immortal jade, it was extremely scarce, less than 100 pieces. It's a pity, after reaching the pure nirvana realm, one no longer needs a storage bag, but can open a spatial storage rift oneself. Even if dead, outsiders wouldn't know the location to open it. Otherwise, that old man in the pure nirvana realm would surely have a lot of elixirs and treasures. Wang Lin shook his head, picked up the small flag in front of him, and scanned its contents with his divine consciousness, but his expression immediately turned gloomy. Inside the flag were gusts of yin wind. When Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept through, hundreds of female yin spirits appeared. These women were all exquisitely beautiful, some even exceptionally stunning. However, inside this small flag, these women were all in a miserable state, sealed inside and unable to escape. Inside this flag was a snake-shaped spirit beast, which seemed to be devouring the female ghost's soul. When Wang Lin's consciousness entered it, it seemed to awaken, emitting a terrifying aura that even Wang Lin was stunned by. This is Wang Lin's consciousness trembled. His consciousness, attacked by the beast's soul, immediately retracted. He stared intently at the small yellow flag in his hand, his pupils contracting. Extreme yin energy. Wang Lin's body stiffened. His composure was now violently shaken, a powerful wave of energy surging through the heavens. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Unfortunately, it's still incomplete. There's only a trace of extreme yin energy, and the cultivation method isn't entirely correct. It's far inferior to the extreme yang energy that Tai Yanzi obtained from Bai Wei back then, but after all, this is still a trace of extreme yin. Wang Lin touched his forehead. The heaven-defying pearl's 5 elements had already become yin and yang. Bai Wei had already obtained extreme yang energy there. Only extreme yin energy remained for the heaven-defying pearl to achieve its second complete form. Holding the small yellow flag in his hand, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, a glint of light appearing in them, becoming somber. Using the souls of women to cultivate extreme yin is a grave mistake. Back then, when Tai Yanzi burrowed Bai Wei's body, he naturally transitioned to extreme yang as soon as extreme yin reached its peak. That was the correct method. To achieve complete extreme yin, one must first bring extreme yang to its peak, using the method of breaking down and rebuilding. Only then can it be accomplished. Looking down at the small yellow flag, Wang Lin shook his head. Inside this small flag were many female souls. With his keen eyesight, he could tell at a glance that these people had only recently been brought here. How foolish! Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a storm immediately arose within the small banner. His divine consciousness, like a sharp blade, pierced through the formations, trapping these female spirits, splitting them apart with unstoppable force. A deafening roar echoed as all the formations collapsed one after another. As the formations shattered, the mournful souls of the women within the small banner flew out, their eyes filled with bewilderment. These women, in their lives, were all exceptionally talented individuals from their respective sex. Although tortured to death by Lu Di and sealed as souls, they quickly regained their consciousness, silently bowing their heads towards Wang Lin, their expressions a mixture of suffering, liberation, and gratitude, before dissipating into the heavens and earth. What awaited them might be reincarnation, or perhaps not. Watching their souls dissipate, Wang Lin remained silent. Not long after, all the souls vanished into thin air, leaving only the extreme yin soul within the small yellow flag. This extreme yin soul began to growl softly, and as soon as the female souls flew out, it also rushed out from within, seemingly trying to escape. But just as it emerged, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. His left hand formed a seal, striking the small yellow flag. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the extreme yin soul was repelled as if hitting a steel plate, roaring angrily. Wang Lin ignored it, his left hand changing the incantation, and various seals descended, completely sealing the small flag, then storing it in his storage space. This extreme yin wisp is not only improperly cultivated, but also incomplete. If this belongs to Ludi, then there must be other clues from within the Purple Dao sect. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin picked up the purple jade bottle beside him. The bottle was radiating a slight warmth, its contents circulating within, a powerful force of heaven and earth swirling around it, seemingly eternally. Wang Lin's divine consciousness subtly enveloped the bottle. Under his gaze, the bottle gradually became transparent, allowing him to clearly see 3 pills inside, rotating with the power of heaven and earth. These 3 pills were roughly the same size, emitting a purple light, and within each lay a faint, malevolent, howling soul. Withdrawing his divine consciousness, Wang Lin's eyes fell on the 3rd item, an incense stick as thick as a child's arm. He was familiar with it. Years ago in the Star Alliance, he had seen a cultivator from the Cloud Sea holding this incense stick in his memory, luring the Cloud Sea away from the 4 sacred sects. Time slowly passed, the rainy season ended, and the Mula continent welcomed a warm, clear climate. Wang Lin seemed accustomed to the lifestyle of the Guiyuan sect, spending his days studying alchemy. Sun Yun treated Zhang Niu, who lived in the house next door, with great respect. Although the other party had never openly acknowledged him, Sun Yun, with her feminine intuition, recognized Zhang Niu as the man in white. Especially when she thought of the image of the other party in her mind and the manner in which he unleashed that single finger, Sun Yun became nervous. For example, at this moment, she looked at Wang Lin before her, her eyes filled with bewilderment. This is condensing shattered grass, an auxiliary ingredient for alchemy. Most of the alchemy methods of our Guiyuan sect required this herb. Knowledge of herbs was common among cultivators in the Cloud Sea Star Domain who reached a certain level. This was greatly related to the Cloud Sea Star Domain's strength in alchemy. What puzzled her was that Zhang Niu, standing before her, knew absolutely nothing of this simple knowledge. Wang Lin wanted to refine pills and first needed to memorize the names of all the medicinal herbs in the Cloud Sea Star Domain, especially some that he recognized but whose names were different from those in the Alliance Star Domain. Therefore, Sun Yun, beside him, became the target of Wang Lin's questioning. This Mo Yunzi is one of the main ingredients for refining the Void Cloud Pill. Wang Lin's cold demeanor held a calm composure as he made the most of his time, memorizing all the medicinal herbs in the garden. Isn't there any misty flower here? Wang Lin glanced around the garden and asked. He had seen in the Taoist temple, in the jade slip, that in the method for refining the soul separation pill from the 6th level onwards, besides the souls of fierce beasts, 3 more important medicinal herbs were needed, one of which was misty flower. The Chinese mist only grows on a wild continent covered in mist outside the star field. It's said that the denser the mist, the more Chinese mist there is. In our Guiyuan sect, as far as I know, there are only 3 dried plants, all belonging to Uncle Li. Sun Yun explained, then added, Uncle Li's alchemy skills are unparalleled in the Guiyuan sect. Wang Lin nodded, ignoring Sun Yun, and bowed his head, reciting the alchemy method from memory to gather some herbs, then turned and went inside the house. Watching Wang Lin gather herbs, Sun Yun felt a pang of sorrow, but didn't dare show it. Seeing Wang Lin enter the house, he hurriedly said, This alchemy needs to go to the alchemy peak. The alchemy room in the East Garden not only has a furnace that can guide the earth fire, but also a protective formation. Even if the elixir explodes, there will be no danger. No need. Wang Lin didn't turn around, walking into the house. Only after Wang Lin had left did Sun Yun stomp her foot, her face showing resentment. This medicinal herb garden was the result of her hard work, and some of the plants were brought here by her master from the outside world, teeming with ferocious beasts and dangerous continents. It could be said that these medicinal herbs belonged to Sun Yun and her master. This was known to all the disciples in the sect. No one dared to come here to take the herbs. In Sun Yun's eyes, she cared deeply about these herbs. Today, she had to watch Wang Lin pick them, and even ignore her advice to go into the alchemy room. Especially considering that he couldn't even remember the names of the herbs, his alchemy skills were clearly terrible. If the pills exploded, not only would the house be destroyed, but the entire garden would likely be ruined. Feeling anxious, Sun Yun hesitated, but didn't dare approach. Practicing alchemy without even going to the alchemy room. Obviously he already has his own furnace, and yet he relies on his high cultivation to bully juniors like me, using his power to oppress others. The more Sun Yun thought about it, the angrier she became. Her pretty face darkened, and she resolutely sat cross-legged, thinking that if the pill exploded later, she would use all her strength to protect the herbs. Her previous goodwill towards Wang Lin had now diminished by half, arrogant and conceited. Especially when she thought of Wang Lin's gaze just now, Sun Yun became even more furious. Alchemy and cultivation are related, but the influence isn't that great. Experience and countless trials are needed. No matter how high one's cultivation, the chances of successfully practicing alchemy aren't high. Sun Yun furrowed her delicate eyebrows, concentrating all her energy reluctantly protecting this place. Wang Lin paid no attention to Sun Yun's resentment. After returning to his room, he sat cross-legged on the ground, raised his right hand, and all the herbs he had just picked flew up. A fire flashed in his left eye, and immediately a flame burned within it. Alchemy doesn't necessarily require a furnace. The purpose of an alchemy furnace is to prevent the medicinal energy from escaping and to condense the flame, allowing the elixir to take shape. For Wang Lin, these things were no problem. Under his control, the heaven and earth fire roared out, transforming into a fire dragon around Wang Lin's body. After circling once, it condensed in front of him, continuously shrinking into a fireball. With a calm gaze, Wang Lin grabbed at the void, and the floating herbs in front of him immediately separated according to their weight. Some remained in the air, while the rest merged into the fireball. This was Wang Lin's first attempt at alchemy in the Cloud Sea Star domain. Although it was only a third-grade elixir, Wang Lin's expression remained serious as he gazed intently at the fiery sphere, his eyes able to penetrate its depths. The herbs inside the fiery sphere quickly dissolved, eventually turning into fragments. However, under Wang Lin's control of the flames, they didn't turn to ashes but instead condensed together, absorbing each other's medicinal properties in a unique way, beginning to fuse. After a short while, Wang Lin grasped at the void, and a storage space suddenly appeared before him. A black light flashed out, and Wang Lin grasped it in his palm. Inside the black light was the soul of a spirit beast resembling a jade tadpole Luodi's spirit beast. When it followed Luodi, it was extremely arrogant. Usually, with just a command from Luodi, it would ruthlessly devour mortals and severely injured cultivators, the sweet taste of blood between its teeth giving it an extremely exhilarating feeling. But now, the beast's spirit trembled all over, its eyes showing fear, constantly growling, trying to escape from Wang Lin's hand. But no matter how much it struggled, it was useless. As Wang Lin swung his right hand forward, the beast spirit, amidst its mournful cries, was thrown into the fireball towards the elixir. Immediately, the beast spirit inside, which had already merged more than half, was instantly pulled out. The moment Wang Lin withdrew his right hand from the fireball, the half-finished medicinal pill beside him trembled, emitting a destructive force. With a loud crash, it collapsed, transforming into a shockwave that swept outwards, but was immediately blocked by the fireball surrounding it. Only a faint crackling sound was heard, and the fireball failed to shatter. Pill explosion! Upon hearing the sound, Sun Yun, standing outside, quickly rose to his feet, his expression tense. However, after a long wait, no impact occurred. Instead, he saw Wang Lin emerge from the house with a grim expression, gathering a considerable amount of herbs in the royal garden before returning inside. Sun Yun reacted angrily, stomping his foot and intending to confront Wang Lin. But remembering Wang Lin's earlier demeanor, he didn't dare approach, muttering to himself, using power to bully others. This time he'll definitely suffer a pill-shattering defeat. Sun Yun's words came true. In just 3 short days, Wang Lin had attempted to refine the elixir 16 times. Except for the first and last attempts, all were failures. Each time he failed, he silently investigated the cause, then left the room to continue gathering herbs. Seeing the small oak garden, which had been teeming with life 3 days ago, now almost a barren wasteland, Sun Yun felt a pang of sadness, her eyes reddening. This small oak garden held so much of her hard work. Even when she refined the elixir herself, she was very careful in her selection, so the herbs weren't consumed too much. But in just 3 days, almost all the herbs were gone. Although there hadn't been the explosive impact of the elixirs like the first time, which could have destroyed more than half the garden, it was still far better than the torturous situation she was in now. Looking at the scene before her, Sun Yan felt utterly dejected. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she rushed forward and pushed open the door. She stared at Wang Lin, who was sitting cross-legged in the alchemy room, holding a finished elixir in his hand. Especially the sight of Zheng Yu smiling at the elixir, which infuriated Sun Yan. That smile in Sun Yan's eyes instantly ignited a surge of anger. Zheng Yu. Sun Yan gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Thinking of her suspicions about his cultivation level, she forced herself to suppress her rage. She repeatedly told herself not to be angry. Not to. Sun Yan gently brushed a few strands of hair from her cheek and softly said, "Tang Niu, congratulations on finally successfully refining the elixir. Can I take a look?" After more than 15 failures and the depletion of many herbs in the garden, it was incredibly difficult to refine this single elixir. During that time, the beast's soul also underwent more than 15 fusions. In the end, the beast's soul even experienced a feeling of returning, a pain far worse than death during the fusion, and wished it could help Wang Lin succeed immediately to relieve its suffering. Looking at the elixir in his hand, Wang Lin felt a great deal of emotion. The fusion of Yan Hai's elixir and the beast's soul required attention to many details, which weren't clearly recorded in the jade slip. The alchemist had to figure them out themselves. The moment Wang Lin heard Sun Yan's words, he unconsciously raised his hand to touch his nose. At that moment, the sunlight shone on Sun Yan's body, allowing Wang Lin to see the desolate state of the medicinal garden outside. Even with his 1,000-year-old pride, he couldn't help but feel angry. Wang Lin raised his right hand and threw the pill to Sun Yan. He was about to say something more, but was immediately interrupted by a piercing scream. Sun Yan's eyes widened as she stared at the pill in her hand, finally unable to control the anger in her heart. At this moment, all thoughts of the white-haired figure, the serene demeanor, and the profound cultivation of the senior were cast aside. After 3 days of torture, Sun Yan had to watch helplessly as the medicinal herbs she had painstakingly cultivated over the years were harvested one by one. Yet, she only managed to refine a third-grade pill. Even third-grade pills are precious and essential for cultivators in the young realm. But the herbs in this medicinal garden were enough to refine a 4th-grade pill. And if Uncle Li refined it, it might even have the potential to successfully create a 5th-grade pill. Zheng Niu, give me back my medicinal herbs. Sun Yan's eyes were red and swollen. She raised her head, wanting to argue with Wang Lin, but when she looked up, she found the room empty. Zheng Niu was nowhere to be seen. Wang Lin's figure materialized in the sky above the Moluo continent. He touched his nose, a wry smile appearing on his face. Sun Yan's voice still vaguely echoed in his ears. Forget it, it's just a small medicinal garden. Wang Lin shook his head, his body flashed, and he transformed into a rainbow, shooting straight into the air, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. The protective light barrier over the Moluo continent had been broken, revealing before Wang Lin a dense sea of planetary clouds. The Taoist temple of the Guiyuan sect, in addition to alchemy and spirit beast techniques, also contained a planetary map of the 5th-level star domain in the Moluo continent. As Wang Lin studied the map, he discovered a 5th-level star domain within the Cloud Sea planet. Besides being a continent where cultivators existed, it was also known as the Savage Continent. This Savage Continent and the Thunder Rain Continent were similar, but the Savage Continent, shrouded in clouds, lacked the protection of a black tower and was completely enveloped in star mist. It had become a gathering place for bloodthirsty beasts, with numerous ferocious creatures scattered throughout the continent. Several rare medicinal herbs also grew on this land. Following the planet map in his mind, Wang Lin transformed into a rainbow and directly launched himself into the dense fog ahead. Along the way, the star mist, like clouds, obscured his vision and prevented his divine consciousness from spreading outwards. Especially for someone unfamiliar with the Cloud Sea star domain like Wang Lin, his speed was inevitably slowed down. MC lies quite close to the Savage Continent. In recent years, the ferocious beasts on MC La have become increasingly scarce, gradually becoming a testing ground for the disciples of the Guiyuan sect. There aren't many ferocious beasts there, and most of them are low-level or non-level. Even the medicinal herbs have long been taken away by others. Of course, Wang Lin didn't choose that place. His target was the savage continent, a little further away. There, ferocious beasts exist, but because not many cultivators go there, many medicinal herbs are still preserved. As he sped forward, Wang Lin's speed increased, and occasionally flashes of light appeared in the fog. At this moment, his figure had broken through the clouds and appeared in the distance. Although his divine consciousness couldn't extend far, not even 1,000 feet, even a nirvana cultivator here could only extend their divine consciousness 100 feet. And only a pure nirvana cultivator could reach 1,000 feet. Along the way, Wang Lin's divine sense detected many strange beasts. Most of these creatures had gloomy and bizarre appearances. When they opened their mouths, numerous sharp fangs were visible, and a foul stench assaulted his senses. There were pink beasts resembling dragons, but their bodies were only 10 feet long, yet their speed was like lightning. These beasts clearly lived in herds, appearing in groups of dozens to hundreds, like flashes of pink lightning piercing through the fog. There were also beasts similar to the netherworld beasts Wang Lin had encountered in Luotia, but their bodies had clearly shrunk many times, only a few 100 feet long. Their speed wasn't fast, but if they moved forward, even the pink lightning-like beasts would have to keep their distance. Finally, there were black spirit beasts resembling tadpoles, appearing and disappearing in the fog, emitting waves of heavy pressure. But when these ferocious beasts entered Wang Lin's divine consciousness range, most of them trembled and all hurriedly retreated far away. As he accelerated, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he swung his right hand forward, his storage bag immediately opening. As his body moved, the buzzing sounds became louder, and the spirit beasts shot out again. More than a dozen spirit beasts scattered and flew in all directions, emitting buzzing sounds, revealing immense joy. Especially Wang Lin's purple spirit beast. It flew back and forth in all directions like sparrows. Wang Lin's body flashed and he sat right on the back of the spirit beast king. Without waiting for Wang Lin's command, this spirit beast immediately shot straight forward, carrying a group of companions behind it, flying through the fog. Time in the star domain seemed to pass eternally. If anyone wasn't paying attention, it would be difficult to notice. After all, there was no day or night here, only vague, slowly moving streams of fog. Wang Lin secretly calculated that, 3 days later, with his speed, he had already left the Moluo continent far behind. He was heading towards the Savage Continent, a location marked as dangerous on the planetary map, and was continuously approaching it. Soon, a gigantic black shadow appeared in Wang Lin's consciousness, seemingly capable of obscuring the entire sky. As he drew closer, faint roars could be heard. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed, and the beast of the underworld below showed signs of vigilance. As he continued to approach, the black shadow became clearer. It was indeed a colossal savage continent. Wang Lin dismounted from the beast of the underworld. He broke through the fog and placed his feet on the continent's surface. He looked around. This place resembled the starry sky, all shrouded in fog. If it weren't for his divine consciousness allowing him to see everything, and if his feet weren't firmly planted on the ground, it would be difficult to discern any difference between this place and another planet. The surrounding space was eerily quiet, only the faint cries and roars of beasts echoing from afar. This place was anything but peaceful, unlike anything he had ever seen before. Underfoot was a dark, sandy ground, and Wang Lin strode forward at a steady pace. Gradually, a ruined area appeared in his consciousness. This place had clearly once been a mortal city, but now showed no signs of life. Even the dilapidated walls bore numerous dried bloodstains. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the ruins, roaring and emitting a foul stench as it charged straight towards Wang Lin. The shadow was only a few meters tall, but its speed was lightning fast, reaching Wang Lin's side in an instant. The celestial map within the Jade Slip is known as the Savage Continent. This place is filled with mountains, undulating like ocean waves, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden in the mist. The roars of ferocious beasts slowly emanate from the mountains, echoing through the air. The ground is covered with the ruins of ancient cities that have endured countless years. This suggests that the Savage Continent was once very prosperous. But today, the cities are destroyed, and there is no other sound, only scenes of desolation. Among the ferocious beasts, some live in herds, while others are solitary and arrogant. On this mountain, the wind blows fiercely, and the roars of the wild beasts are incredibly powerful. Some of these screams are earth-shattering, and even the thick mist covering the sky cannot conceal these sounds. The mountain was a towering, rugged, dark green, its jagged rocks like sharp swords piercing the clouds from the ground. Black monkeys, nearly 10 meters tall, leapt back and forth, all recklessly charging towards the summit. On the mountaintop sat a colossal black monkey, its body massive and powerful, no less than 100 meters tall. Its strong arms, like thousand-year-old pines, would require several people to encircle them completely. In front of the giant monkey sat a large purple tree, only reaching its shins. This tree was withered, seemingly having endured countless years, yet it remained alive, its branches dense and its foliage enormous. Strangely, these leaves were snow-white, their veins appearing translucent at first glance. What was particularly unusual was that the tree had two fist-sized fruits on its trunk, and one of them had two colors, black and white, that constantly changed, which was a bit strange. The moment the giant ape slightly opened its eyes, terrifying streams of light suddenly burst forth, resembling to lamps shining in the dark night from afar. This ferocious beast unleashed a terrifying, earth-shattering blaze, seemingly capable of piercing through the mist, sweeping past all the other beasts, and staring intently at the white-haired figure surrounded by numerous beasts ascending the mountain peak. In an instant, the ape looked towards Wang Lin, who immediately raised his hand, and a black wind instantly erupted, carrying away more than 10 beast souls amidst their agonizing screams. The giant ape raised its head, its cold eyes blazing with intense heat, and roared. Roar! An earth-shattering roar echoed from the mountaintop. In this roar, the ferocious aura of the beasts attacking Wang Lin from all directions suddenly intensified, the fell wind swirling as if to tear apart Wang Lin's body and devour his soul. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at the ferocious beasts ahead. He took another step forward, transforming into a white rainbow and soaring straight towards the mountaintop. In the sky, more than 10 spirit beasts roared continuously, circling the beasts like eagles stalking predators. These beasts were ferocious and exuded a malevolent aura, all engaged in a life-or-death battle with the spirit beasts. Wang Lin charged forward, and any beasts that blocked his path were instantly shattered by a wave of his hand, turning into a cloud of blood mist that dispersed in all directions. As Wang Lin swung his right hand in the air, flying swords emerged from his storage bag. All the flying swords circled around Wang Lin, forming a sword formation. At this point, his progress was unimpeded, and he directly advanced towards the mountaintop. From afar, all that could be seen was a wall of white swords, moving at an unimaginable speed, creating a blood-soaked path, approaching the mountaintop in an instant. A sudden glint of light flashed in the eyes of the giant ape sitting cross-legged on the mountaintop. It stood up forcefully, and as it rose, the mountain beneath its feet trembled. The ape ferociously stomped its feet on the ground, roaring angrily as it leapt down from the mountaintop, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin, who was also advancing like an arrow. The ape's speed was not much slower than Wang Lin's. In an instant, the two were close to each other, preparing to collide head-on. The black ape revealed a ferocious expression, raising its right arm into the air and fiercely striking downwards. But in a flash, Wang Lin's body became blurry and vanished without a trace. The black ape's right arm struck empty space, and it sharply turned its head to see Wang Lin's figure appear beside the large tree on the mountaintop. The pupils in the black monkey's ferocious eyes suddenly contracted. It roared and raised its right hand. A whirlwind suddenly materialized from its body, continuously forming enormous tornadoes, all of which shot straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin clapped his right hand against the trunk of the large tree, and the tree suddenly disappeared, root and branch, all absorbed into his storage space. As the tornadoes approached, Wang Lin's left hand formed a hand seal and pointed forward. Streams of killing intent immediately erupted and swirled around Wang Lin's body. Suddenly, a deadly whirlwind appeared, its mournful cries echoing throughout the land, and it shot straight towards the tornadoes. Loud explosions resounded in all directions. The tornadoes instantly shattered, but the deadly whirlwind did not slow down, instead directly charging towards the giant black monkey. A furious roar echoed, and a deafening explosion erupted in front of the black monkey. The monkey's enormous body was instantly flung into the air. Wang Lin raised his head, his eyes flashing. In an instant, he took a step forward, transforming into a shooting star, and darted towards the flying black monkey. His two right fingers transformed into swords, continuously striking the giant body before him. With each strike, the black monkey let out a pained cry and trembled. Wherever his fingertips touched, a bloody hole appeared, blood gushing out like a fountain, creating a blood mist that stained the surrounding air red. Streams of primal energy from Wang Lin surged into the black monkey's body, forming a series of seals. "You can become my spirit beast." Wang Lin retracted his fingers and spoke in icy cold words. He had been on the savage continent for 7 days, slaying many ferocious beasts and collecting numerous medicinal herbs along the way. These ferocious beasts also possess some divine abilities that could allow them to fight to the death with cultivators. There were even level 5 ferocious beasts comparable to Nirvana realm cultivators, but all of them had their souls seized by Wang Lin. The giant black ape before him was also a level 5 ferocious beast. However, it had thick skin and flesh, and although it was struck by Wang Lin's divine abilities, it was only severely injured and not killed. Clearly, it was at the peak of the level 5 ferocious beasts and could even enter level 6 at any time. That's why Wang Lin deliberately tried to subdue it. In response to Wang Lin, the black ape let out a furious roar, and its right arm lunged forward with a punch. As soon as this punch was thrown, a whirlwind erupted, vaguely giving rise to a force similar to that of an ancient god. This clearly showed how powerful this black ape was. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. Currently, he hadn't yet merged with his true form, so his physical strength naturally couldn't compare to this black ape. He snorted coldly, intending to use his divine power to dodge, when his eyes flashed, and for some reason, the scene of the black-robed old man from the 3rd stage of the Luo Heaven era, waving his hand to block a palm strike from ancient god Thaxam, appeared in his mind. Wang Lin swung his hand, creating a palm strike. Wang Lin was slightly silent, facing the raging wind, his mind very calm. All the elemental power in his body surged like clouds, moving up to his hand and condensing inside. Thunder roared, and he simply closed his eyes tightly. The scene of the black-robed old man raising his hand to block ancient god Thaxam's palm strike gradually disappeared. A strange sense of enlightenment suddenly arose and enveloped Wang Lin's heart. Just like the giant hand of yesteryear in the martial realm, now on the savage continent, under the sky and amidst the thick fog. The situation is not much different from the black-robed old man burning the face of Thaxam in the ancient god land. Years ago, when Wang Lin first saw the 3rd step, he personally experienced it. Regarding the opportunities under the Dai family and the black-robed old man's clearly 3rd step divine palm technique, Wang Lin had gained astonishing insights. A howling wind blew Wang Lin's clothes backward as the giant monkey's arm approached. Just as the palm was about to strike, Wang Lin widened his eyes and gently placed his palm on the giant hand before him. A tremendous force erupted from the arm, colliding with the elemental power in Wang Lin's palm, producing a rumbling sound. Wang Lin's clothes began to fly violently, his white hair was pulled back by the wind, yet his body remained motionless like a statue. The monkey's body suddenly trembled. Its arm felt like it was punching into mist, completely devoid of any force, instead causing intense pain. Wang Lin's eyes grew brighter, the movements of the black-robed old man flashing and disappearing in his mind. Finally, almost instinctively, he unconsciously raised his left hand and quickly pointed it at his right hand. Each time his fingertip pointed down, a stream of heaven and earth elemental power from all directions condensed at his fingertip. When his fingers continuously pointed 3 times at his right hand, Wang Lin's face turned crimson, his eyes flashed with brilliance, and he let out a low shout. Boom! The black monkey's body instantly shot backward, its arm gushing with fresh blood, a clear handprint remaining on it, 3 cracks spreading from the handprint and extending along its entire body. These cracks extended into lines, continuous rumbling explosions echoed, and fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Wang Lin's eyes brightened. He didn't look at the monkey but lowered his head to look at his right hand, a look of enlightenment appearing on his face. He didn't know the name of this divine ability, but he vaguely felt as if he had grasped something. It seemed that in that instant, he wasn't using his own strength to manipulate the heaven and earth's primal energy, but rather controlling it. The primal energy was instantly forced, all of it surging from all directions and transforming into a single, explosive divine attack. A mournful roar interrupted Wang Lin's contemplation. Fear showed in the black monkey's eyes as it stared blankly at the three cracks extending across its entire body. It seemed that if it exerted any more force, its body would instantly be torn into pieces. The black monkey was in a perilous situation when, for some unknown reason, streams of white light erupted from its body. Beneath the dazzling white light, a vague, ethereal soul vaguely appeared on the monkey's enormous head. This ethereal soul was indistinct, yet its form was identical to the black monkey, but upon closer inspection, it resembled a human. This soul seemed to want to escape from the monkey's body, to leave. Seeing this, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up, soul gathering into the body. According to what was recorded on the jade slip, this was a divine ability only found in level 6 beasts. Unexpectedly, this black monkey, under such extreme danger, had made a breakthrough. Wang Lin advanced straight ahead, instantly reaching the top of the monkey's head. He pressed his right hand down, and the monkey's soul immediately returned to its body. "Become my spirit beast." Wang Lin stared into the monkey's eyes and calmly spoke. The monkey's body trembled instantly, fear showing in its eyes. Its senses suddenly expanded, and it understood Wang Lin's words, nodding its head. The three cracks on the palm of the monkey's right hand instantly froze on the beast's body, transforming into scattered points of light that dissipated. At this moment, a jade slip containing the spirit control seal flew out from Wang Lin's hand. The jade slip landed on the black monkey's forehead, transforming into a glittering symbol, then disappearing. Meanwhile, the group of spirit beasts in the sky had also slaughtered the eagle-like beasts and were roaring as they circled the monkey. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the black monkey's shoulder, his gaze fixed ahead. The monkey tilted its head back, let out a roar, and then leapt forward like a shooting star. In this vast, fog-shrouded star field, the scene appears tranquil, but hidden within the mist are boundless killing intent. Currently, all the 5th-level continents in the Cloud Sea star field belong to a group of 5th-level sects. For 4th-level star fields, 5th-level sects are an unattainable existence. If a disciple of a 5th-level sect were to arrive in a 4th-level star field, they would undoubtedly be respectfully welcomed. At this moment, in the previously silent 5th-level star field within the Sea of Fog, a howling wind suddenly erupted, and a rainbow streaked across the sky. Within the rainbow was a dragon-like spirit beast, with a majestic cultivator perched on its head. Below the rainbow, the fog swirled violently, causing all the beasts on the ground to instantly show expressions of terror and flee in all directions. Then, several more streaks of rainbows roared past. This situation was far from over. In the brief time it takes for an incense stick to burn, more than 10 streaks of rainbow light, traveling at incredible speed, pierced through the fog and shot out like arrows within the 5th-level star domain. Within these streaks of rainbow light were various spirit beasts, each with a group of cultivators perched on its head or back. None of these cultivators belonged to this 5th-level star domain. They were all from the 6th-level star domain. Their appearance immediately shook the 5th-level star domain. This wasn't unique to this place. Similar scenes unfolded across all 6 star regions within the 5th-level domain. Each streak of rainbow light carried spirit beasts and cultivators, their faces grim, yet subtly concealing joy, excitement, and a glint of greed. The monks from the 6th-level star domain all had one destination in mind, a desolate continent within this 5th-level star domain. Wang Lin was standing on the northern side of the desolate continent. At that moment, the ground shook, and rumbling sounds, like heavy objects continuously falling, echoed from afar. The fog swirled wildly and surged forward. Several bird-like beasts immediately cried out in agony and flapped their wings, flying away. All the beasts on the ground scattered in panic. The sounds of explosions in the fog seemed extremely terrifying. After a while, a gigantic figure, over 100 feet tall, suddenly appeared in the fog. This figure was incredibly powerful, and as it approached, its entire form was revealed, a colossal black ape. Behind the monkey was a pack of ferocious beasts resembling buffaloes. These beasts, with their eyes blazing red, relentlessly pursued, causing the fog to disperse and sending huge clouds of dust rising from the ground. Surrounding these buffalo-like beasts were more than 7 other types of ferocious creatures, all gathered together in a long procession. The scene before them resembled a tidal wave of savage beasts, all relentlessly chasing the black monkey. Several flying beasts also joined the frenzied pursuit in the sky. This sight would undoubtedly send shivers down anyone's spine. Even a powerful cultivator would have their pupils constrict. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Especially noteworthy were the several level 5 beasts, each unleashing a torrent of divine power accompanied by howling whines, all hurtling towards the black monkey. But this monkey's body was incredibly agile, and its skin was thick and its flesh robust. Aside from a few supernatural abilities that allowed it to dodge, everything else that fell on its body had little effect. The black monkey stomped its feet on the ground as it fled, creating a thunderous roar. Its speed was so great that it generated howling gusts of wind as it escaped. A ravine appeared before it, and the monkey, running, crushed the ground beneath its feet. It leapt straight up and flew directly over the ravine, continuing its journey towards another mountain. The monkey's footsteps were like shooting stars. In just a few breaths, it reached the mountaintop. Many ferocious beasts and eagles soared above, all of them charging towards the black monkey. But before these beasts could get close, the monkey swung its arms and legs, knocking them down like snowflakes, as if no beast could stop its advance. It ran straight ahead, instantly climbing to the mountaintop. There was a lair more than 10 fathoms wide there. As the black monkey approached, it swung its right hand and struck directly at the lair, shattering it completely. A loud bang echoed, and the lair instantly broke into 4 or 5 pieces, scattering into countless smaller fragments in all directions. A small red plant was immediately revealed inside the cave. The destructive monkey didn't stop there. After destroying the lair of the eagle-like beasts, it immediately grabbed a large rock containing the red plant. The monkey ferociously pulled it up, causing the mountain to creak and groan as it was lifted off the ground. The monkey roared to the sky, its face beaming with joy. It then continued its rapid flight into the distance. The ferocious eagles behind it immediately soared into the sky, howling, thousands of eagles instantly becoming frenzied and merging into the great army of beasts chasing after the black monkey. While fleeing, the black monkey crushed a stone in its hand, revealing a red herb inside. It tossed it onto its shoulder, and Wang Lin, sitting cross-legged on its shoulder, caught it. He glanced at it briefly before putting it into his storage bag. Wang Lin patted the monkey lightly, and it immediately sensed its praise, raising its head to the sky and roaring. Its voice revealed joy, and its speed increased even more. The ground shook, and from afar, the black monkey could be seen running up and down. Behind it, dust flew everywhere, mingling with the fog, and a pack of ferocious beasts continuously roared in pursuit. On this savage continent, very few cultivators dared to provoke such ferocious beasts, and even fewer had the audacity to aggressively steal the herb. A single ferocious beast wouldn't be enough to pose a threat, but when there are tens of thousands, or even over 100,000, the terrifying scene is enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. In the distance, several cultivators from 5th-tier sects stared blankly at the scene before them. They stood motionless like statues, not daring to utter a word. The 7 of them had been extremely cautious on their journey to the savage continent, fearing that attracting too many ferocious beasts would mean they wouldn't gain much in terms of medicinal herbs. But witnessing the arrogant black monkey before them, they were utterly terrified. Just then, a roar echoed from the sky, and a 5th-tier ferocious eagle-like beast broke through the fog, soaring straight towards the crouching black monkey. In an instant, the eagle was only 100 feet away. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't seen anything. The monkey's eyes, however, became serious. It turned and used its left hand to grab a nearby mountain peak. Its massive body leapt over the mountaintop, tracing a circle like a jump rope. Its powerful right leg swept across and instantly struck the approaching black eagle. A loud crash echoed. The black eagle let out a mournful cry. Blood gushed from its body, and it immediately retreated. The monkey, using the momentum, leapt up, not wanting to prolong the fight, and continued to flee into the distance, its pursuers growing in number. Thilcc Hun sat cross-legged in a gloomy mountain valley, his face pale, blood still clinging to the corners of his mouth. His black hair was disheveled, his appearance utterly pathetic. Sobbing sounds, like the wailing of ghosts, echoed continuously from all directions, interspersed with rumbling explosions. Soon, 4 figures staggered back from the front. As they approached Thilcc Hun, one of them spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Master, 3rd brother died in battle. We couldn't break out these, for we're all young men, their white robes stained with blood." Shai Luoxing's expression turned somber. He didn't open his eyes, but his face showed profound grief. The master and disciples were in a mist-filled valley where countless vengeful spirits shrieked. Outside the valley, 8 gigantic skulls hovered, their blue lightning flashing above them, all converging to form a formation. This formation was truly miraculous. It had drawn together all the souls of those who had died years ago in the savage continent. They transformed into tangible objects, then merged into the formation, creating incredibly ferocious divine abilities. These vengeful spirits couldn't be refined into elixirs. Elixirs required beast souls and living souls. Most of these vengeful spirits were resentments born in the moments before death, lingering in the air for a long time without dissipating. On the surface of one of the 8 skulls sat an old woman with her legs crossed. This old woman's skin was wrinkled, her body was like skin stretched over bones, and her face was ferocious, like a vengeful ghost. Any ordinary person who saw her would surely be scared to death. A sinister light flickered in her eyes, revealing a gloomy expression. Brother Thi, only 4 of your 19 disciples remain. Why harm the lives of these disciples? If you hand over that item now, I will leave this place immediately. The gloomy voice echoed throughout the valley and reached the ears of the 5 people inside clearly. The faces of the 4 young cultivators immediately turned pale, and they all looked thoughtfully at their master. Thi Luo Crossing, it's not worth losing your life for an external object. Although your cultivation is high, you have been poisoned by our 5 poison sect. If you force yourself to use your divine abilities in a short time, you will die a sudden death. Think carefully about it. Shai Luoxing's expression suddenly contorted, and he slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. However, his face was etched with anguish. He was a 6th-level disciple of the Huaking sect, his cultivation having reached the late stage of the pure nirvana realm. This time, based on clues, he had secretly infiltrated a 3rd-level star domain with his disciples to search for an item. Shai Luoxing had thought the clues were not very reliable, but he never expected them to be true. Everything went smoothly, but after finding the item, his whereabouts were inexplicably exposed, and many people learned of his acquisition. Along the way, they were ambushed by enemies, his disciples suffered heavy losses, and even he himself was afflicted with a kind of poison. When the poison took effect, he had no choice but to hide here to detoxify. But while the poison was still being expelled from his body, he was pursued by an old woman specializing in poisons from the 5 poison sect on the 6th-level star domain. This old woman deployed her sect's grand formation, trapping Shai Luoxing in a mountain valley. He had used a secret technique to transmit his message, but it would still take some time for the sect's reinforcements to arrive. Shai Taoist, even if your people from the Huaking sect come, it will be useless. As far as I know, this time on the 6th-level planet, besides our 5 poison sect, the Yuhan sect, the Taoist Dharma sect, the Dongxing sect, and the Mosang Da sect, almost everyone else has set out. Why, it's for the item in your hand, the Jade Slip from the 8th-level star domain of the Breaking Heaven sect, which is the legendary method for refining the Nirvana Void Pill.